Great. Welcome, everyone. Warm welcome to Singapore, to our fourth Tech and Ops conference that we're organizing at ASIFMA. It's a real pleasure to see so many old and new friends in the room. The theme of this year's conference is future-proofing Asia's capital markets. And we're so happy to have a really senior selection of industry practitioners, vendors, regulators, market infrastructure in the room to have some deep conversations around digitalization and innovation in capital markets. I'm gonna walk you through some brief housekeeping notes for today. So there is a QR code in front of you on the table. If you scan that, it will lead you to a website that has the agenda, the bios, but importantly, that's also where you can ask questions to the panel. So you will see at the top like a link. It says, click here to ask a question to the panel. So we hope that you will be clicking on that one throughout today. We really hope to make these conversations interactive. We have a very packed agenda today, but also plenty of time for networking. We have one coffee break in the morning, obviously a lunch, and then after the afternoon sessions, we will have time for coffee and cocktails after the event as well. There will be live updates on social media. Feel free to take pictures and post on your social media channels as well. And when you do, feel free, or we urge you to use our hashtag ASIFMA Tech and Ops 2023 as well. And the event will be streamed on Wind terminals as well. So it's great to have the Wind team here with us today. The conference is open to media, so warm welcome to our media participants as well. If you need a CPT letter, please scan the QR code on your badge at the end of the conference when you leave. And then I really want to take some time to thank our sponsors. Without them, we would not be able to put this event together. So thanks very much to our platinum sponsor, AWS, our gold sponsors, Broadridge, DTCC, NASDAQ, SmartStream, Swift, and S&P Global, our media partner, Wind, and then all our endorsers, supporters, and partners. Thank you very much. I will now hand the mic to John Kane at AWS for some opening remarks. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Laurence. Hi, I'm John Kane. I lead the global market development efforts at Amazon Web Services and Financial Services. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today, and we're thrilled to be both a sponsor and a participant in today's event. Forums like this are so critical as we look to bring together the insights from both market infrastructure providers, their technology partners, market participants, and their regulators, as we look at the futures of markets. And we need to be able to preserve sort of secure, reliable markets, but still at the same time make space for innovation. And it's a day like today that gives us that ability to work with each other to make that happen. Now, technology is always changing, and I think certainly from an AWS perspective, what we see our customers do in cloud is only evolving ever faster, particularly from a markets perspective. It's hard to believe that we're actually in the second decade of cloud adoption from financial services firms. And what we've seen come in the previous decade is not nearly as exciting as what we're seeing happen now and what we expect to happen in the future. You can look back historically and see how successful firms have been in moving those supportive workloads that do surveillance, reporting, like firms like FINRA moving to the cloud to provide the ability to react to volatile markets cost effectively, but also improving their operational flexibility, just like you've seen firms like Euronext and New York Stock Exchange do. In the quantitative trading space, almost every firm leverages the power of the cloud to experiment with new ideas, to pull in data, not just traditional financial data, but alternative data sets, to do more advanced analytics, to find insights in data that wasn't there before. And they can only do that when they can react to new ideas and not be constrained by their legacy infrastructure, but use modern technology in the cloud. And you can see how firms like AQR and QRT and Bridgewater have shared their experience in doing that. And certainly from a risk management perspective, you see investment banks use the same type of infrastructure, to manage risk more effectively, looking at new areas of financial risk, looking how to hedge effectively. And particularly as we look through the pandemic period, the ability to do that and deal with rapidly changing economic conditions was the reason that cloud adoption continued to grow in financial services. We also saw the innovation that occurred from net new asset classes, as we saw retail trading and cryptocurrencies explode during the pandemic, using the infrastructure that cloud allowed them to scale up, and then back down to more normal and sustainable values kind of post-pandemic. And as firms like Robinhood and Coinbase go through those transformations, cloud has supported them. I think what's more interesting recently, though, is that we're seeing the foundations of really a community of providers within the cloud to offer faster time to market to our customers. You see financial data providers like the Bloombergs, the LSEGs, the FactSet, providing those services directly to cloud. You can get connectivity to Swift partners in the cloud. You can send market data across the cloud, both directly through AWS infrastructure, but through our partners like Colt. So the ability to stand up a new business in the cloud and experiment is ever faster than before. Now, market infrastructure has always been part of adoption in AWS. Whether you look at the fixed income markets, like Broadridge's LTX exchange or TrueMid, the ability to run regulated markets in cloud has always been there. But I think what we're seeing now is those workloads that we would have considered incredibly challenging just a few years ago are now in production. You see MRX, Nasdaq's options exchange, running on AWS hardware. You see that the OCC has gotten approval from the SEC to also move to cloud, getting a no objection letter of the movement of the clearing and risk infrastructure of the options market in the US to cloud. And these are the forerunners of what we're seeing across our customer base as they are looking at post-trade processing and how that will change in the future. Really looking to leverage two of those trends, the ability to kind of create platforms in the cloud, the ability to interconnect participants, and still take advantage of the scalability and new technology that's available. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the changes that artificial intelligence is driving throughout all the value chain in markets. Now, even traditional artificial intelligence has been effective in driving down costs, particularly when we come to processing anything that's paper-oriented. Even the analysis of news feeds, the processing regulatory documents, very effective. But as we look at what's going on from a generative AI perspective, there's a whole new sets of risk and opportunity ahead of us, which is why I'm incredibly excited about today. If you look through today's agenda, you'll see real market leaders talking about all these subjects, sharing their insights, and hopefully giving us the opportunity during the breaks to talk to each other to see how markets will develop in the future. Well, thank you very much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John, for setting the scene so well for the rest of the day. It's now my honor to introduce Mr. Vincent Loy to the stage. Vincent Loy joins us here from the MES, where he is Assistant Managing Director in charge of technology supervision, but also at the MES level. Very happy to have you with us today, and thanks, Vincent, for giving the opening keynote.
Thank you, Lauren. Good morning, everyone. Let me firstly thank ASIFMA for giving me this opportunity to do this keynote. ASIFMA has been very active in this part of the world, and I thank you for doing such an important role, including promoting Operation Resilience for the financial services sector in Singapore. I think you have played a very critical role in helping us to make this part of the world more resilient. In fact, we have been very blessed in having a relatively uneventful period of cyber resilience in the past 3 years. To be honest, as a regulator, it is my job to be pessimist. I'm always very worried that there might be the calm before the storm. The number of cyber criminals has not been reduced in this period. I hope these criminals are not preparing for something more sinister. But we should not discount this, and I urge everyone to be prepared. We should take this period to further entrench our capability in terms of cyber operation resilience. Let me take a step back and share with you how technology has evolved in financial services sector in the recent years. The financial services sector has always been the early mover of technology wave. They continue to harness latest technology, such as cloud-native system, microservices, and more recently, generative AI, to scale up and innovate. The COVID-19 has accelerated the adoption of digital banking and e-payment, and also digitization. Singapore mobile e-payment platform, known as PayNow, saw a transaction volume grow by 6 times between 2020 and 2021, at the height of the pandemic. Before I talk about Operation Resilient, since this event is sponsored by AWS, I thought I'll talk a little bit about cloud, since this is also a very important focus area for MAS. Let me say it very clearly. MAS welcome the increased use of cloud in the financial services sector. I will not be surprised if enterprise IT spending on public cloud computing could overtake spending on traditional IT before the turn of this decade. There are many reasons for this journey to cloud: faster time to market, advanced capability, scalability and flexibility, cost saving, maybe, collaboration, advanced security, and last but not least, data loss prevention. Having said that, going to cloud is not without risk. There are risk implications which organizations need to consider and manage carefully. The shared responsibility model may not be well understood by all cloud users. There are differences between security of the cloud and security in the cloud. The cloud challenge is compounded by the shortage of skilled personnel. Most IT talent in a lot of organizations and financial services are trained on on-premise architecture. Common mistake by the user lacking on cloud security experiences include misconfiguration, mismanagement of key, and access tokens. Additional complexity arises in vendor-specific service setting and user interface, which means that staff have to be trained on specific provider engaged. Another concern which I'm very worried about is the use of public cloud is vendor lock-in, where it is very difficult for customer to switch or get out of cloud service provider without incurring huge cost. This growth in cloud adoption and dependency in only a few major cloud service providers is raising concern in Singapore and also globally. And this is what we call cloud concentration risk. The risk is more pronounced and concerning for regulators like us if one day we find ourselves in a place where many critical systems are residing within the same cloud service provider in the same zone. An outage at a provider with a heavy concentration of dependency could result in systemic and widespread impact to an entire sector in the financial services sector. MAS is paying very close attention to cloud adoption. While we think cloud has a role to play for the financial services sector, the level of maturity in terms of managing cloud security still has a long way to go. Together with the financial services group, industry group like ABS, we have put out MAS advisory on risks associated with public cloud. You may have heard about our initiative to build common understanding between the regulator, the CSP, and also the user under Financial Services Cloud Resilience Forum. This initiative arose from our conviction that cloud service provider, policymaker, and customer need to collaborate to enable continued innovation in cloud services while mitigating the risk in regards to concentration and security risk for the customer. Cloud service provider need to be proactively meeting customer and regulator expectation regarding resilience and security of the cloud. Policymakers need to be proactively working together to minimize regulatory fragmentation. And this is one area that MAS is working very closely with BIS on and also FSB on. Customer needs to be proactively uplifting their cloud capabilities. Even as we embark on digitization through cloud journey, we cannot forget the basic in operation resilience. As the regulator, MAS has the vintage position of being informed of any major technology and cyber resilience within Singapore financial services sector. And we also share operation resilient incident globally with our fellow regulator. While there has not been any significant surge in cyber-specific incident, I must admit, disappointingly, there has been a big increase in the number of tech-related incidents in the past 2 years. I worry that operation resilient issues are here to stay due to the added complexity, the goals of legacy debt, and the magnitude of technology-related events, including high turnover of tech staff, the pressure of accelerated digitization, and the complex web of third-party products that is used in the financial institutions. Let me share with you some of the common themes of recent Operation Resilient incident, and hopefully we can all reflect on them. The root cause of the incident can be classified in a typical consultant overuse bucket: process, technology, people, and I would add governance. Organizations face increasing complexity in managing their IT assets and IT processes and also business processes as they grow in skill and use a wider range of technology, products, or new innovative products and services. When I meet a lot of FI, a lot of them throw the words of automation, AI when we talk about monitoring. Let me be very clear. We still see time and again FI not doing comprehensive and robust monitoring of key indicators, key alerts of some of the most important assets of the organization. Poor housekeeping of system is a common process theme. This can be as basic as simple log management, patching, problem management, follow-up, risk assessment. All this is due to lack of detailed and robust definition adherence of processes. There is still insufficient knowledge or the ability of the organization to have a good line of sight of the end-to-end risk within the process. Staff are still working in silo. We really need to work on that. And of course, there's insufficient focus on cyber and technology hygiene in most organizations. So that's about process. Let me talk about technology. In recent years, there are way too many technology and security products out there claiming to be the best, doing things better, cheaper, faster. But a lot of time, this only adds complexity and risk to the organization. I have seen many organizations buying innovative, the latest product, when they have not even used the last product they have bought in terms of the full capability. While business and government organizations tap on technology to innovate, The bad actors are abusing technology tools and know how to step up their game. We have heard a lot about the threat of ransomware, and it will continue to manifest in the financial services sector. Another area of increasing concern is the proliferation of malware. If you look at the malware in Singapore, they are probably more vicious, more complex, and more advanced than other countries. That is because Singapore is such a great attractive target for a lot of criminals, because thanks to us, we are all very rich, apparently. Open source code are increasingly being infused with application being used in the financial services sector. And I believe our other industries are seeing that as well. There is no doubt that such code, coupled with proven functionality, help to significantly reduce system development lifecycle and associated cost. But we know that open source are normally not subjected to stringent code review and security testing and may contain unidentified vulnerability. And this happened during the Log4j incident 2 Christmas ago, where some of you, instead of spending Christmas, spent time looking at Log4j within our organization. Another area that I'm very concerned about is as banks digitize, there is definitely a need for banks to look at third-party products, because the innovation outside of the banks or outside of the financial institution are proliferating. And when you use third-party products, you add to the complexity of your organization. And all these third-party vendors have the same issue as you have in your organization. That is high turnover, documentation, and in terms of pressure to meet cost and revenue pressure. And all this will add risk to the third party. And guess what? You are all using it happily. Thirdly, people. There's still way too many incidents relating to human error. Every 1 in 4 incidents I come across are relating to human error. People are our most important line of defense, but also the most susceptible to issue. Practitioner has to have the required capability, competency, and skill set, and exercise due care in carrying out their roles and responsibility. Even after ensuring that the staff have developed sufficient capability and competency, there can still be high turnover, loss of experienced people in running the organization, unique technology stack, and this has a huge impact on operation resilient posture of our organization. Financial institutions need to invest continuously to build on the capability and the competency of their tech and cyber people. We need to have more foundational competency, such as architecture, engineering, to ensure that we deal with the issue at the core. Training needs to be a regular affair, as tech is changing by the minutes as I speak. Unfortunately, too often, our risk and cyber people are becoming more and more compliant, checking box specialists, rather than proactive risk manager. If you are here, you can do better. Last but not least, governance. Incidents could arise from inadequacy in the organization structure. There are way too many boards and senior management with insufficient knowledge and experience in operation resilience. Example, technology and cyber threat. Many have claimed that they know about the technology and cyber issue, but are not able to go deep into the issue enough to understand and provide practical insight or solution. We need to elevate the position of the technology and also the cyber people in all organizations. They should be able to challenge the organization if needed. Board should support the CISO in carrying out their responsibility. Last but not least, I know there's a trend for blameless culture. I fully support that. But we should also remember there are clear and proper responsibility and accountability within the organization. We should not be automatically punishing any person with any mistake, and we should be focusing on recovery and solving the issue on a sustainable basis. Having said that, we should expect people to learn from their lesson. When things happen repeatedly, rightfully, we need to ask why and what is the case, and if there are any fundamental things that are going wrong within the organization or with the person involved. Let me conclude by sharing some takeaway. The financial services sector needs to innovate and also learn about new technology risks that come with it concurrently. Don't get romanticized by the power of innovation without understanding the risk. Start small, learn fast. We not only need to learn fast, but we also need to learn together. This is why MAS believes in coming together of tech and cyber practitioners and also organizations like ASIFMA. Associations like ASIFMA have an important role to play. MAS is heartened by the success of ASIFMA in this part of the world, and clearly you are doing a critical role for the financial services sector. We'd like to thank you for that, and we hope you'll continue to work with the whole industry for the next bound of our ever-growing challenges. I hope you enjoy this conference, and thank you very much.
Test. Thank you very much, Vincent, for these honest opening remarks. And you touched on a lot of topics that we will be discussing today: people, tech, processes, governance, talent, and hopefully the conversations that we will have today will contribute to the solutions and the mitigants of the risks that Vincent just described. I would now like to invite the first panel to the stage. Magnus, Kevin, Praveen, Hassan, please come to the stage and have a seat.
I'll stay.
While the panelists are settling down, for those of you that came in a bit late, please ask questions to the panels throughout today. You can do that by scanning the QR code on the table in front of you, and you will see a link to the page where you can ask questions. That's the right order, perfect. So it's an honor to be moderating this first panel for today, where we really will set the scene for the rest of the deep dive panels that will happening throughout today. I will briefly introduce the panelists, but you will find everyone's full bios on the conference website, on the QR code. So here with us today is Magnus Haglind, who is Senior Vice President, Head of Products, Marketplace Technology at NASDAQ. Welcome, Magnus. Kevin O'Leary, APAC Chief Information Security Officer at JP Morgan. And Kevin is also the chair of our Cybersecurity and Tech Risk Working Group at ASIFMA. Praveen Raina, Group Managing Director, Ops and Technology, OCBC and Bank of Singapore. And last but not least, Hassan Rauf, Head of Capital Markets, Business Development, Asia Pacific and Japan at AWS. So great panel, you guys are in for a treat. So Magnus, I would actually like to start with you, because obviously you have different perspectives, right? So you're an exchange operator, but you're also a technology provider to a lot of the firms in the room. So from your perspective, how are you guys thinking about the right operating model, how infrastructure can support that, and then perhaps what are some of the technology trends that you are seeing to kick us off today?
Okay, thank you. So as you say, we are now around a year plus out of the pandemic, so kind of in the post-pandemic world. And as I would say, in most firms, it's now excitement around what we're going to do next, what we're going to invest in, and how we're going to evolve strategy into a new direction. However, during a pandemic, regulation has evolved. I would say market structure has evolved and market reforms. Technology has matured. I mean, we're going to talk more about cloud later on and other technologies too. But what hasn't really evolved is a lot of the legacy technologies. So I think a big challenge for many firms right now is to basically decide on how to invest in order to protect resiliency, but at the same time manage growth, both in terms of asset classes, but also business, but then also adopt to the new market reforms in terms of settlement acceleration and regulation. So that's where the industry is right now. How do we going to invest? And here, I think cloud has matured a lot and become front and center for many firms. And both in regards to how it has matured in the use cases for what you can use it for, but also how to think about how it can evolve the way you interact with your client base, but also how you improve your own efficiencies. So for us, it's important to have both an inside-out perspective of technology. So basically, and cloud in particular, how can we improve the efficiency in how we operate, but also have the outside-in perspective, because a lot of the market participants, be clearing members or asset managers or trading firms, are also investing heavily in emerging technologies, and we certainly need to help and support them to use that technology in an efficient way. As a financial market infrastructure, we have a responsibility to not disrupt. We have a responsibility to evolve the technology and the use of technology in the industry, and basically use technology to reduce barriers and reduce friction to be in the markets. And that's the approach we've taken around cloud and through the partnership with AWS to basically move cloud into our data centers in order to allow our market participants to get access to cloud technology closer to the matching engine, rather than saying, now we're going to disrupt everything and move it to cloud. So I think that summarizes it. How do you use cloud in order to modernize in a stepwise fashion? And at the same way, how do you balance across keeping your current environment resilient, investing in business growth, and adopting to some of the regulatory reforms that's we have ahead of us.
Great. Thanks, Magnus. Praveen, perhaps I saw you nodding. Perhaps I'll hand over to you now. What are at OCBC and Bank of Singapore? What has your tech transformation looked like, and some of the trends you've been focusing on?
At OCBC and Bank of Singapore, before I talk about the tech transformation, what I always say is we have to be clear what is the business model we are supporting. Because without the business model, tech for the sake of tech doesn't make sense. And it won't produce the value that it's supposed to generate. And many times I see that we think we are going to implement a new technology, but the business model is shaky. Then it's no value. If the business model is clear, then the thing is, again, I follow what Vincent said, people, process, technology. It's easier said than done, but from people perspective, do we have the right skill set? Can we obtain the right skill set? Do we leverage on our partners for the right skill set? And the folks that we have, how to upskill them is very critical, because technology keeps changing, keeps evolving very fast. So the folks that are with the organization, working in the firm, how do we upskill them? So we spend a lot of time and effort upskilling our own people, so they are up to speed with the trends happening in the technology side. On the process, we are a 100-year-old bank, so we have a lot of legacy, which is a good thing and which is a bad thing. It's a good thing in the sense that legacy is used as a bad word, but it's also stable. A lot more stable with the new generation technology. So we have to look at the end-to-end process to say where do we automate, where do we digitize, where we use new technology to replace the old technology. But that end-to-end process has to start from front to the back. no point in digitizing or putting a new technology set up front that back end is not working properly. It's not connected properly. So you have a disconnect. It will always be, and that disconnect will create an issue from the risk perspective, from compliance perspective, and the breakage perspective. And then coming to technology side of things, I'll break the technology into a few parts. The whole technology stack. Irrespective of what stack is being used, is it reliable, is it secure, is it scalable? Again, easier said than done. Is simple answer is yes, but when the test comes, when this incident happens, does the reliability kick in? I will be upfront. You may have read in the news about a month back, we had an incident in OCBC, and one of the infrastructure, which we had recently replaced, a brand new infrastructure, had an issue, and the system went down. And the reason was this system is supposed to be 100% reliable, and the reliability didn't kick in. The reason it didn't kick in is because it went into a sudden death mode, so it shut itself down. So reliability is very crucial. And I don't think there is, and this is my perception, and I may be wrong here, but there is anything that is 101% reliable. So the question is, how do we differentiate that? Ecosystem is critical. Ecosystem, I remember when we were the first bank in the region to launch an API platform, and at that time when I went to our board and presented the idea of creating an API platform, and the question I was asked is, how would we make money from this? And my straight up answer to that was, I also don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But if we don't do it, if we don't try it out, I know for sure that we'll lose out in the long run. And we launched our API platform. It's a very basic, now we look back and it's a very basic platform with the 4 or 5 APIs and stuff like that. And one of them was FX, real-time FX. Anybody can pull it and get the real-time FX. And the next thing we know is a lot of travel agencies across Singapore are using it. So it is, unless you try new things and you build on that. Today, most of our customers, especially on the corporate side, are using our platform. So if we had not tried that, it won't have happened. The third thing is data. Data is critical, and I think everybody knows about it. But data is not for the data's sake. Where is the data? How is data lineage? How is it being used? What are the use cases? And what is the output that is being generated? If that is not clear, just people talk about data without going through all those thought process. The last one will be delivery model. We all are doing agile. It's an in thing. Like we were doing waterfall many years ago, it was an in thing. But every organization, agile is different. The proof is in the pudding. It is how it is being implemented, how the value is being generated for the firm. So that are 4 or 5 things that I will summarize it.
Thank you. Reliability, sorry. I lost sound, excellent, we're back. Reliability, ecosystem, data, delivery model, a lot to unpack there, and we will later in the panel. And then on data, I think that's a good segue to one thing that hasn't actually come up yet is AI, right? And which obviously a hot topic. Hassan, like, what do you see for the people in the room who are here really from and who can bring the market's perspective? What are some of the AI trends that you are seeing?
Sure, absolutely. So let me first of all congratulate Magnus for migrating your second core work stream, the bond exchange, to AWS. And I think when we start looking at, I'm probably going to touch on Praveen's point on data. What's critical is there is so much data available. So third-party data sets, how are you finding, procuring, ingesting, and leveraging that data and converting that data into analytics that can help you formulate trading decisions? So one customer, Goldman Sachs, recently what they did is they consolidated a lot of their data streams through third-party consumption through one portal where they could acquire that data and then they could leverage that by cross-referencing that with their proprietary data. What that enabled them to do is to apply artificial intelligence to be able to look at a third-party data sets, but also in conjunction with their own sort of data sets to be able to accelerate their trade decision-making. That helps them execute trades. That also then enabled them to develop a Goldman Sachs financial cloud for their customers. So their customers could actually access Goldman Sachs data, but also then curate that with their own data to be able to formulate a lot of that decision-making. And if you look at from a trading decision-making perspective, another customer, Atoyu Group, they developed a risk pricing tool on AWS Cloud. And just to be able to formulate the risk calculations for their thousands of portfolios, on premises, it took them roughly up to 10 minutes. And now on cloud, it takes them seconds. So it accelerates the speed, it gives them much more accuracy, it gives them efficiency, but the ability to be able to execute trades more effectively.
Great, thank you. Magnus, I'll go back to you. In terms of like some of the challenges that you're seeing and the macro trends that are impacting the way you guys think about tech, like T+1 is, I think, a big one. How is that impacting how you're thinking about your tech transformation journey?
No, and that's interesting because settlement acceleration is happening now, and it's going to, and especially now with Canada and US doing that in May next year, and it's going to happen. So I don't think it's negotiable if it's going to be pushed or not. But the interesting thing is basically taking a day out of the normal settlement schedule that we're used to is forcing a lot of change. And it's not just that you need to have the settlement guy to work different hours in order to shorten, because it's going to have effect on everything around asset servicing, funding, etc. So, and this is where suddenly the optimization model on how you approach your technology potentially is going to break, because now you're forcing basically the things that you had maybe 14 hours to fix needs to happen in 2 hours. And that is then driving the need to implement new ways of working internally, automation, etc. But also industry services on that helps with reconciliation, etc., etc. So I think this is where you're going to see innovation in a new way of ecosystem innovation to help, because everyone has kind of sharing the same pain right now in order to basically be able to process across from asset management down to the individuals.
Ecosystem has definitely come up a lot today. Kevin, I'll hand over to you now, because on top of all of this, like we're also operating in an increasingly complex geopolitical environment. We talked about data, but here in the region and increasingly elsewhere as well, we see some data sovereignty and data localization issues coming up. There's cyber threats. What's the impact of all of that on how JP Morgan thinks about their journey?
Yeah, so actually I've been itching to get in terms of the conversation. I didn't want to interrupt because it's so fascinating. But I listened to the conversation, and it just makes me think of a few things. Before I get onto the geopolitical thing, I just want to mention, which is, you know, people think of cybersecurity, or people think of technology in terms of this advancement and all of these changes and differences and all of these new capabilities that come on stream. The problem from a cybersecurity perspective is we haven't really fixed the initial legacy problems that we had over many, many years. And for me, I think what we're looking at the moment is this kind of mixed environment where people have a lot of legacy systems, some of which almost have no plans in terms of moving them to the cloud, because often in finance, people operate on the basis of if it isn't broken, why fix it? So, you know, if you're looking at, you know, what you're going to put into the cloud, you're always thinking in terms of what's the benefit from that? How do I move things forward? How do I improve? if it's not giving that benefit straight away, you're going to hold on to your legacy systems. So from a cyber perspective, we're kind of torn in two directions. We're trying to manage the legacy as well as looking forward into the future and thinking, what are the new capabilities, you know? So for me, I think one thing to remember, if anybody's taking something away from this, which is if you're going to commit to the cloud, you really should be all in on that, right? Because I think we talk about ecosystems. If you're trying to manage a variety of ecosystems, you're just going to create more risk from a cyber perspective at least, right? So it's really important to think of that. And then if you think in terms of the geopolitical situation, I think a lot of regulators have recognized that, and that's why, you know, I think some of the reticence you find from some of the regulators in the region is because of that issue. You know, saying, well, if you're going to go to cloud, what are you going to do with your legacy? How are you managing this? And in some ways, they'd rather you stayed in the legacy environment rather than introducing complexity into your environment, because complexity is the enemy of cybersecurity. So that's a key picture. But on top of that, of course, we're seeing, you know, if data is like the new oil, as I've heard people say in the past, then this is a lot of the reason why a lot of countries are looking at it from perspective of protecting data and keeping it within their location, because they're seeing the value of data. So, and obviously, if you think about how cloud developed many, many years ago, it kind of breaks the model a little bit, right? Because the whole idea was that your data could be anywhere in the world, but now you have to make sure your data is in a particular place and it can be traced and can be managed in a way that satisfies the regulator. So I think this is why I think we've seen a kind of a shift in terms of the focus in cloud from that kind of model of worldwide global management of your systems into something which is more about the compute power. And I think which is really the amazing part of cloud is what you get from that compute power. And then you obviously have the risk of that as well, because, you know, in terms of how we operate, the adversary, as we call it, is also operating that way as well, and leveraging it in a way that sometimes we're incapable of because of regulations and because of laws, et cetera, as it should be. But obviously we have those challenges as well. So, you know, as we think about it, we're looking at it from the perspective of, you know, how do we partner with our cloud providers? How do we manage that threat, that future view in terms of AI, machine learning, and large language models, and looking from a perspective of what we need to do to leverage those in terms of how we protect ourselves as well, but really also focusing in on how do we manage our legacy environment, because that's not going away anytime soon. Even though the number is decreasing, it's still a big percentage of what we have to deal with as an industry.
Rods, can I just add, and I think one of the most impressive things that JP Morgan's done is migrate a lot of their sort of customer data onto cloud. But the interesting aspect is when you look at a bank structure, transactional banking, global markets, corporate banking, institutional banking, retail banking, I could go on. And what JPMC has sort of created is data that can be leveraged enterprise-wide, yet the accountability and ownership is controlled by each of the divisions. So if I wanted to look at a customer perspective, I could see that customer and develop insights on that customer across the organization, yet it's still controlled by each of the divisions.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a really good point, actually, because I think that's something that we've been trying for the last 10 years, and I think cloud has actually helped us to do that, which is to present one view to a customer, you know. So instead of thinking I'm dealing with one division of the bank, you're actually dealing with the bank, you know. But under the covers, under the hood, you're absolutely right. This is how we manage it ourselves.
And it's all about customer centricity, correct, right? Everyone wants to. I mean, if a customer is a touching point with JPMC, anyone from representing JPMC should understand that whole customer, correct, from end to end.
Correct. Yeah.
Thanks for these additional thoughts. And I think it also goes back to what Vincent was saying earlier about the need for business, technology, be interconnected, cyber and tech people being elevated in the organization as well. We're getting some great questions from the audience, so please keep them coming. And I'll deal with a couple of these now. Perhaps, Praveen, probably one for you. How do you balance, and others can comment, how do you balance rapid innovation, compliance with changing regulations, and staying operationally resilient? How do you put all of that together?
That's
tough not to crack.
So innovation, compliance, and
regulatory pressure.
innovation is, as I said, I gave an example of API. We started small. We had no idea what we are doing, but it turns out it was a big thing. So innovation, within the organization, we keep innovating. We keep taking baby steps. We leverage on a lot of our partners, but we try not to fall in love with it because a product or a platform may work. A good example I can give you because it touches on compliance, so I will give you a real example. We were working with this partner, and they had a great stack for compliance AML KYC purposes. And it won a lot of awards, and we were all in. We wanted to bring it in-house and make it work. And we did a POC for about a year, and everything was perfect, 10 out of 10. And then when we started to take this product, which is a fintech, which is a small platform, into our whole ecosystem, in the first PSC, I had to shut it down, reason being it had critical compliance, cyber issues that the fintech team had not thought about, that they don't even know what it is. So this exercise that we went through was a painful exercise, but it's a lot of lesson learned for the organization. Doesn't mean that we don't go out and leverage on the innovation, leverage on the fintechs, leverage on our partners, but it means also we have to be careful that not everything will work. And how do we bring it in-house? Regulatory, I don't think it's a regulatory pressure per se, but more of a, because regulatory is more of a guardrails where we are supposed to work. FI being the most regulated industry, so they are the guardrails that we are supposed to work. So I'm not much of a concern from the regulatory pressure perspective, but it is, at the end of the day, the service we are providing, and as was mentioned earlier, is it customer-centric? Is the customer in the middle? Are we serving the customer?
Thanks.
I think you gave a great example of why you should involve your security team into your development cycle, right? It's really important right at the start, because what often happens in development cycles, actually it's not unique to any cloud service or any new service, it's been happening for a long time, is that if you provide that to the cybersecurity team at the end of the process, we will tell you all of the things you did wrong, right? So it's better to do that at the start. That's all I would say.
Some other good questions are coming in from the audience. There's a couple around data and how you manage data and your data centers. There's two questions around it, actually. One is, so obviously there's a lot of data localization requirements in some jurisdictions in the region where you're not allowed to store your data abroad. So how do FIs manage their data centers? And then a second question in relation to that. What's your views on having multiple copies as a result of sometimes of those requirements? Sometimes you need to hold multiple copies of the same data point in multiple data centers, multiple jurisdictions. Like, what's your view on the impact that has on resilience as well? Those, anyone wants to take that one? Start.
That's a hard one. So I don't think anybody's diving into that one. I think it is a real challenge, and it is something that we look at, from company-wide perspective. I think if you're thinking about it from a cyber side, I often talk about this as being the plumbers, because we know where things should reside, how they should be managed, etc. But the business has to actually give the classification. So I think it's kind of understanding that gap. So I think looking at it from the perspective of each business understanding the type of data they hold, how they classify it, how they manage it, how they do that in terms of the regulator, that's really important. It's in some ways a technology question, but actually it's more of a business and operations issue, because they are the ones who understand exactly what the data is. If you go to a technologist, they won't be able to classify, they won't be able to look at that data and say, oh, that's something that needs to be dealt with in a certain way in terms of the regulator. That's up to the business. So I think the biggest challenge that I've seen is that businesses are really certain about whose responsibility it is to manage that classification in the first instance, and then deciding exactly what the process is after that. You can design the process completely, but that understanding is absolutely essential.
So I think from a technology perspective, I feel obligated to answer or respond. So if you look at certain markets, I mean, one of the challenges we deal with in Asia is that it's such a fragmented market, and there's fragmentation from a regulatory perspective, as well as from a data perspective as well. So if we look at certain markets like Indonesia, where data has to be retained in that market, so AWS has created landing zones and regions, and what that enables customers is to be able to store their data on cloud within that region, within the Indonesian sort of market. And that helps those customers comply with the local sort of market nuances, as well as from a regulatory perspective. But saying that, we actually have a team of compliance and a team of public policy, and this is what they do day in, day out. Dealing with a number of financial institutional customers across all the markets in Asia Pacific, and we're more than happy to assist customers, especially when it comes to their cloud adoption or data migration journeys.
If I can add too, and I think it's to build upon what you said, Kevin, it's important to think about what data you truly want to protect in all those situations, because I mean, you can design your infrastructure to be multi-regional aware and so on too. And it's not just, okay, we're going to copy everything to another place. It just requires you to be smart on how you use that. But I would say from a resiliency standpoint, cloud infrastructure helps you to build, I would say, a much more resilient outcome compared to what you most likely can do yourself. But the easy answer is not like, oh, we're going to replicate everything. That you need to have a strategy on what you need in order to operate on a daily basis versus what is sort of what do you need on a more monthly or weekly basis.
I think that's a really good point, actually, because it's one thing that just occurs to me that people sometimes mix up some of the requirements on localization, because there's localization where the data cannot leave the country because it's classified in that perspective, and then there's localization where you must have a copy onshore because of resiliency, but it doesn't mean that that can't reside somewhere else in your ecosystem, right? It could be in a different country or a different location. It's not an issue. So understanding that nuance is really important, because that means, in terms of your investments, maybe you don't have to, maybe you're talking about replication rather than, control, right? So.
Okay. I want to switch gears a little bit now and touch on one of the other pillars that Vincent talked about. It's talent, people, hybrid working, and what that means. For example, like Praveen, how are you building your tech teams in an agile environment? Like, what does that mean in practice for you guys?
Okay, from tech team, Singapore is a small market. So finding talent in Singapore is always a challenge. So we have expanded across the region to leverage on different countries to build the talent pools. There are other countries that have much more bigger talent available, so we leverage on that. And it really helped during COVID, because when one country went down, the other one was still working, so it helped to the BCP, unintended BCP kicked in. So that is how we are building. Again, as I said previously, we spend a lot of time upskilling our people, making sure they have the right skill set to serve the organization. And there's a lot of effort spent making sure that they are also doing what they like and producing value. From agile perspective, we are a hybrid organization where people can work from home and come to office on a certain days. And I find it is useful that there's a clear communication. There's a clear expectation of the staff what is needed, because sometimes a person may be in office also, I don't know what they're doing unless I keep asking them every 5 minutes. So working from home, as long as the person is producing the output, doesn't matter.
Anyone wants to add to that?
Yeah.
I see some nodding, and maybe some disagreement.
So I think, well, COVID was a great example of this, because if you think, depending on the industry, some industries were well advanced in terms of hybrid working already, but if, in terms of finance and in those types of companies, it was rare enough unless somebody was traveling or, so maybe you were looking at maybe 10, 15% of your workforce globally was working remotely. So from a cybersecurity perspective, that's easier to manage because, if everybody's in the office, you're managing one set of areas, and managing from that perspective. When everybody is at home and everybody's on a home network, that creates massive risk, obviously. And mainly because, obviously for JP Morgan, we've embraced, virtual desktops, et cetera. So, this idea of BYOD is almost immaterial because you're connecting into a secure virtual desktop that's sandboxed and the rest of it. So we're fairly confident about that. But having said that, we're still looking at a situation where now we're not dealing with, networks that we control, but everybody's home network, which is under their control. And, trying to push people to do some basic hygiene in terms of changing passwords on their routers, updating firmware, maybe buying a new router, all of that kind of stuff in terms of bringing that forward. And now we're in the new hybrid situation post-COVID where a lot of people now expect to be able to work from home and I think now when you think pre-COVID, 10-15% of your population was working remotely. Now it could be 40-50% on any given day. So that's another set of risks and issues to manage. On the other side, it's not that I don't see the advantage of hybrid working. I think to the point of saying that people enjoying, being able to do what they want, work-life balance, et cetera, I think it does assist with that. So it is something I would encourage, but there's no doubt that it introduces risk into the environment from a cyber perspective.
And I think, Laurence, just to add on that as well, the rise of fintechs has changed the way financial institutions are operating as well. I mean, a lot of the fintech firms are quite cloud native in their applications, in their deployment, in their business model as well. And naturally, those synergies are now sort of influencing traditional sort of financial institutions. So I think that's accelerated the operating model of how financial institutions are now operating going forward.
But a slightly different perspective of that is, I think during the last 3 years, I think quite a few organizations have lost some capabilities in order how to drive transformation and run, transformation or change projects. So typically, if you're going to do a legacy transformation or do a major change, you're going to need to mobilize quite a bit of staff in order to do so. And I must say, I see quite a few organizations having problems to do that because during pandemic, a lot of that basically was put on hold and it was kind of duct tape for a while. And now when you're really going to start to address that, it's some of that muscle memory has been lost on how to mobilize and drive that change. So.
The other aspect to that is customer connectivity, right? Yep. So even if we look at during the pandemic, accessibility to branches was limited, especially when we were all restricted and locked down at home. But even if you look at markets like Indonesia or India and Philippines, and when you talk about rural banking, it was digitization that kind of advanced and enabled that customer connectivity for customers to be able to interact with that financial institution. So I think that transformation from a digitization perspective also then added on and accelerated the cloud adoption speed for a lot of financial institutions.
Praveen, I actually had a follow-up question for you. You mentioned how the talent challenge in Singapore has impacted your decisions around perhaps where to build other talent pools elsewhere. Has the talent challenge also impacted your decision around buy versus build, for example? It's something we haven't really talked about. Or are there other drivers impacting the decision on whether, buy versus build? Or is talent a factor there?
No, there's no talent fact. Actually, I need more talent because we went, OCBC used to be a build shop. Majority of it was, buy shop, so we will buy majority of our things. And about 10 years ago, 7-8 years ago, we decided to start building our channels. And now all our channels, customer-facing channels are built in-house. That means we need a lot more talent to build those things for us, leveraging on the new technology stack and everything. And why we became a build shop is to give the customer flexibility, be able to control the journey. If we are buying, we are dependent on a third-party service provider in this case. And the time to market was important. So it gives us the organization that flexibility to go to the market faster, have the control of the whole customer journey from the channels perspective. So with that, our talent need has increased quite a bit, and we have been hiring a lot of people across the region, and especially in Singapore. And we are partnering with universities, polytechnics in Singapore to bring the young kids earlier, train them, stay with us, learn, and then they can grow with the organization. And even if they leave the organization, it is okay because they can be within the ecosystem. Eventually, hopefully they will come back or whatever, but it helps the whole FI industry or technology industry.
Great. There's some great questions from the audience as well that keep coming in. Hold your horses for the next one. If your primary and backup services, they're both down for more than 48 hours, what could be the strategy to handle the incident from an ops res perspective? Or that will never happen.
Well, I mean, obviously, for an issue like that, you'd hope that you'd have your incident process in place already. So you'd have a plan in terms of how you're going to manage that. Maybe there are paper processes that you could fall back on. And certainly that's something that we've looked at in the past in certain environments and saying, how do we operate if a country has been cut off? If we need to look at it from a ledger perspective, in terms of brokerage, et cetera, that there are traditional methods. There was a way of banking before there was even IT invented, right? So there are possibilities in terms of moving back into that direction. But really, in terms of a strategy, you must have your strategy set beforehand. You can't just hope it all operates and then when it happens, make it up on the spot. So I think really just having a really robust incident plan is the most important part.
And perhaps Hassan, like obviously with cloud, there's like geographical spread, etc. Like how could that contribute to ops res?
How could that contribute? So a lot of customers, depending on how they're set up from an infrastructure perspective as well, they will have their contingencies, their backup sort of, and so we would shift in accordance to that as well. So it depends on how the customer wants their infrastructure established.
Thank you. There's some questions on T+1. I know the next panel we'll dive into that in a bit more detail. But perhaps, Magnus, for you, if you could touch briefly on, like obviously with US moving to T+1, Asia is 12 hours ahead, and others, like how can tech help support the adoption or the move to T+1 in this part of the world?
How tech's going to help and support? Yeah, that's good question. So I think you need to look at, as I said, on automation and to basically try to overcome things that doesn't require sort of say a lot of manpower, because you're going to need to have your manpower to focus on the complicated stuff that might happen within that business day. And then I think it's also going to be a matter of basically call it streaming APIs, basically accessing the information earlier and then also be less dependent on batch processing during the day. So it's going to push real time in a big way, or at least a number of, say, mini batches within the day. So the operating model, if we can use that term, is going to need to change. And it's not just across the settlement piece. It's FX, it's a number of other dependencies and cut-off windows and liquidity windows you're going to need to manage. So it's not that, as I said earlier, it's not like, oh, we just took out some hours and then we're just going to do the same stuff. You're going to need to re-optimize and restructure your whole back office and mid-office flow.
There's a lot of questions. I'll be dealing with one more, and then I think the rest will be addressed, I'm sure, throughout the rest of the day. But there's one more for Praveen, actually. Our financial services firms, doing enough for increasing software's reliability? And you have any thoughts on what more can be done?
Can you repeat, please?
Sorry, software reliability. What more can be done?
Software reliability.
Yeah, reliability.
Reliability. Software reliability is, I think, is again, it is the design principle. It is let me put it the other way. We, with the agile and everything and the whole thing about having frictionless product offerings, so that there's less friction and customers, people started counting the number of clicks and everything, right? And now with the scams, Vincent touched on it, with the scams in Singapore and everything else, it is, friction is a good thing, right? Friction is a good thing because it makes customer to rethink, should I or should not I? So coming back to the reliability of the software is how do we think, or there's at least I would tell my own team, think about unhappy flows. Don't just think about the happy flows, it's unhappy that kills us. And the reliability piece is, as was mentioned earlier, is bring the security piece up front, way up front. During the design phase, during the early journeys that the people are, the idea is being conceptualized to say, okay, what can go wrong? That's where the software will be much more reliable. Yeah.
Great. We are running out of time, but before we close, I'm going to ask each of you to share, to the extent that you can, the one project that you're working on and that you're most excited about and that you can share. Magnus, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, no, I think what's most exciting, I would say, is that with the technology that's available now, we're going to be able to redefine the data and compute model of this industry, and it's going to reduce friction, and it's going to help with innovation. So I think that's what I'm most excited about, that we've come to a state of new emerging technologies that actually now is pushing and redefining how we designed this, say, 25 years ago.
Kevin.
I think for me, and I'm just thinking, obviously from a bit of a cyber angle, is the work that we're doing in blockchain. I think that's really important, because I think if you think about crypto markets and all of the headlines that they get, they're looking at the kind of end of the process. If you think what enables that, it's blockchain. So I think the investment that we've made in that and the work that we're doing in partnership with DBS and others, it really is going to be disruptive in the industry. So I think I'm really excited about that.
Great. Praveen?
I'm really excited about is we are using AI for removing the manual work for trade confirmation. So leveraging on the technology to reduce the risk, reduce the trade productivity. And also is the other thing is using the generative AI. This is a total different platform shift, similar to when internet was born, when mobile was born. Since then, this is, I see a third wave that is here that we really don't know. People are coming with the use cases, but I think it's bigger than what we think it is. So leveraging on generative AI to see how to create value for the organization.
Great. Last but not least, Hassan.
Sure. If I could just clarify from an infrastructure and incident perspective to the first point. So AWS actually provides a number of regions, and within those regions, availability zones as well. So from a contingency perspective, customers that can actually shift and have their primary and secondary sort of zones and regions as well. What excites me, besides being at the ASIFMA conference, what excites me is listening to our industry peers, but not only that, I think it's a shift in mindset. So if you look at a decade ago, people were questioning how secure is the cloud? What is the value of the cloud? And it was a very technology-driven sort of adoption, whereas now that shift is happening. The mindset shift is happening where The business is keen to understand what are the business drivers associated with cloud. In fact, even if you start looking at a lot of the financial institutions, CEOs, C-level people are involved in those discussions now. They're setting the direction for the organization. Even if you read from the CISO of FINRA, as well as the DTCC white paper, it talks about the cloud strategy, and it talks about how effective cloud is from a security perspective versus on-premises as well. So the shift in mindset excites me.
Excellent. Thanks so much, all of you, for kicking us off today, for sharing your views, and importantly, for sharing the, at times, tough questions from the audience. Keep them coming, though. And I will now hand over to my colleague, Lyndon, who will be moderating the second panel on future-proofing post-trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not on. Okay, good. Ooh. All right. So we're going to start from the last question as the first question, or as the first theme. We're going to excite you this morning with panel 2. I'd like to invite my speakers to the stage. We have Nelly Dagdag, Managing Director at DTCC.
Thanks.
Actually, I apologize. Can we
sure.
No. Okay, Katie and Mag. Yeah, just to keep the audience less confused. Okay, so we have Katie O'Connor, Director of Corporate Actions and Securities Processing at S&P Global Market Intelligence. We've got Radha Pillai, Head of APAC at SmartStream, and Magdalene Tay, APAC Head of Global Markets Management at BNY Asset Servicing. Okay, first some logistics. If I could ask my conference colleagues, we're about 15, 20 minutes behind schedule. How much time do we have? 45. Okay, so we go to 10 after 11. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, welcome everybody. Welcome everybody. My name is Lyndon Chow. I run the equities and post-trade space at ASIFMA, and I'm very happy to be in Singapore today attending this wonderful conference, the Tech and Ops Conference. And you'll hear, you've been hearing and will continue to hear a lot on the tech side. I'm here today to present the ops side. Okay, so it's a different flavor to this conference. And maybe I'll do a little bit of a commercial first. We're not to do sales pitches, but hey, this is our conference. So I have a post-trade committee comprised, I see a lot of great friends in the audience. We have a post-trade committee. We convene often. And we've done a lot of great work together in China, in India, in Korea, in Vietnam. It's really, really exciting. We're just talking before this panel about the rapid pace of regulatory change within this region. It's really an exciting time to be here. So that's the good news, that we have a very active discussion. But the bad news is that it's a banks-only committee. The post-trade committee is open only to banks. But I have good news for you in that we are exploring, we'll be doing some brainstorming tomorrow, hosted by our friends at NASDAQ, and talking about how do we modernize the post-trade space. So it's an exploration. We're going to piggyback off of the conference, some of the ideas that we will discuss on this panel and for the rest of the conference, and just explore if there are opportunities above and beyond the great work that's already being done in the post-trade space to take us to the next century or the next generation, okay? So I just want to say that. So if you have any questions, if you would like to participate in this meeting tomorrow, hosted at NASDAQ at 2 p.m., kindly reach out to my friend Christian, sitting in the back there, or any one of my colleagues, and we're happy to send you an invite. The prerequisite, of course, is you have to be an ASIFMA member. You don't have to be a bank, but you have to be an ASIFMA member. And if you would like to explore more about becoming a ASIFMA member, lots of my colleagues in the room happy to provide you more information. Okay, that's it for the sales pitch for me, okay? So I'm done with that. All right, back to the conference. All right, so, so there's a lot going on in this space, as I mentioned, and not just within our region, but in the biggest market in the world, which is the US. Okay, so I don't know how much this has impacted you or that you've run across, but you know, most settlement cycles, we've kind of gotten used to it, run on a T+2 basis, which means the trades settle 2 days after the trade is done, okay? But in 2021, 2 years ago, the US announced that they were exploring accelerating the settlement cycle from T+2 to T+1. And now we're less than 8 months away from the go live, May 28th of 2024. So my friend, my colleague Nelly here of DTCC, they were actually the initial instigators because DTCC published a white paper about how to accelerate the settlement cycle. And so we're very pleased that Nelly is here today as a representative both in Asia as well as DTCC. And I'm going to ask you, okay? So how has the journey been so far for the US? And are things progressing on schedule? You know, given that we're just, you know, going live around the corner. Any significant concerns from APAC clients? Nelly?
Yes, can you hear me? Good.
Can you turn on the mic for Nelly, please?
Hello.
Hello?
Okay,
Okay.
good. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Lyndon and ASIFMA, for having us this morning. We work closely with Lyndon and ASIFMA. Yep, we're less than 8 months away, and all we could talk about these days is UST T+1. And this morning, hopefully, you'll get to get some flavor of it. So let's start with testing cycle. So the testing started August 14. There are 21 test cycles that runs all the way to May next year. We are now on test cycle 4. Next week, test cycle 5 will start. The first 4 cycles were actually free-form, ad hoc, and so we were not expecting so much volume, but next week, there will be scripted testing, so excitement's there. So the scripts will cover things like connecting to OCC, corporate action, holidays, the double settlement on May 29, the first settlement day for T+1 and last settlement for T+2. So everything's progressing so well on testing front. Yes, we are not seeing a lot of testing coming from APAC, and I have to put that in a context because I will talk shortly about where APAC is at when it comes to moving to T+1. So let's talk about APAC. So with that, I have to go back here. Okay, so there was a value exchange survey earlier this year, and it talks about the don't know problem. I could tell you that for APAC clients, that's definitely not the case anymore. When we had our client meetings earlier this year, first quarter, the kind of questions that we were getting were really in the don't know space. But fast forward June, July, our client events, the kind of questions our clients are asking us is in the how space. Like, how do we do this? What is this? And a lot of it led us to the realization that there's a need to demystify the US post-trade pre-settlement process. And a lot of that is because of the terminologies. And I would like to share this with you today just so we can get this settled. So there are 3 things in the US SEC rule. US SEC rule Act, New Exchange Act Rule 15C6-2 talks about 3 terms: allocation, confirmation, affirmation.
No, I apologize. I think you need to speak, like when you turn away, I don't know if you're hearing what I'm hearing, but
So-
you have to be a little bit closer to the mic.
Okay,
Oh,
is this better?
Never mind, you're good, you're good.
Okay.
Sorry, my bad. Sorry.
Okay, so allocation, as we know, is distributing the block to the different funds. For APAC clients who are in ID markets, Korea, Taiwan, China, Indonesia, India, that concept of allocation is not done locally because we trade at the fund level. So in fact, clients who are like Korea, for example, when they trade to the US, they do the same practice. They trade at the allocation level, which means that that step of allocation is generally not a problem anymore. So we are at advantage for ID market in this count. Okay, so allocation is really just distributing the block into the different funds. The second is confirmation and affirmation. Now, confirmation and affirmation is really, the confirmation is the broker communicating the details of the trade to the affirming party, the buy-side affirming party. It could be the investment manager or the agent, custodian, prime broker. And then the affirming party will affirm. That's why there are two terms. In the US, historically, the flow has been sequential. And that's just because this is a legacy platform. There's this, if I call this confirmation plus affirmation is equals to pre-settlement matching in APAC. So outside of the US, you would hear pre-settlement matching or pre-matching, which is staging the settlement instruction between the buy side and the sell side so that when it hits the depository, it cannot fail unless it's because of lack of securities or funds. Nothing more, it's just that. Now, you also have, we're in the institutional space, we hear about matching. Why is that different from affirmation? It's actually just the parties involved. So it's easy to understand this if you are from APAC. So if you're a Korean investment manager, you match with your counterparty broker in Korea or in Hong Kong. You do the matching platform. That can be done anywhere. And then you do allocation if you need to. But in the US, you have to do the confirmation and affirmation locally using the local platform because that's staging the instruction to be sent to the depository, like pre-settlement matching. You do that in the local platform. A lot of depositories actually has the pre-settlement matching platform embedded because when these depositories were done in the 1990s, they saw the trade suite in the US and they figured, why put it differently? So they've embedded the pre-settlement matching in the depository systems. Now, the other thing I want to highlight is the US is an omnibus market. The settlement will always be at the custodian level, the clearing broker, the custodian level. Even when we talk about affirming using the trade suite ID of the investment manager, which we are encouraging, we are not saying that the US will move to investor ID market. We are not. It cannot. It's so huge a market to move to ID level. What we're saying in the US, we're encouraging investment managers to get their own trade suite ID so that they can affirm on their behalf, or even if they don't affirm on their behalf, their custodians can still affirm using the investment manager's own ID. What does that give them? Visibility. Because right now, without an IM's ID, it's all in a pot. It's the omnibus ID of the custodians. So the IM will not see visibility when it's the confirm happening, when it's the confirm and affirm coming in. They will also not get the data from their trade suite ID affirmations, which is required in the US SEC second rule for the registered investment advisors. So if there's anything that I really love to tell audience when I have in this seminar is, please tell your investment managers to get their own trade suite ID. It's for free. It comes with free access to Trade Suite Limited, all free. And the reason it's free is because we want the US market to move to full STP. There's a realization you cannot move to STP to T+1 without STP. I'll stop there, probably.
Okay, great. Thank you, Nelly. All right, so some lingo here. US, we call it confirmation, affirmation. Over here is settlement matching. However much you want to call it, a lot of work needs to be done here. We've experienced that across multiple markets within Asia Pacific. But bottom line, Nelly, red, amber, green. US, T+1, red, amber, green.
Oh, where we're at, it will be, because we're still at the testing phase, we should be green. We are not delayed green. We are still status, right? You're asking?
Yeah.
We are green in terms of testing.
Okay.
We are green because the expectation of who will test and the number of tests that are happening is as expected.
Okay.
But it's too early to tell.
Okay.
We're only in the free-form testing phase. We haven't been into the second, more exciting one, which is scripted one.
Okay, great. All right, thank you very much, Nelly, for that. So meanwhile in Asia, so US is T+2, moving to T+1. But those of you trading China know that China for the longest time has been T0, T1, which means that securities settle on trade date and cash settle on T+1. So it's even faster than what we're trying to get to in the US. And, you know, China's settlement cycle can be so short at the expense of it being a pre-funded market. So you need to have your money up front, you need to have your shares up front before you can trade. And India, perhaps looking at China already having such a short settlement cycle, hearing the U.S. announcement, decided that they would migrate to T+1 as well, and they've done so successfully this past January, 18 months ahead of the U.S. schedule. And they started doing this by introducing a shortened settlement cycle for the securities of the lowest market cap names, and then shifting over to the next 500, next 500, next 500 in each ensuing month. So by the time it got to the large cap names that are relevant for most of our members, it was this past January. And knock on wood, everything is going very smoothly so far. So maybe I ask a question now to Magdalene, BNY, a large global custodian, and perhaps Nelly can also chime in from a market infrastructure perspective. What were the key challenges in India? And how have things been after the final go-live this past January? And with respect to shortened settlement cycles, what have been the lessons learned, not just from India, but also from the short settlement cycle in China, for example, through Stock Connect? And what might be the ask of your clients, global investors, for any market in Asia as they think about further compressing the settlement cycle? And so what are the key considerations or the potential constraints and that not only market intermediaries but also market regulators need to be aware of when considering T+1? So Magdalene, maybe over to you.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Can you guys hear Magdalene? I'm a little. No. Can you crank up the volume for Magdalene, please? Ooh. All right.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Okay, so I would first address with the key challengers in the Indian market. I think one of the challenges is with regards to the rollout on a phased approach. I think that it's challenging because that means there will be a dual settlement cycle and also two operating models to support the dual settlement cycle. That's one. And secondly, it's with regards to the short implementation from the time that the announcement was made by the Indian regulator about the rollout of the T+1. So that was about, I think it was around about 18 months compared to I think the US market, where we're given more time to react and to get ready. And also given that the fact that India is a complex market with multiple depositories and stock exchangers. And also the tight processing time frame for brokers on the trade allocation, as well as custodians to support on the FX, the funding and the settlement. And also when it comes to management of exceptions, like, trade problems, especially investors in different time zones, that can be challenging as well. Now, having said that, I have to say that, since the market has moved completely to a T+1 settlement cycle, I mean, obviously there were, a couple of discussion with the regulators how to bring that confirmation to a T+1 date that has actually improved the liquidity issue. So the market has been, moving smoothly so far since January. So moving to the second question with regards to what lessons have we learned from the India market and what can we learn from China? I think there are a number of good lessons we can learn from these experiences. One, it's I think the collaborations is very important among the regulators, among custodians, as well as the investors. I think to help the the value chain to understand what are some of the pain points, what are some of the key challengers. And obviously, which the US with the, okay, so with the US market going, to the moving to T+1, what I see is a number of webinars, training, education that is very key, especially for APAC investors, because to provide them with the understanding about the regulatory framework, what does it mean to them, and what kind of business models they should be looking at to help them to get ready for the T+1. And it's also important to have a, in my opinion, that it's a playbook especially for custodians like ourselves, to ensure that we understand the workflow and looking at the specific tasks or activities that we need to look at to move towards the implementation of the T+1. That's another area. And other areas, it's the working with clients and understanding, helping them to look at their trends of failed trades, or even the settlements, that the rates, how to help them using dashboard or analytics to understand the trend so that they can look at how to improve their settlement rates as well. So that's key. Now, moving on, the next question is how to get the APAC markets ready for moving. Oh, okay. Okay, so regarding the next question about helping APAC markets to get ready for the T+1, I think there are a number of key considerations to look at. One, again, I want to repeat that is the collaboration that is, again, it's very important for the entire ecosystem to understand what are the challenges, or looking at the regulatory framework, or even like challenges or the restrictions like the buy-in, short selling, or just now you mentioned about China, the pre-funding. That's always a challenge for investors as well. And looking at the liquidity, how that can be improved. Now, looking at a number of markets in Asia, for example, like India and also Korea, the extension of the trading hours, the FX trading hour, I think that is key as well in order to improve the liquidity. Now, the other area is the infrastructure readiness. I think today we talk a lot about technology. I think it's also important to give investors the assurance that the technology is there to help them to get ready for the T+1 so that they will be able to have access to real-time information, help them to mitigate risk as well, and talk about also the robust FX and funding programs. That's also key to, especially for custodians, to help clients who are in different time zone, how to make sure that they have the necessary funding. Yeah, so some of these key consideration for the move to the T+1.
Great. Thank you so much, Magdalene. And on the FX and funding, we're going to touch upon this a little bit later on, just giving you guys some time to prepare that question, extra credit. But Nelly, as an infrastructure, any additional comments that you'd like to add to this?
Yes, just talk about lessons learned. First is the business case. When markets move to T+1, the first question we should be asking ourselves is, why are we moving? And be very careful that the reasons per market will be unique. The US was primarily because margin, liquidity, and all those are really in billions. Huge amounts of money that stand to be saved. That's not the reason for India. India was primarily driven because of retail investor concerns. So identify what is the why and really prove the business case so that you can easily sell the concept to the market. Second is corporate action. Corporate action has been acknowledged as a constraint in the US playbook, but for APAC markets, especially the smaller ones, the less sophisticated ones, it will be a big headache. And I would think that before even looking at T+1, these markets should solve for the corporate action problem. There are two parts to it. There's the timing, record date, X date, but there's also the tax component. There's a lot of documentation required to process corporate action in this part of the world. So it's no joke. So if you can solve first the corporate action problem, then consider T+1. And of course, FX is a big deal in APAC. And there are three components in FX. First, if you're a foreign investor, the funding, you don't want to pre-fund as much as possible. Second is the FX conversion. You want to get the best rate possible. The third in APAC markets, actually, is reporting, which is no joke because in some markets, the reporting is every 15 minutes. So those problems or those nuances in the local markets has to be studied and addressed even before looking for moving to T+1.
Thank you, Nelly. Thank you for all the questions coming in, and encourage you to keep them coming in. And the question, just a warning to our panelists, it's about India announcing atomic settlement, real-time settlement as kind of the next frontier. And many asking, why go to T+1? Why not just go to T0? So maybe just kind of keep that in the back of your mind. To talk about towards the end when we talk about ethics and funding, we'll talk about this, or maybe during your remarks, feel free to chip in. But I just want to kind of lay the groundwork that we read in the papers about the geopolitical tension, the fragmentation of supply chains, which economists worry are going to contribute to inflation, because over the years, global supply chains have developed and have achieved high levels, extreme levels of efficiency in order to get the best product out the fastest and at the lowest price. And I think all the market participants here are fully aware that there's been a similar evolution of global supply chains over the years in the financial services industry, and that their unique roles, global custodians, sub-custodians, brokers, investment managers, infrastructures, exchanges, who each have their particular role to play, and have worked it out with precision clockwork in order to make sure that trades settle on time. And it's all been harmonized around T+2, right? So when a market like China, T0, T1, breaks away from that model, so far, they haven't figured out a solution. It's a pre-funded market. It becomes expensive for investors. India to T+1, there's some concerns about pre-funding, which we'll talk about a little bit later on, and curious to know how the US is tackling this as well from an FX and funding perspective. But it's a very, very harmonized global supply chain in our industry, built upon legacy infrastructure, built upon very mature processes and procedures. So, question to Radha, and there was a question here to you as well. Given that settlement is done over disparate systems or hybrid IT, how important is availability of real-time transaction journey visibility? But you can decide to answer that here or later, okay? The question to you is, as a leading provider of technology solutions for financial services, what have been the pain points that you're having discussions with your clients about in terms of legacy infrastructure? And where do you see the opportunities for technology to solve for this?
Thank you. Thanks, Lyndon. And thanks to ASIFMA for having me here. And thank you, everyone, for taking the time out to be here. For the first part of your question, Lyndon, around the challenges that we are seeing as a technology provider in the industry, I think some of these are well known. But if we followed the life cycle of a trade, I think the first part becomes the availability of accurate and timely data, before you even book a trade. Because as the analogy goes, no matter how efficient your processes are, if there's garbage in, there's garbage out, and that still applies here. So having accurate static data, having accurate security master data, and being able to use this while you're booking trades, I think is one of the key areas that a lot of our partners and clients are looking at. Again, the presence of a number of legacy systems that work in silos across the organization is a major challenge. It still is. It has been for a number of years. And I think the focus in the whole middle office and back office processing has brought some of this to light. So these are challenges that we see across organizations. The dependency on manual processing is still there, especially in the exception management lifecycle. So where we see a common theme, where we've been working with our partners to assist with, is to try and automate the exception management lifecycle as well. Again, we've heard this in the earlier panel, but also it's a common theme. We have, while legacy systems are stable, as Praveen mentioned, which is true, we still need to work around how we could expedite, how we upgrade or complement these monolithic platforms to be able to meet the current requirements around T+1 and near real-time processing of data. So, some challenges I'm sure most of you are aware of. And finally, regulatory changes, right? So you've got new regulatory requirements that are popping up for good reason, and being able to balance the timeliness of processing data with accuracy and, importantly, meeting compliance could be a challenging act for many organizations. So those are the general themes at a higher level, what we're seeing in terms of challenges with our partners and clients in the financial services industry. And what are the opportunities then? Obviously, adopting new technology architecture is even more important now, especially in the post-trade life cycle. I mean, there has been a lot of focus on what we call front office, or the initiation and the client-facing initiatives and platforms. But with the current drive towards T+1, potentially T+0, and also the whole automation of post-trade lifecycle means there needs to be a lot more focus on investing in the middle office and back office platforms. And the opportunities lie in utilizing microservices, APIs, AI, and machine learning to not necessarily do an overhaul of your entire platforms, but potentially complement them so that you have a quicker time to market. And you realize some of these benefits at a lower cost, because many organizations have gone down the path of trying to overhaul an entire platform where the costs have been high and they haven't seen those benefits in a short time as they try to achieve. What we're also doing at SmartStream is we're trying to utilize mutualized services as much as we can. So when I spoke about following the trades lifecycle, areas such as the scrubbing, cleansing, the producing accurate static data, security master data, which can be fed down to your downstream system, is a mutualized service. It's an ideal case for a mutualized service where the costs can be reduced if we utilize the same service across multiple institutions. Trade confirmation or pre-settlement confirmation, as Nelly mentioned earlier, is an area that is now getting a lot more focus. Like, how do we move away from the traditional end-of-day batch processing to near real-time, intraday processing of matching of this trade data now, and pre-settlement trade data. So what are we doing in this space? Again, utilizing AI and machine learning, where you're able to recognize patterns and not have a rules-based system, but to be able to determine, using historical patterns, how to correlate data together, whether it's new product data, whether it's new counterparty data, and therefore reduce the time it takes to complete the matching cycle of post-trade processing. And then obviously leverage the same technologies throughout the exception management lifecycle as well, where we're identifying breaks much earlier and ensuring we're identifying true breaks and taking the noise away from the false breaks, because a lot of organizations face that problem. And routing these true breaks down a resolution path and investigation path in a much earlier stage. So this helps organizations meet the current requirements. The other areas that also get impacted in the wider post-trade lifecycle is around intraday liquidity management. So with the earlier settlement, I think there is a lot more focus in ensuring that organizations have a more real-time intraday view of their liquidity so that they can meet their obligations. So we have solutions that help aggregate data from multiple siloed systems that will have that would generate transactions that would have an impact on your balances, and to aggregate that data to present it in dashboards where the funding desk has an early visibility of their positions, to use AI and predictive analytics to determine and project what your balances would look like throughout the day in terms of the behavior of certain counterparties and how they settle for their particular trades, and give that early foresight so that the operations team are not overwhelmed during the cutoff at the end of the day to try and meet their obligations. And then finally, areas such as collateral management operations as well. These all require, automation, corporate actions processing. We spoke about that briefly, but all become very key areas where we need automation. And it's not just a matter of putting more human resources at it, but to leverage technology, AI, machine learning, and microservices to bring about efficiencies. I think that pretty much sort of summarizes some of the key areas we're seeing the challenges and how we are helping in the industry as well.
Thank you, Radha. That's quite a lot of opportunities. Can I just ask, you must be working 24/7. What are like the top 3 client asks for you without doing anything which compromises your competitive intelligence? And how prominently is this T+1 feature as an ask for your clients?
I think the general theme is the T+1 discussions are more prominent in the US, whereas, or has been, I should say, but it's becoming a discussion in our region as well, in Asia Pacific as well. We've been working in the space of helping our clients, generally the tier 1, tier 2 clients within the region, to help them, improve their middle office and back office operations.
Improve their what?
The middle office and back office operations platforms. Yeah. So, and we're not looking at it from a very tactical approach of looking at just the pre-settlement matching, but what are the other ecosystems that sit around the post-trade processing that will get impacted, because we don't want bottlenecks to be created by those complementary ecosystems, and therefore looking at the processes in a more holistic manner, I think, is one of the key initiatives we're working on. Yeah. And a lot of work has also gone into creating, when I said mutualized services, but also managed services, where you're lifting and shifting a lot of what was done in-house into a more managed services and outsource sort of centers, which could be a center of excellence in specific areas, and that's getting a lot more focus. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Radha. So, clearly you guys are very busy. Exchanges, infrastructures, they're quite busy as well. Nellie's quite busy on the DTCC front, and we're seeing like Hong Kong X investing in smart contract technology to improve the confirmation settlement process. Our friends at Swift are here in the audience. They're working on UTI, Unique Transaction Identifier, also to take what's historically been a sequential process and turn it into parallel processing to improve, again, the settlement matching process. So that, try to improve the efficiencies along the supply chain. So these are all great initiatives to improve trade processing. I'd like to direct now the next question to Katie. So beyond improving settlement automation, are there other opportunities in the post-trade space which warrants greater attention and investment? And as S&P continues to grow its portfolio of solutions, what have been some of the discussions you're having with your clients to improve the post-trade space?
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for having me here today. Well, the first thing I'm actually going to say is we've actually already touched upon, but we did a survey with our clients at the beginning of this year, and we asked that question: what's the thing that you're most concerned about after, obviously, settlement instruction with T+1? The usual suspects came out, but the number one concern was around corporate actions. So when we look specifically at corporate actions, traditionally it doesn't get a huge amount of attention. They're not very exciting, but certainly it is an important area of the post-trade process, and I think that we need to start looking at ways in which we can automate that process and make it better. So the first thing that I've primarily been talking with clients around corporate actions is really looking at their data. It's the first port of call. If you said yourself, garbage in, garbage out, right? So you've got to make sure that you're really looking at your data providers, seeing what that data is coming in, and look at it not just from a point of view of how fast or timely they're coming in, but what is the accuracy of that data. And then, of course, there was other folks talking about it already today, is that what do you do once you get that information in? and how then can we more efficiently use that information going forward. And keeping on that corporate action space, the biggest thing with corporate actions that I'm getting asked from our clients is actually mainly more on the sell side today, and is how do we better communicate with our clients today and to teach them about corporate actions, what they're meant to do, and how do we get the information out there. Primarily, people really don't know corporate actions. They don't understand what they need to do. So a lot of actually what I've been looking at today is actually how to provide tips and tools to actually not just, to actually just educate the general public, the retail investors, as to what they can do today in terms of their corporate actions. And again, speaking of that communication, that's going to be really key as well as we're moving into a T+1 space. Deadlines are all going to get tighter. We're going to have less time to look at things. So we really need to get, especially on the voluntary side of things, decisions back in quicker. And again, you know, technology really can help with that. And then, of course, the infrastructure within the community itself. We've been talking a lot with the other providers and infrastructures within the community, you know, and how we can better standardize communication so that all of the handoffs that happen at different spaces are happening efficiently, and we're having less exception processing really to look at and to drive. So it's been an interesting journey, but of course we're not just looking at corporate actions. You know, proxy voting comes into that as well. We've had lots of clients asking about how to improve their proxy voting, but also other areas of the process. And Nellie, you spoke about it earlier on today. It's not just, you know, what's happening when the transaction happens, but all the stuff that happens before we even get there, right? Do you have all the information that you need about your clients in order to, when you get to those tax implications at the end, you know, that you're not going to have stoppages there, and that everything is going to happen in an STP manner, which is what we're going for here. So again, you know, talking with clients and looking at the playbook. I love that term that you use, man. Looking at your playbook, looking at how we can actually look at the whole system holistically. And it's really going to be everything from start to finish, not just whenever we actually look at the settlement instructions themselves.
Yeah, thank you for raising corporate actions, Katie, because it's something which we don't often talk about, but it's an absolutely critical process. And you know, some markets have security. Well, some markets are getting increasingly strict about securities lending, about short selling, about even naked short selling, which is just a technical breach because of delayed corporate action.
Right.
Okay, so if you're a BlackRock and you've recalled the shares and it's not yet in your positions, garbage in, garbage out, it becomes very expensive garbage, where in a market like Korea, you could be fined up to the notional value of the trade. Okay, and that's happened in Korea. Okay, so so a lot of these questions coming in about, you know, real-time settlement, highly aspirational, and it's a great visionary future state. But in our T+2 environment, we continue to struggle even with corporate actions today. Mm-hmm. So you can only imagine if we move to a real-time settlement, and corporate actions need to be real-time in order to mitigate against settlement risk, how challenging of an assignment that is. We're almost out of time. I'm just going to turn to our speakers, maybe starting with Nellie and coming back. Feel free to comment on a real-time settlement. Feel free to comment. I actually appreciate, Nellie, if you could talk about how well the U.S. positioned to not become a pre-funding market, because the FX market is T+2, remains T+2. What are investors in Asia doing to avoid U.S. becoming a pre-funded market?
Okay, I'll do that, and then I'll talk about automation. I cannot help talk about it. So the U.S., fortunately, the U.S. dollar is very liquid. So, and the advice in the playbook has always been, talk to your providers. There are many ways of getting U.S. dollars. It's globally traded. So the problem investing into the U.S. market is a lot less than the reverse flow. So, and there are already a lot of discussions along that line. We are not hoping the CLS to change their settlement cycles. That's not on the table, because that means the central banks connected to CLS will also change. That's not going to happen. So there has to be, each firm has to analyze what's the best funding of FX route they take. I have to talk about automation because no T+1 can move without automation. And I should say, we should stop talking about automation. It's now about straight-through processing, no-touch workflow. So remember I said earlier, matching, allocation, confirmation, affirmation. The concept of no-touch workflow is to combine them all together, and a single match should be it. So if you are doing pre-settlement matching in APAC, for example, if there's already a match by the investment manager and the executing broker, there should be no more pre-matching down the road because they are that's the original truth. So, and that's the concept that we're adapting in the US, which we call match to instruct or auto affirm. And that's the same concept that's being implemented in Hong Kong Synapse to address the northbound trade, which is a very short settlement cycle, window rather. And DTCC is committed to this international strategy, which is that we will be offering this match to instruct, no-touch workflow to any market that's contemplating moving to T+1, because we believe you cannot service your institutional investors without adopting a no-touch workflow.
Thank you, Nelly. And we need to accelerate our final comments as well because we're out of time. But Katie?
I think what I would always say is that we're looking, atomic settlement sounds great. And as a technologist, I love the aspiration to get there. But in saying that, I also work in corporate actions. So what I would definitely say is take a step back, look at your operations, look at where those bottlenecks are today, and fix those first before start making any sort of aspirations to get to the next stage.
Thank you, Katie. Radha?
Yep, I think I'm going to echo what Nelly and Katie said. It's very important that we get our basics right around automation in the operation space. We've neglected that for too long, and I think now is the moment before we aspire towards T+0 and real-time settlement. There are lots of technology enhancements and operational enhancements that have happened over the years. I think it's just a matter of leveraging that.
Thank you, Radha. Magdalene.
Okay, moving to a T+0 settlement cycle, I think what's key is to address some of the current challenges pre-funding and also the restrictions, for example, like credit restriction that still exists in some of the markets. So these are the two key things, and also looking at, as a custodian, what are some of the exceptional services, value-added services that we can provide the client, like, for example, FX providing standing instructions that would be helpful for investors in different time zones.
Great. Thank you, Magdalene. And a round of applause for our speakers. Thank you. So again, tomorrow afternoon at NASDAQ, we're going to kind of extend this conversation, do a little bit of brainstorming, figure out if we as an industry can do more to help modernize the post-trade space. If you are an ASIFMA member, please do join us. If you're not, my colleague Laurence is also in charge of membership. Please talk to her. Thank you.
Good morning.
Test, test. Okay, great. Thanks very much, Lyndon, for a great panel. In the next 15 minutes, before we break up for coffee, I'm going to hand over to Barnaby Nelson, CEO at the Value Exchange, and Kurt Eldridge, Head of Sales APAC at Broadridge. They're going to share with you some great insights on a study they did with the industry on DLT in the real world. I've seen the reports. Looking forward to hearing the insights. The floor is yours, and then we'll break up for coffee next. Thank you.
I was just sort of laughing. We were talking about the photos. That LinkedIn photo of me is from about 15 years ago now. So it makes me feel good, but it then sort of makes me feel sad at the same time. So Kurt Eldridge from Broadridge. Look, I run our sales for sort of 2 out of the 5 divisions that we have. So globally, we have 5 different divisions. I spend most of my time on our post-trade business, and I do a little bit of work trying to explore how we can bring our wealth franchise into the market. So very happy to be here with Barnaby. We're not quite sure who's interviewing who, but we will get there. So quick one?
Yeah, so Barnaby Nelson, CEO of the Value Exchange, was based in Hong Kong for about 15 years, so pleasure to be back. Yeah, really just kicking off the research from, as Kurt says, the DLT in the Real World survey, which is a very big piece of industry research that we do every year, surveying about 350 different firms on what the current state is, the present tense of DLT and digital assets in the world.
It is funny, I just remembered you went to North America and I came this way.
That's right.
Almost crossed over.
Asia's not big enough for the both of us.
No, it's not. So look, Broadridge, we've done a lot of work with Value Exchange sort of over the last couple of years, particularly around sort of innovation and the DLT. It's been a big focus for us, and we've certainly been really happy. I think this is our third version of the report. So this is the third one we've done, so you're starting to see sort of a good build-up. I love the report. I think it's just fantastic. I think it's filled with sort of great information. What are the key insights over sort of this one, and particularly where I think we've gone from last year into this year? I think it's important as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think 3 quick points really. One is that interestingly, given the year that we've had, there's a lot of bad news has been floating around, in all honesty. But the key thing is that DLT has never been more important to us. There's been a serious uptick in terms of the strategic importance of DLT to firms across not just APAC but across the world, which I think is probably counter to a lot of the kind of general sense. But underneath that, there's 2 parallel kind of realities playing out. One is the fact that actually live usage of DLT is up 7% year on year. So it's not growing at quite the same pace that it was a year ago, but ultimately it's up 7%.
How's this?
So on an aggregate basis, market-wide, globally. But I think what's interesting is that actually underneath that, we've passed the peak of our hype cycle. So if you go back to 2021, that was when we were all running pilots, we were all doing POCs. Those have actually diminished. So the actual level of project activity is kind of diminishing, but the great news is that actually the real work is actually just beginning. The last point I'd just make very quickly is that what's cool to your point about watching these things evolve is that now there are about 5 asset classes that I would classify now as commercially ready. So asset classes stroke activities, so securities finance, which you may have heard of. Basically, structured products, securitized products, OTC derivatives, and private equity is moving into that zone. But by several metrics, those are kind of ready to go and actually delivering some real benefits. So therefore, the question for you is how does that play out in Asia in terms of the real materialization in APAC of this, and where you see the kind of the real nuts and bolts of the journey?
Yeah, so look, I think everyone agrees there's tremendous opportunity for DLT. It has been around now for sort of quite a significant amount of time, and I think you're really valid in saying it's now past that hype cycle. Yeah. The unfortunate part of passing that hype cycle is you tend to have a little trough of disillusionment. I grew up my career at Gartner, and I think the really interesting way to look at it is, what's the internal versus the external, especially for banks and financial institutions. I think, as you discussed, there was a tremendous amount of investment at a bank level looking at sort of the internal uses of a blockchain. And I think they've shown out some really solid advantages, but the advantages there are really more sort of restrained around sort of operational efficiency within the organization. I think where it really does get more interesting for everyone in this room is as you start to look at the external DLT platform providers and how we can engage with the market and sort of where that level of complexity is. And, as you touched, I think there's tremendous opportunity, not only in those areas. You've seen a lot of work now with bond issuance. We own a fairly decent percentage of a trade finance company called LiquidX, which is DLT blockchain-based as well. And we've been, just exploring some of the stablecoin things with the BIS, sort of, as well as the sort of significant investment we've made in the distributed ledger repo transaction. It's complicated. We really are trying to rewire the financial plumbing or the financial network. So whilst I think there really is tremendous opportunity and we're seeing fantastic growth, we've now gone over $1 trillion in notional. And we're on, I think, our 14th client and rapidly accelerating through different trade types. For the people in the audience, there really are 3 challenges that when I'm talking to clients that they're coming back to us. And really the first is around standards and regulations. we're not talking about moving around a small amount of money. You know, Broadridge right now, our network, I think is doing, and it's in the press, somewhere between sort of 80 to $100 billion on a, sorry, so we're doing $1 trillion, which works out at the 20, about 50 to 70 billion dollars on a day. That's fairly significant money for a bank to look at, for risk to look at, to understand where that's going. You need fairly significant clarity around sort of the regulatory environment that you're looking at, the integration points, what the reportings are, et cetera. Just for example, on the DLT, we still use SWIFT. And we use that for a couple of very simple reasons. The first is everybody understands what a SWIFT payment is. That is our cash leg that we're using. Everyone understands how it interacts. Everyone can see that process flow as it moves forward. It works. Can we turn on a stable coin tomorrow if we wanted? Yes, we could. But there's no point trying to get too far from a technology perspective in front of what your business is actually operationally able to manage. The second area that, you know, as a salesperson, I'm probably spending the most time talking to our customers about is custody and ownership of assets. This is new. There will be a lot of people in your organization across ops risk, finance risk, compliance, legal, who their exposure to distributed ledger, in all honesty, is probably going to be cryptocurrency, which might not be the best starting point when you're trying to understand the implications of ownership of assets and beneficial assets as it moves forward. Just to give you an idea of the level of complexity, we actually have our distributed ledger team here right now this week. We're doing workshops with a number of organizations. 50% of those workshops is about the legal stature and custodial ownership of where that asset actually is. Very important. The last one, it's a really simple one. It's a network effect. When we first started the distributed ledger, it was very much the intra-company. And now that we've moved into the inter-company and cross-border, we're starting to see an acceleration. And it is a time thing. There's no way you can rush a network effect. It took Google a heck of a lot of time, and it just does take time to manage.
Yeah. No, look, I mean, I think from an industry perspective, it's fascinating because I'd echo all of those points, really. I think for me, where are we seeing challenges? One is basically that we're actually doing a very bad job of involving the risk compliance and legal functions early on. You know, most of the projects that we see are actually delayed heavily because of the fact that I think only 7% of the project team is actually from the control functions from day one. So we bring them in late, and then we find ourselves locked in discussions for the next 12 months. So that one really resonates, I think. The second piece, though, I think, and to your point about ecosystems, you know, 14% of the industry is blocked from, you know, by the fact that we've actually gone and built quite a lot of cool little networks, but ultimately they're all single assets or you know, one or two bonds running on a single proprietary blockchain. It's not that useful. And so transferability, as you said, everything, we need to get to the point where, and I think there's a growing awareness that actually a lot of the banks need to get back in their lanes and actually become risk takers, product issuers, not infrastructure providers. I think the last point I would make, though, that really plays to, I think, to the whole repos platform is the fact that, unfortunately, at the moment, the vast majority of DLT work is based on operational efficiency. So we're basically using it as a quite expensive reconciliation platform. Realistically, we're talking about the benefits in operational terms, but we're not talking about it in treasury terms, and we're not talking about it in portfolio terms. And so as a result, you know, we're really short-selling ourselves, in my belief, around the benefits of DLT to the industry. We're talking about just doing things a few percentage points better, as opposed to really doing things transformationally. Now, it sounds a bit of a cliche, but I mean, ultimately, you know, this is, as I said, for me, the intraday repo is a classic example of new stuff.
It's really interesting. The longer you go through a sort of process of innovation, and you start at the front of that process of innovation, and you think you have this great clarity of vision. Here is the problem of my customers, here is where I'm going to add value, and here is where the benefits are going to be. As you go through that process, it changes and morphs quite interestingly. And I think as you touched on, when we started sort of a year and a half ago, it was very much intra-company. It was a London office against their New York office. We were essentially trying to take the friction out of cross-border transactions, lower some costs, drive some operational efficiency. You know, for the first time, counterparties have a single workflow to look at inside a repo process, rather than it being Bank A's process goes here, Bank B's process goes there, and hopefully you meet at the bottom sort of with no issues. So, you know, that is where we started. And then sort of the next step started to be when we started looking at I always get the inter and the intra, the intercompany stuff, and really that became about revenue. How can I find a better yield on the money that I have? And we're now speaking to significant buy-side firms that are looking to be liquidity providers into some of the markets, just with their overnight cash. The third one, which I agree with you, I think is actually the really more interesting one, and potentially where the real money and benefit is when you start looking at the ability of having an intraday repo being able to move money and change collateral close to instantaneously. Yeah. Being a treasury department and being able to put a process in place. And we do have one of the banks we're talking to actually wants to go back to their regulator, discuss with their regulator once they have this platform in place and they have an enhanced service where their counterparty risk is low. I no longer have that collateral sitting with a counterparty or that cash for 12 hours when they only needed it for 6. I've been able to bring it back. I can move it faster intraday. If I have a problem with the collateral, I can quickly switch it out. If it's more beneficial for me to have something that's higher value, I want to use it somewhere else. So for them, they want to go back to the regulator and say, you know, on our LCR, can we get a couple of percentage points back, a couple of bips? Yeah. Now, you know, you sort of sit there and think, well, you know what, okay, you get 5 bips back. If you've got a couple of $100 billion of assets, 5 bips becomes a pretty important amount of money very quickly. So, you know, it's been an interesting journey. We're certainly looking forward to growing it with customers we have here. I've got our head of marketing looking at me right now, and I've forgotten to mention the fact that we sent a press release out last night for UBS. He's given me the thumbs up. So we've now launched sponsored repo. So within the platform, there's about 8 or 9 different sort of repo types or trade types that we're now deploying, sponsored repo being the last. That is probably one that is actually more based around a cost save, though, to be honest. So again, tremendous benefits, you know, and I think the next couple of years are going to be really exciting. It's one of my favorite things to talk to customers about.
Yeah, good. Well, look, Laurence is just about to literally force us off stage. So if anyone is curious about, we could just hijack the stage and do all the questions, but we won't. If anyone does have any questions, please find us afterwards. I'm sure we'll carry on the conversation. If you'd like to download the report, it's at thevalueexchange.co or broadridge.com. And thank you for your time.
Thanks, Barnaby. Cheers.
Thanks, Kurt. Thanks, Barnaby. We're now breaking up for coffee. Please be back in the room at 11:40. We will have a great panel on operational resilience with ASIC, Bank of England, European Commission, AWS, SGX, as well as a brief fireside chat on talent. So please be back in the room in 15 minutes. Take some time to visit the exhibition booths. And rest assured, we are trying to get rid of the polar wind blowing in this room, and hopefully it'll be a bit hotter in the room when you get back. Thank you.
My name is Darius Liu. I'm one of the co-founders and the Chief Operating Officer of iStocks.
My name is Christian Fischer. I am the Head of Technology at iStocks. In my role, I'm overseeing software development, infrastructure, and also IT operations.
iStocks is a fully integrated issuance, custody, and trading platform built on distributed ledger technology. We harness distributed ledger technology in our own proprietary manner to bring about efficiency gains that wouldn't otherwise be possible in capital markets today. By doing so, we better connect holders and users of capital and connect them in a more seamless way to reduce frictions, to increase efficiency, and to increase opportunities. iStocks is incorporated and headquartered in Singapore. We are fully regulated by the Monetary Authority of Singapore. And our key shareholders include the Singapore Exchange and Heliconia, which is a subsidiary of Temasek Holdings.
Choosing Amazon Web Services as our cloud provider, actually an obvious choice for us. For the iStocks platform, our customers, security, reliability and scalability is of utmost importance. Amazon Web Services provides us basically out of the box an infrastructure and also managed services which is exactly fulfill our needs. This allows us actually to fully concentrate on developing our platform. Given that we are regulated by MAS, puts us in a position which is actually very similar to any large bank in Singapore. Using cloud technology is a given. What really makes a difference and where Amazon Web Services is really on top from their competitors is the overall offering.
The most important outcome for us and our customers would be to build the most reliable, safe, secure, and functional platform for digitized security trading, issuance, and custody across the world.
We are running our entire iStocks platform on Amazon Web Services. We are using a wide range of AWS services and products within iStocks. AWS offers various services to help you to be secure on the infrastructure side, things like VPC, Virtual Private Cloud, and subnets. Another important aspect is that you are really in control of your environment. And there are products, for example, like AWS Config on Amazon GuardTOD, which allows you to really keep a close eye on your AWS environment. Using AWS, we can replicate easily our environments. We can spin up a new environment within a very short time. We're using a number of AWS services, which provides this high availability out of the box. I think a good example is managed databases, RDS service. From an application perspective, we don't have to concentrate on this. So we can really concentrate fully on developing our software and developing our platform. Ultimately, this helps us really to shorten our time to market. Startup company is, of course, extremely important for us to achieve our goals with the available workforce and budget, right? And I think this is exactly where AWS really helps you enormously.
We chose AWS also because we wanted a cloud service provider that puts us in the best position to meet MAS's security standards.
So I think the next stage for us will be to use AWS services around data collection, business analytics, business intelligence, and machine learning. And this will definitely help us to get a much better understanding how our customers are using our platform and how can we optimize it for our customers.
Being an investment platform that transacts in large volumes daily, it is highly important for iStocks to give assurance to our customers that we are a safe, secure, highly available, and reliable platform. It is therefore important for us to use a cloud service provider that represents all of these attributes. Being a cloud-native company, AWS has enabled iStocks to be able to react to market trends and to be able to build and scale in a very seamless and cost-efficient manner.
Question can change the world. It asks if what we do today can be better tomorrow. Questions challenge. They dream. They wonder. They dare to disrupt. The right question can modernize markets, creating economic progress for all.
With our successful merger with IHS Markit now behind us, we are unlocking the benefits of expanded data coverage, new technologies, and integrated solutions for our corporate clients. Consider S&P Global your one-stop intelligence partner to help you achieve your non-stop results.
Hi, it's James. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can see you, I can hear you, but your camera. Testing, mic test, mic test. Test.
We can hear who you after, sorry. Did you want all of us to respond or?
So we are currently checking with the settings inside the ballroom. Yeah,
Right.
so make sure that they are able to adjust our volume accordingly.
No worries. Thank you.
So all the sound checks are done. So we just go one by one to just say hello, that's the final sound check. Okay, so we'll start with you, James, first. Just say one time hello, and then
Okay.
that's all.
Hello, this is a sound check for the conference.
Hi, everyone. Oh, hi. Oh, hi, Francis. So. Great, welcome back everyone. Hope you enjoyed the coffee break. I'm very much looking forward to the next panel on operational resilience. It's our only virtual, or I must say hybrid panel of the day. And that's because we have representatives from the Bank of England, European Commission and ASIC, in addition to the panelists in person today. So we're very grateful to the panelists from the peer based in Europe and in the UK for waking up what's really in the middle of the night for them. So we're going to kickstart with this panel on ops res, and then we'll have the talent fireside chat. So I'm going to invite Fu-on and his two in-person panelists to the stage to kick us off. Fu-on, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me well? Okay, great. Welcome, everyone. And today's session, we've got visitors or guest speakers from all over the world. So let me introduce first James Andronis. If you can just wave, James. Yeah, all the way from Australia, from ASIC. We've got Boris August Stefanov from the European Commission. Maybe you just want to wave, just give it a wave. Boris, can you hear us, Boris? Yeah, great. And Orlando
Yes,
Fernandez from BOE. Please, can you just indicate yourself and just wave for us? Yeah. And then we've got Francis here from SGX, and we've got Alan from AWS, and myself from UBS. And we'll just be moderating the session for you. Today's topic is really about operational resilience. And we want to really discuss about the regulatory landscape and how the firms, banks, navigate the landscapes that we have today. So really, if you look at the landscape that we have today, it's really something that is very pressured in terms of economics. We also have a lot of geopolitical tensions. We also have climate risk challenges with extreme weathers. We've got also a lot of increasing dependency on third parties. And I think all this together with further digitalization causes a lot of strain in the sense of thinking about how we operate in this environment, especially for the banks. So today I'd like to really maybe pose some questions to our panelists, and maybe if you've got questions, please feel free to fill in the questions, then we'll respond to that as much as we can today. And I'd also like to read to you something from the BCBS as a context to the questions that we will raise afterwards. So basically, if you know from the BCBS, basically the Basel Committee of Banking Supervision, in 2021 in March, they prepared a paper called Principles of Operational Resiliency. Basically in there, let me just read the key word that they say. Operational resilience is the ability to withstand operational risk-related events that could cause significant operational failures of wide-scale disruptions in financial markets. Okay, so today we will talk about this. How do we actually navigate through this? And maybe we'll start with Orlando, maybe from the Bank of England. From your point of view, Orlando, from a regulator's point of view, what are the biggest concerns that you have around operational resilience?
Hi, thank you. And well, first of all, let me start by thanking the organizers for the opportunity to speak here.
Maybe you can increase the volume for Orlando. Okay, go ahead.
Well, does this help at my end as well? Is it better now?
I can't really hear.
right. Is this working better?
It's not working as well.
No?
Yeah, maybe you need to put the mic closer to you, yeah. Try that, Orlando.
Is that better?
Yes, better now.
Okay, thank you. I was just saying, well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. In terms of your opening question, so there has definitely been an increased focus on operational resilience in the financial sector around the world, which manifests itself both in terms of regulatory developments and industry practices. And that is gradually leading to some improvements, but there are undeniably some ongoing risks. And you've kind of alluded to a lot of them in your opening remarks, actually. Cyber and IT risks, I think third-party risks as well. And there are many variants of those, but I suppose the two most noticeable ones are risks around supply chain risk management more broadly, so looking beyond the immediate third-party contractors, as well as in a number of jurisdictions growing awareness of systemic risks stemming from concentration in the provision of vital services to the financial sector. These risks are not necessarily increasing or dissipating. I think I always prefer to think of them as shape-shifting. And they're obviously quite sort of sensitive to the external environment, which again, you kind of alluded to in the opening remarks. And that includes the sort of the relentless digitalization of the financial sector, the kind of volatile geopolitical landscape, and the emergence and rapid adoption of new technologies. From a UK perspective, we have sought to tackle these risks through a combination of principles-based technology-neutral operational resilience regulatory framework that was introduced in 2021 and which included modernized expectations for how financial institutions should manage third-party risks. We're also looking to introduce a framework in the coming couple of years to designate certain third-party service providers as critical to their financial services and directly oversee the services, similar to developments in the EU that I'm sure Boris will introduce. We're also looking to improve operational incident reporting and the gathering of data on financial institutions' third-party dependencies. And all of that is supported by, first of all, an established history of supervisory-led resilience testing, such as CBEST, which is a threat-led penetration testing framework that operates in the UK, sector-wide exercises such as CIMEX and cyber stress tests organized by the Bank of England Financial Policy Committee. Finally, and definitely not least, there's a long history of strong sector-wide collaboration, including sort of public-private initiatives like the Cross-Market Operational Resilience Group in the UK that actually provides a platform to pull and disseminate best practices and also sort of promote collective action in a lot of related areas as well.
Okay, thanks, Orlando. I note that you have helped to write some papers discussion papers on the third party, and also just now you mentioned about some third party data gathering. And is this something that maybe just give a bit more insight of what you think are the key principles from the regulators around third parties, and what kind of basic principles that you think are the critical ones that the banks should be looking at?
Yeah, well, obviously from an individual kind of institution sort of perspective, I mean, we place a lot of emphasis on strong governance, a kind of a robust sort of due diligence and onboarding process as well. We have also kind of looked to sort of clarify some of our expectations around, particularly around the use of new technology. So we have some guidance around the use of sort of data security in the context of third-party relationships. And we place, in line with the operational resilience framework, a very, very strong focus on business continuity, contingency planning, and exit strategies. I think that's one of the areas where we've kind of very much majored in recent years, partly because it very much links to some of the, I guess, core concepts in our operational resilience framework around the idea of important business services and the need to ensure that those business services stay within predefined impact tolerances. We've tried to very much, I think the core message on third-party risk management from the institution side is that we've tried to integrate it and make it very much a sub-discipline of a broader operational resilience framework. Then there's the systemic side, which I'm sure we'll cover in subsequent questions around some of the kind of concentration risks at the sector level and the impact that they could have in terms of financial stability, and which kind of warrants a little bit more of a direct regulatory recourse to some of these critical providers. And that's, I suppose, the next stage in the evolution of our policy.
Okay, good. Thanks, Orlando. Boris, over to you. What's your view from Europe in terms of the regulatory frameworks and some of your key concerns with operational resilience?
Yes, good morning, everybody. It's still morning, I think, over there. I hope you can hear me well. So in Europe, I think it's important to highlight that on the one hand, we have a horizontal approach when it comes to cyber resilience. We have the so-called Network and Information Security Directive, which was recently revised. The NIS2 directive that covers around 8 sectors of the economy. So it covers from transport, energy, water, health, the health sector, and it also covers part of the financial sector. It covers banks, CCPs, and trading venues. And it sets out basically requirements on risk management and incident reporting on cyber incidents for these 8 sectors. Then also from a horizontal perspective, we have the critical entities directive. Basically, it sets out a set of measures for the physical resilience of these sectors. So it mirrors in terms of scope the NIS directive. But then, of course, we always claimed that the financial sector is special. It has its special needs. And until a couple of years ago, I think the landscape in the financial sector was quite fragmented, in the sense that on the one, there were some sectors where we had quite some demanding or specific requirements, like, for instance, the payment sector, or basically financial market infrastructures. But then on the other hand, we had in other sectors very high level requirements, or even some in some of these sectors where requirements were inexistent. But that situation changed with DORA, with the Digital Operational Resilience Act that the Commission put forward in 2020. It was adopted. It was published last year and will enter into force in it will enter in application in 2025. DORA covers basically all the financial sectors. It covers around 20 different types of financial entities, from banks, payments, FMIs, basically everything, credit rating agencies, asset managers. So around, as I said, around 20 types of financial entities. It is built around 5 pillars. First pillar on risk management, so provisions on the risk management. Then a second pillar on incident reporting, a third pillar on testing, basic testing and advanced testing in the form of threat-led penetration testings. Then we have another pillar on the oversight. So we basically in DORA subject critical ICT third-party providers to an oversight. And then the final pillar is information sharing. DORA promotes the information sharing among financial market participants. Besides this perspective, we have there are also some other initiatives developing from a macro angle, if you want. So there are some initiatives working or developing or looking at cyber crisis situations, what to do when there is a cyber crisis. There are also some other initiatives looking at how to best exchange or to better exchange information sharing. And basically, yeah, that's a bit the perspective in general terms that we have in Europe on cyber resilience and operational resilience.
Okay, thanks, Maurice. I mean, as you can, I would say that from the two that are here, it's really about third-party risk, cyber resiliency, and I think testing was mentioned, and we'll cover that topic of testing later on. But maybe James, from your perspective for Australia, Asia, are these similar themes of cyber risks and third-party risk and regulations? What are your views on that from, at least from this part of the world?
Thanks, Fuan, and thanks to ASIFMA for inviting me to present today. So look, I mean, yes, we see similar trends in our jurisdiction as well. Just one thing to bear in mind in the Australian marketplace, the regulation of banks from the prudential side is dealt with by APRA, or the Australian Prudential Regulation Authority. At ASIC, we're focused on market conduct, and really my observations are really more around stockbroking firms. So obviously with since the pandemic and more recently with a number of high-profile cyber attacks, obviously a lot more focus by brokers and securities dealers and the like on operational resilience arrangements. Obviously, during the course of the pandemic, things changed. At first, we had the rapid move to working from home, so that created a whole lot of issues about operational resilience in that environment. Then we had the huge surge in trading volumes, and that created a whole lot of issues around infrastructure sufficiency to deal with increased volumes. Then we had working from remote work, or the hybrid working model, which is quite popular in our jurisdiction as well. So again, from a regulator, how do you supervise and make sure services are being provided appropriately in that space? We did introduce some new market integrity rules around technological and operational resilience that commenced in March this year. And their aim really was to raise standards across industry and improve the resilience of Australian markets. And they strengthen a number of existing obligations and provide greater domestic and international alignment. And they cover areas, as you'd expect, such as outsourcing, information security, BCP plans, governance, and resourcing. We're also going to be reporting on a cross-industry cyber pulse survey to benchmark how market intermediaries' cyber resilience is tracking and to develop sectoral insights, and we're using that intelligence to go back to entities to provide feedback so that they can improve and enhance their arrangements. And look, where we are a regulator at the end of the day, so if we do see serious failures to mitigate risks around cyber attacks and governance failures relating to cyber, we will and have taken action in that space. We do work across other agencies in government to have a whole of government response. And in our market too, we're doing some testing to see how the firms are implementing the new market integrity rules around technological and operational resilience. And we also, a few years back, we had an outage in the main trading market here, and it created some issues about brokers and that trading on alternate markets. So we put out a report, report 708, people might be familiar with, which talked about operational resilience of markets and market activity if a similar disruption event was to occur in future. And look, we're pleased to say that there has been good progress made by entities to implement solutions to improve their resiliency in that space, and we're just continuing to monitor how the final implementation of that is going on as well. So there are a few sort of things from our market to think about.
Yeah, thanks, James. I mean, as I hear you, it's basically a journey. I think all of us are taking the regulatory perspective. It's taking a journey in enhancing, reinforcing resiliency. Obviously, within the industry, I'll come to Francis and Alan in a while. In Australia, if you know, probably the APRA CPS 230 in terms of the regulations around resiliency with operational risks, with third party, with BCM all in one. We've got Japan, GFSA, banking supervision changes. We've got lots of changes in Hong Kong with their HKMA OR2 regulations on resiliency. And of course, here in Singapore with MAS, BCM, technology risks and outsourcing risks. So a lot of things happening in the regulatory space, and you will see more and more of this coming up and enhancing it. And maybe today, also quickly over to Francis and Alan about within the industry here, what are the concerns and what are the things that you're doing to respond to some of these principles from the regulations, plus also your own views on resiliency, how your companies or firms are dealing with it?
So maybe I start first. So as a market operator, we are very conscious about things like outages that affect and impact the whole markets. So we are obligated. Can you hear me?
Can you hear, Francis?
We are obliged under SFA Act to operate in every market in a very fair, orderly, and transparent manner. So there's a very fair amount of energies that we have devoted time to ensure that we enhance risk management as well as the areas on cultivating control. So a few things that we have observed on incident management, on outages, we have seen there's a growing need for us to continue to cultivate this control. So how do we do that? One of the few things that we have done is we learned and understand what are the possible scenario or circumstances we experience in the marketplace and put it into practice. So to give you a sense, SGX conduct about 15 such crisis risk-related exercise in a year. It can be involving 2 external organizations in addition to ourselves, to as much as 130 organizations to come together to practice and try to understand how we could collaborate with each other when handling such incidents. So we learned from the marketplace about cyber, as we were talking about earlier. Scam activity in Singapore is getting more. So how do we then tackle all this is one of the key measures that we have introduced. So as each of the exercises that we have conducted with our partners and our members in the marketplace, we then refresh this procedure and ensure that every employee internally within the organization understand how to handle such circumstances. So that's one. The second other ingredients are where we look at is more proactiveness. Proactiveness in ensuring when we deal with a market effectively, we make sure that we are able to introduce real-time analysis monitoring. So we have coupling a little bit more technologies like AI algorithms to look into activities such as surveillance, monitoring, risk management, as well as the issues related to outage. So these are the few things that we have introduced.
Okay, good. Thanks, Francis. I mean, something that you mentioned very interesting is proactiveness. I think for operational resilience, proactiveness is very important rather than reactive. We have to be reactive sometimes, but the more proactive we are, I guess, the more resilient you will be. So that's one of the key that you mentioned. But maybe, Francis, just maybe mention a bit about AI a bit in terms of how you can use that to better be proactive in what you do.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. So earlier, like I mentioned, we know and encounter certain scenario and an outage or incidents. We then build this incidents and create an algorithm that connect what possibly could affect downstream in various systems and could then be another external party that could affect us. All these are built into a scenario place with a certain algorithm that can trigger us to heighten the risk management. It can be an escalation or it can be a direct resolution to an incident. So it depends on how in this scenario is get played out. Yeah.
Okay.
And what is important that we build that back into the BAU and then operationalize it. So that's how we tackle and maintain the resiliency in the market.
Okay, good, thanks. Maybe over to you, Alan.
Thanks, everyone. I think it's very interesting that Francis mentioned incidents and scenarios, because incidents and scenarios has been the primary driving factor of the evolving regulation guidelines, and how these regulatory guidelines that our financial customers must adhere against also goes against with how the threat landscape has been evolving consistently. We have geopolitical scenarios, the Russian-Ukraine war, we have the pandemic that we are hopefully never going to see again in the near future. We have natural disasters impacting infrastructure, core infrastructure, where many of regulated entities sit on. So at AWS, we recognize it's very important that we provide resilient infrastructure, that our financial institution customers can build resilient services in the cloud itself. So when we talk about resilient infrastructure that AWS provides, we have 32 regions globally, and each of these regions consists of multiple availability zones, and each of these availability zones consists of one or more discrete data centers. So from a resilience of the cloud perspective, this infrastructure is in place for our regulated entities, such as financial institutions, to design and build applications that will be able to be highly available and recover against the myriad of disruption scenarios that exist in the threat environment today. So at AWS, we also have something what we call the well-architected framework. This well-architected framework enables our customers to understand what are the key availability, recovery, and even restoration requirements against the evolving threat landscape, so that their material applications that deliver critical economic activities such as your payment systems, your trading systems, will align against both mission criticality and use the well-architected framework from AWS that enables you to build resilient services on the cloud through a consistent set of architecture patterns. So with this set of architecture patterns in place that aligns to mission criticality of applications that our customers has a requirement to adhere against, we also want to talk about the high availability and auto-scaling capabilities that services deployed on the cloud today have. When you talk about high availability, it means that you're able to recover automatically, right? The keyword here is automation from component failures, because AWS designs infrastructure with redundancy in mind. All of our data centers have high power networking connectivity redundancy, and we're connected by a global backbone of low latency, high bandwidth global network. Is a private global backbone that we have. So with that in mind, with a resilient infrastructure, our customers can then understand that high availability comes when you deploy a service on the cloud today. And not only that, something I want to touch on is auto-scaling. Auto-scaling is a key capability. It allows you to monitor utilization and scale up and down as with the workload requirements. So today, if you have a particular resource sitting in deployed, say, in the Singapore region, if there's a heavy workload utilization, AWS with the appropriate auto-scaling policies configured will enable you to meet the demands of this sudden increase in workload. So now that I've covered the resilience of the cloud, how to design resilient applications in the cloud, I would like to touch upon finally about the safe and automated deployment capabilities of AWS services and tools. When you deploy a service in the cloud today, your process is automated, right? It even enables you to perform pre-validation of resilience capabilities before you deploy onto the cloud. So this safe and continuous deployment is called CI/CD pipeline, right? It's continuous integration, continuous delivery. It's a very powerful tool because it removes the manual errors associated with manual deployment or restoring application or redeploying to another region as and when you want to, right? In accordance with the threat scenario. So with that, that's some of the key capabilities. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Alan. And to me, the summary of what you just said just now, I think it's about resilient by design. So it's really something that you need to, again, being proactive. So within your own organizations, you can design, whether through a service provider or not, you can design upfront with your various teams to make sure that you are built from the start, from the very start in terms of resiliency. So maybe back over to the panel online. With all the innovations we have, what are your views in terms of how do regulators view such innovations? We mentioned a bit about AI just now. We mentioned a bit about resilient by design, new innovations coming in terms of the designs that was mentioned by Alan. Any views that you have on this topic? Any one of you, just quickly around the table?
No, I can talk to James. So, yeah, I mean, look, technology is not new to markets. The financial markets have been early adopters for a long time, and even things like AI, we talk about that as a new thing, but there's been algorithmic trading which incorporates elements of AI in it for many years. But look, the developments in AI, particularly generative AI at the moment, have the potential to be a step change, and whilst they can create some tremendous opportunities for productivity and the like, there's also risks and issues to deal with. At the moment, as I understand it, there's no real consensus on how to regulate AI, and different jurisdictions are taking different approaches. Our government, for example, released a discussion paper on safe and responsible AI recently. At ASIC, we're keeping an eye on developments around AI, particularly use cases and risks and governance and things like that. There's obviously important issues around ethical considerations and privacy and data issues that AI brings into the equation of things like model risk management frameworks may not have contemplated as much in the past. There's also a risk that entities rush too quickly into AI without really thinking about the appropriate controls and proper governance. And as a regulator, our interest is always going to be around the safety and integrity of the financial market ecosystem. And to the extent that new technology like AI or other things can affect that ecosystem, we're going to want to be involved and make sure that any risks and the like are dealt with. So, there is an important role for industry as gatekeepers to set the pace here, and the usual arrangements for controls around innovation and rolling out new systems are the same, whether or not using AI or some other technological system. So our view is that the governance and operational resilience, measures remain. The existing rules and obligations around good governance haven't changed, and we expect entities to be doing that as well. And as I mentioned earlier as well, we've had our new market integrity rules around technology and operational resilience to sort of feed in and support this as well.
Okay, thanks so much. Boris, Orlando, anything you want to add?
Perhaps from my side, I think when it comes to regulation or from a regulatory perspective, I think it's important to highlight that here in Europe, we did not regulate technology. So with DORA, with the Digital Operational Resilience Act, we do not regulate technology. It is a pretty much principle-based regulation. If you want, it focuses on what financial entities will need to do and not how they need to do it. We pretty much, for instance, when it comes to the risk management framework that we have in DORA, we pretty much focused it around the capabilities that financial entities would need to have in place in order to be able to, detect, identify risks, to be able to respond and recover, and also to incorporate lessons into this process. So as I said, I think, from a regulatory perspective, it's very important to have a principle-based approach.
Yeah.
Just to echo some of Boris's comments on that, I think in the UK, likewise, the framework that we have on operational resilience, on third-party risk management, the proposed critical third parties regime are all very, very much deliberately and explicitly technology neutral. But there's always a bit of a balancing exercise, because I think it would be disingenuous to say that the interest that regulators and industry have had in this field hasn't been somewhat fueled by technology transformation in the financial services industry. So there's always that kind of sort of delicate balancing exercise between sort of not stifling innovation whilst promoting resilience. I do think sometimes there is a bit of a misconception, sometimes for self-serving purposes perhaps, that the two concepts of innovation and resilience are somehow mutually exclusive, but in reality it's not really a zero-sum game. Like, innovative technologies should be, to quote you from earlier, the resilient by design, or better yet, promote resilience in their users. But one of the ways in which you can possibly sort of calibrate that inherent friction between innovation and resilience is through principles like proportionality, which obviously kind of tailor regulatory expectations and requirements to the size and complexity of financial institutions, and indeed also the concepts like materiality or criticality of the services as well, which look at the impact of a given service on a financial institution's operations. Like, the two concepts ought to be very much mutually compatible.
Okay.
It's also important, I think, to avoid always kind of going towards a new sort of shiny new thing, although I think we do also have to react to technological developments. We've also done a discussion paper on artificial intelligence in the financial sector in the UK that looked at very similar themes to those of Australian colleagues, such as human involvement and accountability in an AI context, third-party risk management and model risk. But to the extent possible, I think staying technology neutral is the only way to kind of stay agile enough to respond to whatever new trend comes next in technology.
Okay, thanks everyone. I'll go ahead and take a few questions here, because I think got maybe less than 10 minutes to go now, but let me just take the first question, and this is for everybody. If there was a checklist available to measure maturity and capabilities of operational resilience, IT or just operational resilience, what would be the top 3 key points that you will have to list? Maybe just for the panel here. Maybe start with Francis.
Well, I see that we talk about maximizing the operational efficiency. One of the things that have been in many other people's mind, like the earlier speakers, are on getting automation done in a fair, effective way. So we look at a lot of things where technologies have pushed us forward. One of the things that we constantly discuss in our marketplace is how we can elevate the capabilities such as the generative AI to model it in a way that it can become effective for our operations, and not just that, it carries resilience, and it has the capability of large machine learn for us to predict what could be calamity in the future. That's one key areas that we are devoting our time and spend in. The other ones are all where business are connecting with each other. We wanted to make sure that we could be able to harden such connectability. So things which we will be seeing on smart contract tokenizations, a trending that we are getting a vibe, and we see that in the foreseeable future, this will become a commodity in our business space.
Okay.
So these are the 2 key areas that I've seen a potential in getting a hardening of operational resilience.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
I'll cover it. I mean, like, I think to repeat the question, what are the top 3 items on the checklist you must have for operational
maturity,
to safeguard operational resilience?
Maturity, yes.
I think the first key point would be to have a very clear view of what are the important business services within a regulated entity or customer today at the financial institution. Because when you understand what are your important business services, you can then deploy it according to a consistent set of architecture patterns that will enable you to align against availability, recovery, restoration capabilities as required per the scenario analysis that you would also be analyzing these important business services against. So to me, my concept of operational resilience has always been that it's scenario-driven, because there's a bespoke set of resilience capabilities that are required to mitigate the impacts of each different scenario. So the first thing would be to understand, first item on the checklist would be to understand what are the key important business services that you may even want to deploy on the cloud today to safeguard operational resilience. A second key point would be then to validate the resilience capabilities, right? In order to validate resilience capabilities today, you have to look at it through different lenses, through what are the availability capabilities in place, because what happens when one of the servers that you're hosting your workload on goes down? Will it recover automatically, or do you have to do some manual failover? So when you take a look at the availability and recovery capabilities of a very critical service that delivers economic function, you will then want to ensure that if it's deployed on the cloud, you want to have tools such as the FIS fault injection simulator to automatically come up with test cases that can simulate disruption scenarios such as high network utilization, input-output errors, or pretty much cutting-edge testing before you roll out into deployment, right? So from the start to the end, you have design services that are resilient. You're able to test the services for the resilience capabilities before you deploy it in automated fashion out, right, to ensure that there are the appropriate capabilities to respond and recover against this ever-evolving threat landscape. Finally, the last item I would want to have on my checklist to safeguard operational resilience is a clear view of interdependencies, right? I think the regulators often want to take a look at the interdependencies, right? One critical service should not exist as a silo, right? It probably has interfaces with other systems. So most importantly is to understand what are your important business services, what are the applications that support the critical delivery, and what are the interdependencies, and design these applications for operational resilience against the specific threat scenarios in which each of our customers here operate in the different regions they operate in today. Yeah,
that's good. That's good. Thanks, Alan. That's great. And over to James, maybe. What are the 1, 2, or 3 checklists? Yeah.
Okay. I'll pick up off the work that we did at IOSCO, looking at lessons learned after the global pandemic, and a number of the points have already been raised, but obviously the importance of reviewing, updating and testing business continuity plans, really getting a handle on the information security risks and the whole cyber piece. And speaking as a regulator here, maintaining good communication channels between regulators, authorities, regulated entities and third-party service providers, because we've all got a common interest here to maintain the stability of the system. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And Boris?
Yes, I mean, I noted down two words, right? Two keywords, maturity and capabilities, right? And I think in the last, a few years ago, quite a few years ago, I think the focus was mainly on security, on strengthening your security, building up a high and thick wall. But over the last years, we have seen that is probably not the main approach, or not the main. That should not be the main focus. I mean, no matter how thick or tall the wall is, sooner or later you will have an incident. You will have a disruption. So there was, we have seen a strong focus on resilience. So I think that is one of the key capabilities that financial entities will need to pay attention to. Then in terms of maturity, I mean, achieving maturity, it is a process, right? It is a process that starts with the basics. So I think another key word here when in this context is cyber hygiene. So you cannot be cyber mature if you fail on the basics. So I think that is the first thing to do in order to achieve cyber maturity.
Okay. Okay, great. Thanks. And Orlando?
Thanks. I know I'm up against the clock, so I'm going to try and simplify things as much as possible and very consistent with the other comments. So first of all, identify what is important. What are the services that you're providing that ultimately, if disrupted, would impact kind of various sort of objectives? And obviously assign a maximum tolerable of disruption for those services. The second one is map your interconnections and interdependencies to the extent that you fully can, sort of understand where the vulnerabilities may arise and to facilitate testing. And third, and this is more of an assumption than a checklist, assume that there is going to be disruption and kind of prioritize incident management. Or to almost paraphrase what Boris was sort of saying, do not necessarily overemphasize the prevention over the recovery, but kind of look at disruption as a continuum and make sure that you're resilient across different phases of the life cycle.
Okay, good. I was running out of time, sorry. So we've got quite a few good questions here, but we're running out of time now. So let me just give the panelists, maybe if you can share with us one sentence or one word that is key to operational resiliency for our audience here today. What would you like to leave behind? One sentence or one word that will bring about the topic of resiliency in a nutshell. Maybe we'll start with James. Just to summarize everything that
I think that interdependencies and really understanding and mapping all of those, because even the smallest provider can wipe out the whole system depending on what function they play in the product suite.
Okay. And Boris?
Yeah, I agree. Interdependencies and also I think capabilities. I think this is an important aspect to look at capabilities, what you have to do in order to be resilient.
Okay, thank you, Boris. And Orlando?
Well, a similar kind of word. I think we need to take an ecosystem perspective of resilience increasingly, particularly if you are a systemic institution of any kind. So it's promoting kind of collaboration and cooperation across the entire sort of framework and understanding, as we said before, the interdependencies and vulnerabilities in that framework.
Okay, good. That's consistent. And maybe Francis and Ellen to round up.
So I see that there's a very strong need for beliefs and collaboration within the marketplace and participants to make this as a market resilient and base for our business.
Okay.
Yeah, and I do agree with Francis' points, but most importantly, I believe that deploying critical services on the cloud today safeguards the operational resilience capabilities to respond appropriately against the ever-evolving threat landscape. So that's my one-liner.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the panelists. Thank you for your time. And we really have taken a lot from this meeting and our moderation. And happy to also say that there'll be much more opportunities to talk maybe at the networking sessions if you want to, but we have to close off now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fuon, and special thanks to Boris and Orlando for joining us. What's literally in the middle of the night for them. Next, we're going to have a fireside chat on the talent challenge. Talent has definitely come up a number of times today, so I'll invite Sanjay, Pooja, and Sam to the stage for the fireside chat. Good luck, guys.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Maybe a round of applause to the two speakers for today, just to liven it up. We're gonna not talk about technology. I'm gonna deviate a bit. We're gonna talk about you. We're gonna talk about people. We're gonna talk about talent. We can always go back to technology in a while and talk about, and we'll cover that during the Q&A as well, giving us enough time. But firstly, on behalf of our speakers today, thank you for the opportunity to be up here and to share our thoughts. My name is Sanjay. I'm from Egon Zehnder. We're in the leadership advisory, coaching development, in executive recruitment. Our purpose is leadership for a better world. That's why we're here. Joining me today, we have Sam. Sam's from DBS. He's the Group CEO for Treasury and Markets. We've got Pooja, who's from PwC. Interesting that she came from aviation but moved into management consulting to do workforce transformation and digital transformation. So we got a good mix of contributors here today. I had the pleasure of getting to know them before the session, and 4 things came out. I just thought I'd share that with you to set the perspective. They've lived and worked in different places around the world. They've tried different things, experimented with different roles. They have shaped businesses. Lastly, they're highly curious and insightful leaders. You will see that today. As context, I was listening to the conversations this morning. We hear that technology change is rapid. It's faster than it was before. We hear social economic changes that are going place in the marketplace. And so how I grew up is very different from the world today. And if organizations find it hard to predict, how do they determine the future? People determine the future. But how will they adapt to that change? And that's a big question mark. I think, secondly, from a demand and supply perspective, we see that Gen Z, those who were born in the late 90s, early 2010s, they will form 25% of our workforce. So the generation shifts are happening. Their expectations will be different. They will bring new behaviors. And we'd like to cover that today as well. Without further ado, I'd like to start with a question. And that question, maybe we could start with Sam. Do you see a fundamental shift in the way financial institutions are approaching talent? And if so, why do you think that is happening?
Okay, thanks, Sanjay, and thank you, everyone. So let's start with Gen Z, because I think it's really important. And I myself have been getting involved in hiring all the way down to VP, AVP, senior associate, down to the associate level. And the reason is because we need to really focus on what Sanjay just said. So he mentioned in the next 2 years, 25% of our workforce will be Gen Z. And I think the fundamental question to ask there is, what do they want? We know from various studies done, Ernst & Young report, as well as the McKinsey report, that the first choice or preference for Gen Z is not banking and finance, which is very different to when we wwere growing up and we were graduating from university. So I think what the fundamental question to ask is, what do they want? To answer that, there's three key areas. First of all, most of Gen Z grew up on smartphones, so they did not have to ask their parents for answers to questions on life and everything else. It was there. So their search for knowledge had instant gratification. And that makes them both digitally savvy and independent. And if you look at how that translates today in the workforce, I was at SMU doing a master's program a few years ago, and the average age was much lower than me. And when we got divided into groups, you'd think you'd have a discussion, but we never did have a discussion. Everyone just divided up the work and went straight to it. So when this translates down into the work culture, they are not interested in elaborate discussions, elaborate meetings. They're highly independent, and they just want to get the job done. Likewise, they're not interested in groupthink or politics or maneuvering around, trying to promote themselves or look good in front of bosses. They just want to get the work done. Digitally savvy also means you won't find many employees coming and working for you in jobs like back office work, which involves reconciling your settlement system to your trade capture system, because they're just not interested in that, right? So that's the first two things. Secondly, Gen Z wants more than just commercial returns. They want to work for an employer that deeply cares about the environment, deeply cares about issues like social inequality. So, if your company has programs, which it could be anything, it could be volunteering to clean up places, it could be social financing, enterprise financing. So we find that programs such as social inclusion and all that have a high take-up. We find voluntary programs that deal with ESG, caring for the aged, have a high take-up when it comes to the new employees that we're hiring. And that's certainly indicative in the interviews that we have where they ask us. So that is something that we found that we have to develop further. Finally, one more thing is that during COVID, and this is not just, it's not isolated to Gen Z, but during COVID, right across Gen X, Y, Z, there is a focus on mental well-being, caring for the self. And that, for us, translates into we need to be flexible to give them flexible hours. We need to be flexible with our workspace. I think there is an expectation of comfort, of well-being, even in the workspace. So we have renovated a lot of our workspace towards, sort of making that more conducive. There is also other things that we've done, such as providing standing desks, providing work-from-home facilities and all that. So these are the things that we need to really, really focus on, amongst other things, if we want to retain the best and the brightest going forward in the next 5 years.
Thank you. Pooja, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, so just picking up on a couple of points that you mentioned, Sam, and I think starting with your example from SMU, I think that's a really interesting one where you said there's this tendency to not want to sit in focus group discussions, no group think. What we've seen is a lot of the time they're looking for nudges and prompts, and so short, micro, bite-sized learning interventions that actually helps them to retain a lot faster and also helps them to respond and react to it. So what we're seeing in a lot of financial institutions is how they're rewiring their entire learning interventions. And it needs to be small, short, because attention spans are getting shorter and shorter. And then it needs to be something where it is triggered on an ongoing basis. So you build it into their BAU, as opposed to it being them coming in to do a classroom training for 3 hours. That doesn't stick as well. The second thing, building on that point, is looking at using AI and ML to create for them the opportunities through a talent marketplace, for example. And what that means is that they can go onto a talent marketplace, upload their profiles, which gives them a perspective of their skills. And then they can use that to look for opportunities in a more project gig-based environment that allows them to experiment and try different things. And that's another way to help Gen Z get more excited about the work, because in their opinion, and similar to what you said, Sam, is they're not really keen to get into a banking and financial services environment when you have such a large startup culture and a tech environment that is, in their opinion, more exciting because it's more geared to the environment and the ecosystem that they grew up in. So I think those are a couple of things, just building on what you said, that helps to actually both retain them, but also create for the environment that can attract them into your organizations.
Thank you, thank you. And from time to time, what I'll do is I will, if there's a question that I think is relevant to what we speak, I'll just inject it in. And we talked about the 25% that's coming through, and what question was about, what about the rest of the 75%? And if I paraphrase, what can the young learn from the seasoned? Do you have any thoughts there?
Yeah, so obviously, look, you know, it's, so DBS and also markets where I work have a low turnover, and it's been encouraging to see that former heads of trading desks are now moving into the digital world. And they bring with them a wealth of experience because they understand the market, they understand the liquidity conditions, they understand what clients want. And combining that with, sorry about that, combining that with the expertise that the Gen Z bring, that is the coding expertise, that is, you know, obviously building solutions like algorithmic pricing and all that. We find that it is a healthy interdependence, because while Gen Z have excellent skills in programming and coding, to really understand it from the perspective of the marketplace is interesting. So I'll give you an example. So if any of you have trading background knowledge or traders, you'd know that, so for example, stop losses, if you're watching an order for a client to stop his position out or unwind it, right, when the market moves, these algorithms that we have created are extremely efficient. One touch and you're in a very volatile market, one touch and you're out, right? But what happens if your stop loss is, let's say, 1.4 in dollar Sing, right? 1.4 the figure, and it's coming down really rapidly from 1.42 to 1.41, and it hits 1.4 and goes back up again, right? The algorithm will say you're stopped out, you've sold out, we've unwinded your position. But this is where expertise come in. The senior trader who's been there for 25 years will say, hold on a second, that's not how we treat a client. We can't let algorithms make that decision. And it also depends on who the client is and how they react. Obviously, it's very sensitive, right? So that's when you just can't rely on algorithms. You need to have some sort of subjective decision making that machines can't make.
Thank you, thank you. Maybe I can move on to the point about, it seems as though I keep on hearing this, there's a scarcity of talent in the marketplace. Right? Particularly in the job that I do, there's a scarce of talent. And there could be many reasons, but I hear this quite often. And let's assume that is true. And if that is true, when talent is scarce, how do organizations then adapt to retain talent across the board?
I can start with that. So I think the way in which organizations are now thinking about their talent strategy is not how it was about 20 years ago, where when you had a need for a specific type of skill, you would go out in the market and look for it. What's happening now is, with the evolution of the types of skills that are required because of disruptors like digitalization, like sustainability, now Gen AI, there is too much of the pace at which is outpacing the way in which you can bring talent in. So how do you keep up with that? It's about rewiring again and restructuring your entire internal strategy to come up with a skilling strategy that allows you to find talent within the organization and supplying for demand within the organization through what you already have. And that works as a great retention strategy as well. So a lot of organizations are using AI, again, to break down what the construct of roles are and what roles meant in the traditional sense to the skills and capabilities that underpin it. And then using that information to then deploy those skills at the area of need. And this is not just for technology skills, because I do appreciate that more often we think about this only from a perspective like you mentioned in coding, for example. You know, you can upskill somebody in Python, for example, in 3 to 6 months, and then you're deploying them into a project-based environment. But it's across the board, thinking about the career progression, career development of individuals through a skills-based or skills-led view. And what that means is you're creating opportunities for them to do different things, try different things, not have a traditional path, and then supplying from within the organization to where the demand needs it most. And that, I think, is how there's been an evolution of the last 5 to 10 years of the overall talent strategy and the talent management within financial institutions. But anything you'd like to add from
Yeah, let me add to that, because it's really interesting what you said. So here's the thing. Everyone knows that programmers are in scarcity today, right? So the way, you know, when I joined, the way even my department worked was, okay, you know what? We want automation. Let's put it up in the budget for next year. Let's see if we can get a data scientist or a couple of programmers, project managers, and everyone's fighting for that resource. But the more we are evolving in this digital age, we're realizing that we don't need to have specific programmers and wait for them, or data scientists. We can start by low coding, and we can train everyone. And we've seen this amazing sort of journey whereby a lot of the middle office and back office teams at DBS have embraced low coding. When I say low coding, I mean Tableau, data visualization, I mean Python, you can do automation. And we are doing some interesting things right now organically without involving IT. And the results have been great because, one, you save on the budget. You don't have to constantly look out for the next IT resources that are free. And second, you are providing a massive incentive for our own employees to upskill. And the fulfillment what they get when they produce something, if they were doing presentations using PowerPoint, and now you're doing presentations using Tableau, where you can look at, you can look at charts and you can drill down. You can look at your P&L for the entire region and drill down to your country, to your trading desk. That is quite an achievement. So that's our strategy in this day and age. Yeah.
Thank you. That makes sense, because it's not just with technology. And I know we're talking a lot about middle and back office, but if you look at front office and sustainability trends that are now upcoming, and I was listening to the previous session where we were talking about ops resilience and the ESG framework and the ESG risk governance that comes in. Those are other capabilities that, to your point, if you start with a baseline understanding and awareness and you keep building on it, where you have targeted interventions and upskilling strategies for your organization, that's something that you can build over time. And it doesn't need to be something that is more short-term. It's a long-term strategy that you then inbuild and embed into your organization.
Thank you. And related to that, the mid and the back office, because we talk about operations and technology. So I also hear, a lot of conversation around zero ops. We need to get rid of ops in some cases. Now, how do you reconcile that? I mean, on the one hand, you see technology, digital, AI come through, and there's a sense of fear that my job can go away, even though it's important. So how do you reconcile with that? Is there truth in that statement?
So yeah, Sanjay, what a great question. So when I came in this morning, DTCC was talking about post-trade. So post-trade is basically affirmation, confirmation, reconciliation. It goes all the way to margining, custody services, corporate actions, settlement, so on and so forth. And if you have large infrastructures like DTCC, like middleware providers, like exchanges, CCPs, CSDs, right? Then you would think your from execution to custody fully automated, and you don't need large middle office and back office teams. But the reality is this: so for DBS is primarily a retail and corporate bank, and we have corporate clients, right? And corporate clients are quite demanding. I mean, if you ask them to go on a certain platform, it'll take a while. But more than that, they expect customized valuation to be done by ops. They expect your settlement instructions, which are all automated on Swift and everything. But last minute, they'll say, no, don't send it to my standard settlement instructions. I want you to send 25% here and 25% here and 30% there, right? So you have these bespoke requirements being made by your clients. So how do you deal with that? You can't when it comes to normal automation, but now we're experimenting with AI and machine learning. We are basically creating machine learning and just getting them to observe. So the robot observes all these requests coming in. And the robot is so familiar now that it realizes that these are the clients that will ask for these change in bespoke requests at these times. So if we can really train machine learning to that extent where they can predict what the client is going to ask and have it executed, then there could be a possibility that AI and ML will reduce the middle and back office, the numbers we have today.
Future?
Yeah, just to add to that, so I think, great points. I think when we're talking about operations, right, what you're going to start to see is that roles within operations and the construct of operations, to your point, they'll get defragmented. So there'll be components of them that will get completely replaced and completely disrupted by AI. There'll be components of them where the individual doing that part of the role or the task that underpins it will need to become an SME, right? So where it comes in and the individual is actually doing customized solutions, then that person becomes an SME. You build an SME pool that then comes in to provide that perspective at the point where it's needed. And that's where you start to think about, okay, what is your entire workforce going to look like? They're going to look like a bunch of tasks and responsibilities, but what becomes important for the organization is what skills do they hold, and how do you then use those skills at the point of need? It doesn't mean that people are going to get completely removed because people service people. And you're still going to need human judgment, and you're going to need hand-holding in a relationship construct. If you're saying with corporate and retail banking, they don't, your high net worth individual clients are not going to talk to a robot at the end of the day. They're still going to need a relationship manager that is able to hand-hold them through that job. So I think that's what's going to happen to the workforce.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so this is a really important point. I've noticed it increasingly that as employees are taking on Python and programming, their character is actually evolving into becoming more binary. Can you do this? No, I can't. It's not my job scope. You know, so where do human beings add value in tomorrow's workforce? And the answer to that is we add value where machine learning and AI cannot. And what is that? Absolutely what you said, making subjective decisions. Making decisions in gray areas where there's no binary solution, there's no yes or no. So you need to use a whole host of human faculties, ranging from empathy to understanding things from other people's perspective, connecting the dots around your businesses, both front office, back office, middle office, support units, to understand where is the issue. And it really requires training ourselves from the start, not only in sciences like maths and computing science, but you know, there is an argument for liberal arts. There is an argument of philosophy that helps you understand how to navigate when there's no right or wrong, or history, which gives you the data points of how things evolved in the past, and because history repeats itself. So we need to really look back at you know, as a human being, how do I contribute in this digital age?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I mean, judgment is going to be important. I can sense from us as human beings. You know, I also hear comments from the industry where talent might say, you know, I don't have the experience, but I have a lot of potential. Surely you must give me the opportunity because I have the potential. And so I'd like to put forward a hypothesis and then seek a response. So in the work that I do, there are 4 characteristics or things we look at when we assess talent, and whether it's a CEO or someone who's entering a new role. And that's because not everyone has the same level of experience, but they may have the potential. So the 4 are curiosity. Can I take feedback and adapt along the way? 2, do I have the engagement skills? 3, can I connect the dots? Therefore, I have insights. And 4, grit, determination. These are the 4 that we look at. And I wanted to test that reaction with you. Do you agree? Is there a particular point that you say is more important in the workplace today?
Oh, yeah. I totally agree with all 4 of them. So going back, Sanjay, when I'm sitting in front, so one of the things when I joined DBS, I looked at the job spec. And especially when in the COO world, you look after middle office, you look after project management, you look after ops risk, and a whole host of, and the job spec, I looked at it and it said, Masters of Financial Engineering. I'm like, why? Why? I hired a wonderful girl who is NUS Bachelor of Arts History Honors. And she was bright. She had good eye contact, body language. She had energy. As you said, it's all these faculties of sort of your attitude. One of the things that's lacking today when you interview a lot of the younger students is the sense of entitlement and their attitude, which is, if you don't offer me a job, I can get a job somewhere else. Where is that hunger and that passion and that drive? I don't see it, unfortunately. It's when I see someone, I do hire them right away.
Yeah.
If I can add to that, I think what's important, and you brought this point about the 25-75 split and where do actually people with experience and exposure come in.
Yeah.
I think that's where it's leadership that comes in to bring that element of grooming people to be ready for the types of roles which require them to be continually curious, be engaged, be good communicators. And I think that's where we don't emphasize enough in a digital world, because the emphasis is on the technical capabilities and skills and less on the human and behavioral skills, which is something that without which you can't really deliver on the technical side of things in any case.
Yes.
I think we need to think more about how we get leadership to emphasize more on that.
Thank you. I think there were a number of points that were covered today. I'll quickly summarize in 1 or 2 words. Future-proofing. You can't future-proof with technology or operations. You can future-proof through people. We talked about automation being important, but also the judgment. We talked about how do you succession for the future. We talked about skills, but we also talked about potential. And the point that we didn't cover today in the Q&A that came up was, from all the automation that takes place, how do we balance between data security, the controls that we put in, and the people? My suggestion is you've got wonderful speakers. Please reach out to them after the session. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I very much enjoyed myself this inspirational fireside chat. Please continue the good conversations outside over lunch. So the lunch will be served right outside. Please be back in the room at 10 to 2. This afternoon, we will kick off with a keynote speech by the Thai Securities and Exchange Commission. And then we'll have 3 great panels on cloud, tokenization, and AI. So very much looking forward to seeing you back, and have a great lunch. Thank you.
My name is Darius Liu. I'm one of the co-founders and the Chief Operating Officer of iStocks.
My name is Christian Fischer. I am the head of technology at iStocks. In my role, I'm overseeing software development, infrastructure, and also IT operations.
iStocks.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm very honored to introduce our first speaker of the afternoon, Ms. Warachia Srimashant, who is a Deputy Secretary General at the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission in Thailand. We're very pleased to have you with us today, and she will be opening the afternoon with her keynote. Ms., the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and honor to be here and share with you today in this ASIFMA conference on the theme of future-proofing Asia's capital market. Today, I would like to address the digital revolution in our capital market and our role as a securities regulators to empower and safeguard investors. I'll share this from a view of a native securities regulator who has been here in this role for 30 years and far from being a tech expert. This may be a similar type of regulator that you are working with on a normal basis. We all see that the financial industry and capital market are undergoing transformation, driven on the one hand by technological advances from online, mobile apps, and digital channel in the front end, and to the back end, empowered by AIs, big data, analytics, blockchain, cloud servicing, etc. On the other hand, we also face with geopolitical uncertainty and also calls for sustainability development. In our market, almost all banks and securities firms have harnessed technology to enhance clients' expectation in using their financial products and services to access vast array of financial data through online database. They also use automation, analytics, and RegTech to optimize operations and monitor risk and compliance. On the business landscape, however, although the trend of digital disruption has been around for quite a number of years, we have seen that the actual impact to the landscape is more pervasive rather than disruptive. We have seen some shift of product to digital assets. Though digital assets have now accounted for only 2 or 3% of the stock trading, they could draw more than 2 million accounts, new accounts, in just a matter of 1 year. Key market players are largely the same, but with increasing new players being channels to access overseas players' platforms. In other words, a global firm can access or enter into a new market like us easier, faster, less costly, and still can harness their centralized platform and investment management to serve our local clients. However, most of them are still small with minimum impact to our local firms. Internet trading or online investment, together with algo trading, is increasing. However, investors still need human touch and advice. Investors still make 60% of their investment through people channels. On the fund management, digitization enable retail investors to access mass customized advice, investment portfolio advice and management at a lower cost. Some AI funds have been introduced but have not been very successful. Many because the market is multidimensional and a lot of soft factor where AI are not yet programmed to learn or fed with data. With the coming generative AI, the impact can be transformative. Its capability in language processing is that to generate text reports is indeed fascinating. We can ask AI to write report on valuation of Tesla, give portfolio advice for consumer with a given profile, list undervalued stocks as of today information in just seconds. Although the prompt comes with the disclaimer that it is not financial advice, its potential uses and impact can be revolutionary. Ladies and gentlemen, these developments are bringing both benefits and risks to investors and market participants. They also pose new risks and challenges to regulators. As a security risk regulator, we support innovations that empower investors and increase market efficiency, while ensuring that risks are mitigated so that market remains fair, orderly, and transparent. As the market becomes increasingly digitized, Our role are threefold. First, to prevent harms to investors and to the public. Second, to improve our regulations, process, submissions that enable and facilitate digitization of our market participants, as well as enhance our own capability to detect and deter wrongdoing on the digital platforms. Third, to support and develop digital infrastructure or facilities that market participants alone cannot achieve, like data exchange platform for a securities bureau or for portfolio aggregation to investors. With this time constraint, let me focus on our prime responsibility of preventing harm and safeguarding investors. I believe that the issue of operational resilience, cyber risk, data protection, third-party service providers, and standards of digital identification have been addressed, at least at the principle level. Standards are set, practices are monitored and audited. However, continued improvement is required with the evolving technology and harms, as well as our deeper understanding of more specific practical issues. On the cloud issue, core trading system of our traditional market is still on-premise, but Office supporting system and system for digital assets are mostly on cloud. As business will migrate to be more on cloud, more work and consultation through the value chain with stakeholders in this ecosystem will need to be more. We need to address concerns on concentration risk of the few providers, on the extraterritorial data center, on the different ways to manage risk, data privacy, and that kind of things. For digital asset business, there are combined broker, exchange, and custodian in one entity. We ensure that clients' assets are well safeguarded from fraud and cyber risk. We also require separation of trading and servicing system to ensure that investors can have access to their assets even when the trading system is down. For customer conduct through digital channels, securities firms have to make sure that investors get sufficient information and risky assets are offered to the right investors. We take more conservative approach. Securities firms can offer their product to offices in their shopping malls, but not in shopping platforms. There are risks of personal investment data breach, risk of mis-selling, and possible unlicensed solicitation that makes it difficult for investors to differentiate. For algo trading, there have been complaints on the speed that put retail investors at a disadvantage. Our speed limit is already not very high, and to reduce the gap, the exchange chose to allow individual investors to use DMA and program trading, which was previously limited to institutions. In addition, brokers and exchange are expected to screen the algos to make sure that they are not manipulative or predatory on other investors. For the new generative AI that is open to the public, its amazing power can also be used to generate fake news and other forms of misinformation. Fraudulent and infringing financial documents such as fake financial statements, research reports can be proliferated. Distorted investment views could also be shaped by AI, like what happened in the political elections. So we have to work more with the unlicensed rather than the licensed. If so, if this kind of things happen, who should be responsible? At this stage, AI may not be totally accurate, so careless use of AI by regulated entities can also cause harm to investors. As Asia is known for its soft power like culture, relationship, empathy, or even feng shui, it may take some more time before AI can replace human in giving investment advice. Clients need to know that they are working with AIs, not human. There are many areas where AI can cause harm, and AI providers need to be responsible in what they allow their AI system to generate. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a constantly evolving market. We believe that risk-based, technology-neutral, same risk, same regulatory outcome approach with expectations and guidelines for market participants is the best way to capture new risk and give sufficient flexibility to market participants. For market participants, trust and confidence will always be crucial. Innovation has to create value to all stakeholders on a responsible, fair, and transparent basis. Regulators have to catch up with innovations, build capacity to understand risk, and capability to detect and enforce fraudulent practices. However, most of those in regulatory functions are not tech experts, and our habits of telling market participants to do or not do things have to change to be more collaborative and ask more probing questions. It's the market participants who have to explain and answer on the business model, how it works, incentive, risk, and how they are managed. At the end of the day, technology and artificial intelligence are developed for better living of people, of genuine human beings. Collaboration and consultation among regulators, market participants, tech providers, other stakeholders, together with investor education, upskilling, will enable the capital market and society to grow in a more sustainable way. We believe that working together on the above endeavors, we can create a capital market that is both innovative and safe for investors. And only through that can we strive to be future-proof. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Ms. Rimashant, and thanks very much for traveling all the way from Bangkok to be here with us in person today. And thanks for sharing the SCC's views on so many things, but including on cloud, AI, and digital assets, which sets us up really nicely for the rest of the afternoon. I'll now invite the first panel of this afternoon to the stage. Sophie, please, Sophie Lorette at Standard Chartered Bank. She will be the moderator of the cloud panel. So I'll let you introduce your great panelists, and thanks for being with us today. To the audience, we had some great questions this morning, so please keep them coming. I'm sure the panelists will be delighted to answer them for you. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm very excited to be moderating this panel. I think we've got a great range of speakers from a very diverse set of perspectives. So over to my far right, Dan, who's group executive. I knew I would get it wrong, Dan. Group executive of ASX Tech and Data Business. Stuart Gore, Group Chief Tech Officer for Asia Pacific at Deutsche Bank. Jocelyn Howe, who leads the FinTech Innovation and Policy Research Group at the BSP, the Central Bank of Philippines. And to my right, Ameya Kamat, who leads the implementation of IBM's Cloud Global Agenda across APAC, with a specific focus on financial services. So as I was in the breakout room earlier today, somebody said, oh, cloud, we've done it to death. So no pressure, my dear panelists, but I really do hope we prove them wrong. So I guess I want to dive straight into things. And yes, we may have spoken to cloud for a few years now, so I guess a key question for me is the need for cloud in financial services even debatable today? And I'm going to start with you, Stuart. Could you tell us a little bit about your experience on the cloud journey at Deutsche Bank?
Sure, absolutely. Hi, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today with you all. I guess, is it imperative? Mic's not working. What about now?
Can we try again?
Is that better?
Can people hear Stuart? No. Okay. Well, there we go. We've got a solution.
What about this? Perfect. Hi, everybody. It's an honor to be here.
There's a feedback, yeah.
Okay. Well, perhaps Laurence, while we fix Stuart's issue with the mic, I'm gonna go over to Stuart, to Dan, perhaps, because you've got quite a unique experience in terms of the cloud journey. You're not sort of as advanced as traditional financial services firms might be. So, can you tell us a little bit more about how you're looking, perhaps, to move to cloud? Is that an end goal for you?
Yeah, I'll try. Can I just check, make sure that you can hear this okay? Yep. So Sophie mentioned ASX is not at this stage a very large user of cloud. I think probably less use than you'd see in a lot of our clients and the banks in Australia. The banks in Australia were quite early adopters and have used cloud for a number of years, but I think particularly for our critical workloads, and I'm talking there about our matching engine, but also some of our post-trade processes, we've had an on-premise emphasis for a long time. Some of that's legacy. The systems that we've implemented don't necessarily all lend themselves to cloud, so moving to cloud would actually require quite a significant level of engineering and update as well. But it's also worth noting that a lot of exchanges do have our customers putting their equipment in our data center, and they've invested in many cases significantly in the equipment that they put in the data center, and they expected to have a very predictable and measurable latency profile and security standards, which historically the clouds haven't been able to provide. Now, I know over the last little while there's been a lot of progress, and I would call out the partnership between AWS and NASDAQ and CME, Google in particular, as being really interesting examples of exchanges working now on trying to break that challenge, if you like, down and make it a much more granular and smaller challenge to address. But that will take time. But I think as a result of that, we haven't been as big at using cloud for those workloads. Now, where we have been significant users is in areas like analytics and now increasingly digital, and we're starting to look at some of our other post-trade or risk systems as well. And I think those do lend themselves very well to cloud. You asked the question, is that ultimately our goal? I think there's an inevitability that many things will be moving to cloud over time. But I would just call out, I guess, that in my mind, the goal isn't necessarily to get to cloud. It's not the location of the workload that matters, but it's more probably moving towards a more software-defined infrastructure pattern, and a pattern where you can spin up and tear down environments and move the workload to where you want it to be more flexibly. I think that's a worthwhile goal, but it's probably more about automation of controls, automation of policy, and providing a developer experience which is equivalent to what they'd expect.
Well, thank you. Stuart, is the mic working now?
I'm lucky, maybe. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep.
Hello?
Yep. Keep on nodding.
We got it. Okay, perfect. So I think the question was around whether kind of cloud is an imperative, and I certainly, from my perspective, the answer is very much yes. I think there are, as Dan has kind of articulated, there are plenty of very solid use cases for for. You can't hear.
Maybe move the mic a little bit closer.
Okay. What about this?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think there's some very solid use cases for using or for keeping workloads on premise, as Dan has articulated. Where ends it here? But I think if we look at kind of the benefits in general in terms of sort of the FI industry, so for me, obviously scalability, elastic scale is very relevant today. The ability to kind of to meet peak volumes throughout the week with cloud scale is really, really critical. And then the ability to kind of turn the tap back down again as well is equally critical from a cost perspective. Resilience and stability is also one of the main attributes you get from running in cloud. And I think that's super important again, particularly with respect to the pressure that certainly banks and FIs are under to kind of keep services online, kind of 24/7. And I think we see a lot of pressure there, so I think it definitely works from that benefit perspective. But for me, those aren't the things that make cloud imperative. What happens next is what makes cloud imperative. And I know it's been touched on a few times today already, but kind of the next 10 years we'll see kind of artificial intelligence really sort of take over. And that transformation really relies on cloud. The ability to kind of, again, consume vast amounts of compute when you need it to go and run your models and your algorithms. The ability to kind of leverage very large data sets, again, will tend to require cloud. But more than that, you've got the fact that the big kind of hyperscalers have invested billions of dollars into kind of AI toolkits, into data science techniques, into models that, that we can leverage as customers. And so it's that benefit that banks and FIs can really kind of lean on as we move through the next decade.
Thank you, Stuart. Jovelyn, I want to turn over to you because obviously you've got a regulatory point of view, so a slightly different perspective. But I also understand that in the Philippines, you've got quite a unique experience of using cloud for certain rural banks, which has worked out quite well. And I'd be interested in you sharing that experience with the audience today.
Yeah, thanks, Sophie. I hope you guys can hear me clear.
Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. At this point, actually, the larger FIs in the Philippines, they have the privilege or the luxury of time, if I may call it that, to think about or plan regarding their cloud strategy. So initially, most of them would put non-mission critical applications in the cloud. But for rural banks or the smaller banks in the Philippines, it's actually part of their survival plan. So such as in the case of this one rural bank in the southern part in the Philippines. So I think more than 5 years ago, they started their cloud journey. They shifted their core system to the cloud. And then it actually paid off because in December of 2021, there was a super typhoon that hit the southern part in the Philippines. And everything was down. Power was down, telco was down. But that rural bank was able to turn up their ATM services in a matter of, I think, a few weeks. So that's, maybe in Singapore, it's not very impressive, but in the countryside in the Philippines, that's very impressive. So we have seen, the BSP has seen the benefits in that, so much so that we're actually having a rural bank strengthening program. And part of that initiative in that strengthening program is for the BSP to look for a cloud service provider and provide support to rural banks so that they can also tap in and take advantage of cloud services for their operational resilience.
Thank you, Jovelyn. Ameya, so you come from the provider kind of side of the spectrum. How do you see the cloud journey in financial services? Any kind of lessons to be drawn, across different sectors, for example? How do you see that going?
Sure. Thank you, Sophie. Thanks, everybody, for having us. I think what Jovelyn articulated was the best, right? It's one of those sectors which sees privilege and survival, both needs in same bucket, right? That's something different we don't see across sectors. So I think cloud, and to Stuart's point, it's not just something which is a need, it's an imperative. But what cloud also has done over time is it has democratized technology. Today, the same technology is available to the largest financial institutions, right down to the smaller rural banks. And what that gives is, a certain level of advantage to the smaller fintechs, smaller banks wanting to do things, as well as a disadvantage where a lot of large banks would have invested in heritage technology, but now are competing at the same level. But a good example to highlight was what we heard from OCBC in the morning, that they spent 6-8 months, working with a fintech. But as they went into production, they figured out that, the regulations were not quite met, et cetera. So as vendors from our side of the world, I think the direction is to go beyond just providing world-class infrastructure, right? Are we providing uncompromised security? Are we standing up to the regulatory pressure? So it's just not enough to build this all-pervasive large infrastructure. Is it that we are working in lockstep with the industry, with the regulators to provide that extra edge? I think that's the view which is different today for financial services in particular for us.
Thank you, Ameya. And I think I'll come back to you on that point, actually. Before I move on to the next question, just to remind the audience to please do sort of submit any questions that you'd like the panelists to answer. So it sounds like it is an imperative, but we are still facing challenges, right, in that journey. And I guess, Dan, you're kind of at a different kind of point in time of that journey. Can you tell us a little bit more about why perhaps it's taking more time? What sort of challenges you're facing in terms of that cloud adoption for ASX?
I mean, I think I probably touched on some of them in the introductory response, but maybe just to reinforce, I do think it's the direction of travel that we're all heading, but I think it will take a long time, particularly for financial market infrastructure players. And the reason why I think that is, when we make a change to some of our systems that connect to, in some cases, hundreds of other participants, we can't force a change onto the customer without it being of some value to them, or we have to certainly manage the scale and speed of change with their ability to absorb it. So, when customers have invested heavily in the technology they put in our data center and the connectivity solutions that they use to connect to our markets, we have to be very, very careful and thoughtful about the way that we introduce things like cloud into that environment. I also think some of the risks that were highlighted in the keynote this morning from a representative from MAS, I think are worth highlighting. That cloud in and of itself doesn't make it immediately secure. You can still misconfigure. You can still have people risks. You can still have concentration risks. And so I think for any really, really meaningful and critical workload like Australia's core matching engines or the clearing and settlement system for the country, we have to be very, very mindful and never forget the fact that we need to have some level of operational resilience, which if you put all of your eggs into one basket can be a challenge.
Thank you, Dan. Stuart, Amaya, I kind of want to ask you both the kind of same question. What, in your view, is the single kind of main blocker in terms of this cloud adoption?
I think there's probably many things I could pick from.
If you were to pick one.
Yeah, I'll pick one. So I think I'll look internally rather than externally for this one. So I think for certainly the older institutions, I think it's legacy that is the biggest obstacle. So the fact that we've got the big banks and FIs who have spent decades kind of building applications bit by bit. We've got applications that are sometimes decades old, and so porting those applications into a much more modern native cloud environment is very difficult. And it's very difficult to do so in a way that you extract benefits from being in the cloud environment in the first place, which is back to Dan's point of there's really any point moving to cloud if you're going to get some real value from doing so. So kind of how do you fix that? Well, really, I guess you've got one of kind of almost like three options. The first one is that you just don't go to cloud at all. The second one is that you look to kind of break chunks off bit by bit. So you take your existing app, you take a service, and you recode that, redesign that as a service that you deploy into cloud, and you kind of gradually deconstruct the old app and rebuild it into the cloud environment. Or number three, you kind of build something from scratch in parallel. So and those are the approaches that that many sort of market players are going after. But it's difficult because that requires funding, time, and investment, and those are scarce commodities. In this day and age, you're competing against new business features, new functionality. You're competing against key regulatory programs. And basically deconstructing and reconstructing the application doesn't give you anything in itself. So it is hard to kind of to get the prioritization and the funding and the time to move some of these legacy apps into cloud. So that's my I think that's the biggest challenge at the moment.
Would you agree with that, Amaya, from what you're seeing?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Stuart comes from a bank with a rich legacy, and that problem also exists in terms of how do we now convert that legacy into a modern platform? And I'm sure he will agree also. So a lot of times we have seen in the cloud world that people start with an answer. So every question, the answer should be cloud. And I think that also has left a lot of projects which are unfinished. So I think a good starting point would be, what's the end outcome of a modern outcome of this particular workload looks like? And then is the answer cloud? Is it hybrid cloud, or does it continue to remain on-prem like, Dan's few decisions have? So I think that's an first level. And next, going on to what are the regulators, the authorities telling us? A lot of times people do want to say that, oh, a big blocker is because certain agency is not allowing us to do. Our side, from the fence, we actually embrace a well-articulated regulatory policy because that has enabled a lot of financial institutions who are our customers to accelerate the adoption to cloud. And I think the third would be is just moving away from strong existing platforms to cloud just because it's the next best thing. I think there is a lot of strength which is achieved by the existing legacy platforms. And obviously, our legacy comes from our mainframe platforms and power platforms, etc. Strong, still running the global economy, and it's already has a path to cloud. So I think just leaning on that legacy into modernization, I think that will be a better option.
Interesting that you would have both picked like internal kind of strategies and legacy as the single biggest blocker. One thing that we do hear a lot in terms of perhaps, in terms of the slowdown or the difficulty in deploying cloud efficiently is around regulation, right? And often, around data localization requirements, for example. So Jovlin, I want to turn over to you, of course, because many of us will have heard about the draft executive order on data localization for data stored in the cloud, which might have caught us a little bit by surprise coming from the Philippines. Can you tell us a little bit more about this initiative and what perhaps the BSP point of view is in regards to that development?
Yeah, sure, Sophie. So before I proceed to answer your question on the draft executive order, let me just share with you guys that for the BSP, we did not allow the lack of regulations in terms of cloud a few years back for institutions who are interested to explore that technology to proceed and go ahead with that experimentation. So even though I think in the early 2000s, we have yet to have the policies and the regulations to support such activities of FIs, we still allow them to do so in a limited and pilot implementation. So I can say that for the BSP in particular, we look at these innovations as, especially if these are being brought in by FIs as enablers in terms of their operational resilience and for them being able to have cyber resilient as well operations, then the BSP is supportive in terms of those things. And then to go back to your question on the executive order, so just to provide context to everyone. So there was this draft executive order that came out, I think a few weeks back, and it talks about data localization requirements in the Philippines. So everyone was shocked, to say the least. But just to clarify, that draft EO did not come from the BSP. And we were also not consulted in terms of that draft being circulated for comments by affected agencies and institutions, as well as, of course, the industry themselves. And in terms of the BSP's response to that draft EO, having those strict data localization requirements in the Philippines. So for us at the BSP, we're looking at security not as a function of location. So it should be a combination of the risk management frameworks and practices of the FIs to ensure whether or not subscribing to the cloud would be a better option for them in terms of security and operational resilience. So we're hoping, so right now, we're still trying to identify which specific agency issued that draft EO. So far, nobody has come forward to claim ownership of that draft EO. And to also further support the BSP's cloud initiative, we're also subscribing some of our SupTech tools using cloud services. So, it should be seen as part of digitalization strategies, not only for FIs, but also for regulators.
Great, thank you, Jovlin. I think that position will be reassuring to a number of us, and we look forward to seeing this as it develops. Now, I want to move to a different set of questions, which is going to touch a little bit on some of the questions also asked from the audience, and thank you for that. CSPs tend to generally fall into the category of outsourcing third-party kind of obligations. Now, Stuart, I'd like to come back to you. Do you think, traditional third-party obligations associated with contractual clauses, do you think they cater sufficiently to the unique specificities of cloud? Do you think that as a model for us, in terms of our compliance efforts, do you think that works?
I think as with all things, that we're going to see a continued evolution of those. I mean, we've kind of talked about in the past, I think, around kind of the shared responsibility kind of model with respect to kind of CSPs and other kind of key vendors. I think that's a part of it where, up front, it's very, very important that an FI understands the boundaries between their responsibilities and a cloud service provider's responsibilities, which is all part of the broader kind of vendor risk management kind of topic. I think, and to kind of break it down very, very quickly, it is the CSP's responsibility for really infrastructure security, network security, for the, in effect, the hypervisor layer and the services they provide, whether it's database as a service or some kind of AI toolkit. They are responsible for those, but it is very much the FI who's responsible for, data privacy, data protection, for access management, identity management, for managing the OS and the application layer. And so it's key that these responsibilities are understood, and that forms certainly a big part of the question you asked me. I think we're seeing obviously a lot of focus on ensuring that we have the right controls and governance in place to manage vendors, and including things like the right to audit, the service providers that we have. So we're able to demonstrate that we do have, a strong governance over the contracts we have. Subcontracting is the other topic, and you brought that up. I mean, that's been a part of, I guess, our vendor risk management framework in the industry for a long time. We're very used to kind of outsourcing to vendors and them subcontracting to other areas. So I think the key frameworks are there. It's just going to be interesting to see now how the regulators kind of evolve their supervision potentially of some of the service providers as well as the banks themselves.
I mean, let me sort of develop on that, because there's increased scrutiny, right, on fourth and fifth parties. Do you feel like currently with the current approach, you have sufficient visibility over the overall supply chain?
I think
oh, sorry. Yeah, is it working?
Sorry, seems like we're doomed.
We are. No, there's lots of gremlins. But I mean, at this stage, yeah. So I think, like I said, I think it's very much there's a lot of evolution going on in this space, and I think it will depend from bank to bank and the providers they're using. But certainly, yes, we feel that the frameworks we have in place today allow you to have the right oversight over what your vendors are doing, and that's an important part of the governance that we have in place today to manage our vendors.
Ameya, I want to go back to what you were saying earlier, because I think it builds on Stuart's response just now. You were saying how you were seeing yourself very much as a partner, in that journey with FIs. So can you tell us a little bit more in terms of how you're accompanying the financial sector in terms of the overall compliance efforts and what specifically you're doing in that space? And if, to Stuart's point around the shared responsibility model, is that something that you see perhaps not as the silver bullet, but as, a sort of approach that works well in terms of, delivering confidence over to regulators?
Absolutely. And again, as I said, completely agree. And to your point, it's not a silver bullet. We see as table stakes, right? That should be a bedrock of how CSPs are collaborating with the industry. So we do it in few different ways, right? First of all is we have a Cloud for Financial Services Council, which is established. There's 100 plus participants in that, which includes financial institutions, regulators, vendors into it. It is this community effectively which is giving the direction, giving the feedback which we require to better serve them. It's all external, it's all open. Then we extend that to the technology which we are offering, and as cloud, we will stand up and agree to take over third and fourth party risk on behalf of our customers. And we can do that because every single technology piece, not just the infrastructure piece from a CSP like us, but all the software which go on top of it from third party vendors go through a strict regulatory governance process which we have developed ourselves along with the regulators. So effectively, it is not just giving technology, but building this entire ecosystem on top of it, which gives an end-to-end view for the regulators as well as the customers on all the suppliers, all the components. I think so. That to us is the very framework in which we start the conversation. Which then comes on the business outcomes and etc., which is completely separate on how do we do it. But again, not a silver bullet. In my view, table stakes on how do we engage.
Thank you, Amir. Dan, yeah, I was going to come to you, but it sounds like you want to raise something.
Maybe I'm just going to try and react a little bit to the language of shared responsibility, because I find that a little bit challenging. I think ultimately that the regulated entity is the one that has the responsibility for its license obligations. And so when I think about if we were to use a cloud service provider for any workload which had a regulatory obligation on it, it's ultimately up to the ASX to ensure that we can meet that obligation. The fact that we use a cloud provider for part of that, is our choice, if you like, and I don't see the regulator necessarily stepping in to say you can or cannot do that, but it's ultimately you have to make sure that it's within your risk appetite to use that, because there's not one size of cloud, there's not one version, there's not one use case, and you can configure it in different ways as well. With that said, I think that the engagement that the CSPs are having with regulators is very, very helpful, and I'd encourage that to continue and deepen even, because I think that the more that the cloud service providers are building industry-specific solutions or working groups and expertise in terms of what matters for customers, that's what will actually help adoption. But I think shared responsibility can make it feel like, well, maybe responsibility is fine, but accountability has to sit with one person, otherwise it's not really accountable.
Thank you for that, Dan. We've heard this morning, there was a panel on operational resilience, and it's obviously a key area of regulatory focus right now, critical third parties, concentration risk, and that remains a challenging new area for us to all grapple with, sort of financial institutions, cloud service providers, and regulators alike. Now, Jovelyn, I'd like to ask you, do you think regulators should step in more? Do you think we should evolve towards a model whereby there is more direct oversight to the European Commission's representative earlier this morning's point, around DORA, which includes, such a framework, and the UK sort of toying with that idea as well? I understand you're part of the MAS Financial Services Cloud Forum, the BSP is. Can you tell us a little bit more about this initiative and whether you're actually leaning towards that model?
Hello, okay, good. Yeah, so the BSP is actually part of the FSCRF, the Financial Sector Cloud Resilience Forum, and that being spearheaded by the MAS, it actually aims to have a common understanding of some of the terms that we're talking about, because sometimes from a regulator's point of view, when we say concentration risk, it's a different meaning when you ask the CSPs and even the FIs. So I think the question right now is, the strategy I think right now should be to explore that option first, the collaborative engagements, because it's hard to move towards regulators supervising CSPs. Because again, we have to go back to the legal framework. Is it part of our mandate? So, and things like that. And we all know that, changing the mandate or the law would take a long time. So I guess right now, the best way or the best option is to explore those collaborative engagements. And I'm actually very happy and glad in terms of how the CSPs are responding to regulators. Even before the FSCRF, locally in the Philippines, we have engaged, we've had quite a number of engagements with the CSPs, and they're very open to regulators in terms of discussing all the initial issues, the birth pains in terms of how as simple as how the contract is laid out, the right to audit clause, etc. But so far, based from our experience, we've seen how CSPs are really very supportive and collaborative to the regulator. So I think that's the best step right now.
Ameya, on this issue of concentration, is there anything that is happening in the cloud service provider space to help with that increasing concern?
Oh, absolutely. We heard at the morning keynote that we are entering the second decade of cloud. And that first decade was all about concentration on a lot of vendors. But that's the time we as IBM had gone to the market and said, it is going to be a hybrid multi-cloud world. And it's exactly turning out to be that, right? So none of the customers today will be standardized on one cloud. It will have to be multi-clouds depending on the requirements, need, whether it be geography or responsibility. So we have taken a position where most of our software IP, almost all of it works pervasively on all the major clouds available. Our infrastructure capabilities are available across the cloud. So again, as companies, it's our responsibility to the larger community to ensure whatever we are developing is widely available, right? So it's in our interest to go meet the customers where they want us to meet, and it's also in the interest of the community that the concentration risk is totally avoided. So I totally buy into that. I think too much concentration, again, and what Jovelyn said earlier, right? The whole setup of rural banks versus tier 1 banks, etc. And there's we see the maximum amount of risk of concentration. If that were to happen, responses to disasters, etc., will be severely problematic.
Interesting, thank you, Ameya. I'm not sure, though, that it actually is happening across all the major providers, what you're describing, and it's probably more of an ideal end state. Stuart, how are you coping, as an industry in terms of that concentration risk? How are you managing that? Because I can see how an institution can manage its own concentration risk, but at the level of the industry, do you feel like the FIs themselves are equipped to deal with that challenge?
Yeah, I think, really, the only thing you can do in this regard is to spread the risk, right? It's concentration risk, and so you're going to have to manage it. And so you kind of have two strategies as we said today. So one is you have a multi-cloud story, and so you go with kind of 1, 2, 3, 4 different kind of providers, and you kind of move your workloads around. The problem with that is that to really get the value from being in cloud, you want to use some of the native services. And so if you're using native services from one vendor, they don't tend to work very well on another vendor's cloud. So you have to manage that notion of kind of vendor lock-in with service consumption, and they aren't particularly portable. Your alternative strategy is to go hybrid, and so you bring things back on-prem, or you kind of mix workloads between one cloud provider and your on-prem environment. Again, very effective, but you've still got to go and then build out a cloud-like kind of model somewhere within your existing organizational construct. So I mean, they're both used as models across the industry, and different banks and FIs have different preferences in this regard. I don't think one has a greater strength over the other. There are just compromises to be made between those two options.
Thank you. We've got quite a few questions that have come in, so I'm keen that we at least try and address some of this. So maybe for Dan, we've got a question here which says, as we consider the move from on-prem environments to cloud in the future, are we confident that we can eventually completely move onto the cloud? I think you've partially answered that question before, but would you care to elaborate?
Yeah, perhaps there's a bit of a challenge to the language of moving completely to cloud, because that sort of implies that we will never have any data centers anymore. The dirty secret is cloud is just another data center, right, at the end of the day. So I think we can move to an environment where all of our infrastructure is software defined, where we're highly automated, and where we can be quite granular about which services we place in a stateless environment versus potentially in a location-specific environment where we do actually have defined bare metal with cables of a particular length. What that might mean is sometimes the cloud coming into the data centers that we currently consider on-prem, and perhaps an evolution of our language from moving to cloud towards moving towards software-defined infrastructure or software-defined everything. And I think there is probably an inevitability to that. With the paradigm of having application tied to infrastructure, which is run by specialist teams, I think what we're trying to move away from, and much more flexibility and automation in the way that we think about developer platforms, and much more open standards-based patterns from which you start with all of your policies and controls built into a platform. That's, I think, a goal worth aiming for and something that we can achieve. But I don't think that's an environment where necessarily we've moved everything to one sort of generic public cloud.
I think, so just to add to that as well, I think Dan summarizes it very well, and it's not a near-term outcome, right? This is it's
our life's work, frankly.
Yeah, it's a long journey, and the reality is we're going to have jurisdictions where we have to have data in a certain shape and size because of certain industry requirements, and it's going to be very difficult to have a kind of a one-size-fits-all kind of cloud solution for the globe.
Ameya, perhaps a question for you. What steps are being taken today to ensure your cybersecurity team, so I guess from a sort of vendor perspective, are equipped with the necessary skills to defend the cloud?
So again, right, very, very active. If there is anything more than 24/7, then more than 24/7, but multiple teams, continuously ready, security operations centers, etc. What we have also done is taking very proactive steps of getting best pieces of our technology and putting them together. So for example, we have a very rich legacy of mainframe, which is a hardware-driven security, extremely tough to hack. That's a very popular thing. We have picked that and put it onto cloud. What it effectively gives is a defense-level encryption and security even to our smallest customers. So those type of things have been taken. And at another end is, customers can choose their own security posture on top of it, right? So you have something which is baseline, which is very, very high grade, and then the customer choose based on their, whether it's a data residency requirements, whether it's a workload requirements, they can have their own security postures on top of it. So it acts as like a double engine for everybody.
Thank you, Ameya. So unfortunately, I see we're running out of time. It's been a very rich discussion. Now, just to finish this panel, I'd be keen on some final words of wisdom from each of you, but very short ones, please. So I'm going to start with Jovelyn, please.
Okay, so final message. I think we should all advocate for responsible innovation. I understand that, FIs and other institutions run businesses and they're concerned about the bottom line. But driving responsible innovation would eventually translate to better net income because you're able to provide what the customers or end users are really want and really need. So for the regulators, we would be providing enabling environment through policies and other issuances. So I think it's again, borrowing the terms from my co-panelists here, shared responsibility to drive responsible innovation in the financial services industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Responsible innovation then. And apologies, we're going to have to end with, this Jovelin's concept of responsible innovation, which I think is a great way to end this panel. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, great panel, and good job on navigating through the mic issues. We're going to switch gears a little bit. So I'd like to ask Dan Sleep, who is moderating the next panel, to bring his panelists on stage. They will be discussing on how we move the needle on tokenization and tokenized securities in Asia. Dan is Senior Vice President, Digital Assets and Financial Markets, APAC at Norton Trust.
Testing. Okay, we're good.
Everybody got like enough time.
Everyone get comfy. There's one here. Am I audible? Okay. Yeah, okay. Ready? Thank you, everyone. Welcome to this panel. We're going to talk a little bit about tokenized securities. My panel is my panel is a good bit of diversity here. So on this side of the panel, we've got two well-represented global banks. So Kieran, Rajiv. On the far side, we've got two market infrastructure providers. Forays deep into the space, but from very different angles. So we're going to get some insights, some good diversity of thought, and hopefully some good conversations. So Wiki and Yamki on the far side. Please do take a look at their bios. There's the names. It's all online. We're going to jump straight into the topic of the conversation to best use the time we have. So 45 minutes on the clock. We'll get through what we can. So with that, I'll do a little bit of scene setting before I direct some questions here. And again, I'll keep an eye on the Q&A for anything that's coming through here. But ultimately, for those of you that are less, I guess, close to this digital native theme, tokenization is very much a megatrend of the year. It's been coming from a few different angles for those in more traditional finance lenses, as well as from a more digital asset, crypto type landscape. There's an array of drivers for that, whether that's from the bank side and looking at settlement efficiencies, capital efficiencies, anything in relation to workflow management in relation to operations. There's a deep pool of drivers here. Commercials equally front and center for the banks. In an ever-changing world, the ecosystem's going to change all around us. Roles in the value chain will change hand in hand with that. So I think there's a necessary focus from the bank side on innovation groups, as well represented here, to be able to take a view into that not too distant future as to how that world will look and how we can operate collectively within that. So with that, I guess teeing up the guys here to take a view on use cases. So I mentioned there's a wide array of them out there. Tokenization is not new. We've been talking about this in our kind of smaller spheres for some time. We are in a relative stage of infancy as an industry. I think that's fair to say. And I want to say we are close to reaching what will be the next stage of the evolution, where we've come from a true experimental stage of things to a how do we graduate that into commercial product? How do we look to scale, build minimum mass, which will then in a future state lead to kind of critical mass to make the ecosystems, the network effects real. With that, I'll start with you nearest to me, Kieran. Maybe you should just give us a view from your experience, the focus you have on the Nomura side, as to where you're seeing the most compelling use cases and why you think that is.
Yes, thanks, Dan. So Nomura has been engaged in the market for quite a long time. Last year or so, we spun out of the organization a company called Laser Digital, which is a dedicated digital asset company. They are focused on VC, market making, and asset management. And these are spaces which it allows us to hold, I guess you could say, the warehouse, the risk at an arm's length from the rest of the group, which leaves the rest of wholesale and the Nomura group to focus on not those aspects, let's say, of the digital market. So we're very much focused on building the internal infrastructure that would allow us to deliver operational efficiency. We have market made, we have tested out some of those settlement rails, but the main focus for us right now is on things like collateral management, funding liquidity, intraday margining, delivering some operational efficiency at scale to the organization. And I think your point that you make about, there is a tipping point approaching. I think the conferences I've been to, the people I'm talking to at the moment, I've never felt this optimistic, if I'm honest, about the full front-to-back opportunity that is being presented to us at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And I guess gleaming from what you just said there's a lot of drivers, a lot of operational focus internally. Is there any one asset class that you would say, and I'm going to hold you to name one, that you feel most compelled towards at this point in time?
Well, we're looking at digital cash and securities, primarily. What we're not looking at doing is externalizing that really at the moment. So we're not looking to partner with our DCM business to deliver a tokenized security externally with a client involved. We are really looking at the things like intraday nostro management, the execution layer that we might face off with against custodians, and how we can effectively digitize that full internal infrastructure.
Got it, thank you. Rajiv, same question to you.
Yeah, so let me take a step back, right? So the way we have to look at tokenization is it's enabled by blockchain, which probably enforces standardized data models across the participants in the value chain, right? So that's a fundamental change from how we operate. So you got to look at blockchain as a software-defined infrastructure that enables software-defined assets. Tokenization is in other way, you're creating programmable assets, and programmable assets primarily, again, fundamentally mean software-defined, right? So there is software-driven way. So traditionally, we've all used a type of operational infrastructure to deliver asset servicing, right? Trade settlement. And that operational infrastructure was largely led by processes, people, and consistent delivery of those processes. What tokenization enables us is sort of put software in front and center of the entire life cycle of an asset. And then, of course, you still need human oversight and exception management. And that is the fundamental transformation and transition I think we collectively as an industry have to go through in the next, maybe we can all argue on the times, right, 5 to 10 years, let's say that. In that construct, right, so now there are both external use cases where we have to work with external parties, but more importantly, as we go out and start to upgrade our custody asset servicing infrastructure, one of the things that we are exploring is, how do we begin to use programmable assets for internal use cases? And we've begun that journey. You know about, or the audience knows about HSBC Orion, the work we did locally in Singapore as a POC with SGX and Temasek to launch the first fixed income issuance as a digital twin. And that whole experience sort of allows us to embed more of software into what we do. I think we are now looking at how do we transition from where we are, which is largely in the world of dematerialized assets, which are entries in a database, to the programmable assets, which are, which primarily is the consequence of tokenizing assets.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. And I think, given your work in region under the Guardian initiative as well, well-rounded in the structured product side that you've gone after there, in terms of your, be it house views or your own at this point in time, again, snap judgment, where are you most bullish? What's an asset class you would call out at this point in time you feel most strongly about?
So the way you have to start looking at is, fixed income is a favorite area for everyone, right? So primarily because of the large ticket sizes involved there. as you sort of fractionalize that, how do you not do that with additional overheads? And more importantly, I think from an investor perspective, if you fractionalize, you get better diversification with for the same amount of money. That is the holy grail, right? Investors wouldn't come to you just because you're fractionalizing an asset. The selling point there is for the same amount of money, you get better diversification. And that is a strong selling point in fixed income space. And when it comes to structured products and more complex products, I think asset servicing is quite complex. And that one, if you can smart contract that away, you need standardized data models and you need the ecosystem to sort of adopt that, but then that becomes an easier play there as well, right? So now for a complex product, can you issue it at an overall lower demand and also issue it, again, lower ticket sizes, right? So these are the two things. And can the issuance be collapsed into a day or two rather than, 2 to 3 weeks, right? So again, largely, I think the bigger theme here is, can you go from large value, low volume to low value, large volume? And you need software to do that, right? So, and that's primarily the driver of tokenization in any asset class.
Yeah, thanks. The worthy insights, and I think it's a reinforcing point for the fact that there's no one size fits all.
Yep.
And whether you talk to a bank side community, an asset manager community, which unfortunately we don't really have represented today, but you'll hear a number of different drivers from that perspective, including and not least new assets, new creation of assets. So there's a big rhetoric around real world assets and tokenization thereof. Again, that's on trend at present in more the digital scene. Likewise, new markets and access to those markets, enabled by not only the tokenization of those assets and the digital representation of them, but the underlying infrastructure, which again has been a theme of today with the use of DLT.
And the marginal cost of distribution when it is basically done through digital means gets lower and lower, right?
Right.
Approaches near zero, if not zero. And the macro themes are, can you do it as real time as possible, of course, and then this whole low value, large volume. These two things, I think, are macro, right? Not just applicable to us. Even in e-commerce, you want to order something and receive in an hour's time. So why should it be any different with financial assets?
Yeah, and you prompted me there, and we've obviously spoken at length in different circles. From a commercial perspective, I mean, it's got to make sense commercially for people to be doing these things. But I mentioned we're graduating beyond that phase of exploration only, and these things have to stand by themselves. How close do you think we are to that kind of stage of things?
So I think we are in the first 5 miles, like you pointed out, the first 5 miles of maybe a 100-mile journey. But I do think the more important thing is we have done 3 to 4 miles out. So no one's asking, is it possible? It's about how do you scale, how do you transition, how do you basically bring on new asset classes? What is the legal and jurisdictional implications of that? Which jurisdictions are? All the right questions are being asked, and more importantly, answers are also being provided. So I think, again, right, so we still have to basically look this in terms of 5 to 10 year time frame. I think more assets come on board. It'll be a hockey stick-like curve, but I don't think we have yet reached the inflection point. Maybe next 3 years.
Yeah, and calling on some numbers there just from memory alone, which is sketchy. I believe it was an earlier HSBC paper even that had touted tokenized assets by 2027, I believe. Something like a growth rate of 62% on an annualized basis. Seems like it's living up to that promise to date. We'll see what that looks like. I think it was something in the region of 30 trillion by the time 27.
So, and that number, right, won't come from all new assets and new asset classes being issued, right? So there's going to be a significant amount of transition of outstanding assets to digital asset format. Now, the how part is what I think we will solve, right? So that's why I think as we upgrade our internal infrastructure, there is a case out there to say all dematerialized assets can be represented as digital assets or programmable assets internally, right? So this is like today, there's no regulation that basically asks us to use one type of technology infrastructure over the other, as long as you have resilience and recovery. So we'll have to go there, and that's where the numbers will come from.
Hand in hand with responsible innovation,
Correct.
as our
Correct.
regulators all would like to see. And doing that in safe spaces and working collaboratively and all of these things that are part and parcel of what we do in this space. Talking of market infrastructure, Vicky, maybe I'll point to you. And you've got a slightly different lens over this, of course, and lots of different projects. And we'll talk about your core focus in this space a little later on. But in terms of what you are seeing from an asset class and why you believe that that's happening, could you just give us a...
Because SWIFT is the industry cooperative, so ourselves not running any tokenization projects, but we really stay very engaged in all those developments. And so earlier this year, SWIFT, actually we concerned around more than 20 global financial institutions, including banks and FMIs and even those participants in Asia, custodians and CSDs. We also asked the questions that what would be the user cases and asset class they are looking for. Not surprisingly, that's underserved and illiquid assets such as private market instruments and carbon credit are highly mentioned by many of them as they try to use the DOT to tokenize them and to capture the new market. But also the other side, you also can see that if you look into the actual DOT projects and POC being launched in the past 2 years, I think most of them are very focused on fixed income, right? And there are a lot of bond issuance, and there will be repo and collateral management projects, very concentrated in fixed income space. I don't have conclusion regarding why that happened, but I think one of the key reasons would be that fixed income, they have a lot of inefficiency at this moment, but in terms of legal and regulatory framework, it's clear. And also the banks are very familiar with the process as of today, so it would be very easy to start with. But later on, I think with this market further develop, private market instruments and also carbon credit, with people with more know-how about those instruments, I think that will be the future for tokenization, and because they're really helping the industry to capture new revenue and new markets.
Yeah, spot on. Thank you. Yamki, not last but not least. Obviously, somewhat siloed in terms of your specificity here, but yeah, just in terms of what you're seeing, broad-based from your lens.
No, thanks, Dan. And I'm glad everyone can hear me. I can hear myself.
And as I teed you up, if I can just let you mention the probably not so well-known organization, Circle, if you maybe just give us 30 seconds really quick.
Yeah, no, of course.
Who you are and where you come from.
First, thanks for ASIFMA for inviting me. I remember joining this conference when it first started 5-6 years ago, talking about cloud. I was part of Google Cloud. And we've seen the evolution, from the last panel that originally it was, can you use cloud? And now the question is, how do you use cloud and how to manage it appropriately? So I hope the movement of tokenization will actually go through this process as well, but maybe less than 6 years. So a couple things. I work for a company called Circle. We are a global fintech company that is focusing on helping move money at the speed of the internet. That's basically what we do. We have several infrastructure services. The first and probably most well-known is that we're the issuer of USDC, the largest regulated stablecoin in the world, denominated in US dollars. And it's actually tokenized cash, so we can get into that. The second infrastructure we work on with many of the institutions here in the room is actually on the on-ramp and off-ramp of USDC from fiat to digital assets, so working with banks on that. And then the third piece is what we call Web3 services. So similar to cloud, where we provide a number of different infrastructure services in the form of APIs for Web2 companies to be able to transition onto the blockchain who lack maybe the talent up front to be able to do that. So the way we kind of come at this is that we see as you mentioned at the beginning, and Rajiv mentioned, is there's a huge opportunity in tokenizing various assets. The World Economic Forum, I think, puts it in the trillions of dollars. I just read a paper by the Fed that came out 2 weeks ago that talks about it in the billions in terms of what they can assess today. And really, there are a number of different type of assets that can fit into this tokenization world. Lots of it, I think, had been mentioned by Vicky and others, focused on probably fixed income to start. And there's a reason for that. And the colleagues at Broadridge who spoke earlier on the case study mentioned this as well, is because it is really, fixed income is like the backbone of really the whole financial system. And overnight repo is one of the biggest markets in the world in terms of the movement of value and pseudo dollars. That is an area that I expect to see actually quite a bit of progress. There's some firms that are already doing some of that tokenization, and I expect to see others in that world. And then the other piece would be, if you were to look at sort of a bell curve, or rather a barbell distribution, you have one set of assets that are moved a lot frequently in high volumes, fixed income being one. And then the other are low volume, but high complexity. So how do you tokenize those? And Vicky had mentioned climate credits, like carbon credits being one of those. To some extent, real estate would be another. And there are a number of challenges to solve there, but I suspect that those are the two sort of worlds where we're going to see tokenization take off over time. Yep. And we expect stablecoin to be a part of that movement of value.
Good stuff. Moving on. So we captured a lot in that first phase. We're going to turn focus a little bit here to more moving the needles and really turning to what the barriers are. We'll start that from a regulatory lens. And again, your organizational kind of context on operating in region versus the rest of the world. Just a really quick snapshot on, what are the barriers you see right now in us graduating and moving that needle from a reg perspective?
Yeah, I think the multi-pace approaches that the regulators have taken is not super helpful. And what we've seen when we've thought about where do we spend our limited time, we have effectively put, regulation is of course important and fundamental to the industry, but we've effectively, I guess, tried to focus more on what we can do in real terms and wait for the regulated dust to settle to a degree. We follow it, but in size terms, to HSBC and JP and others, we have a seat at the table, but we don't have the same kind of clout, honestly. And so there is definitely a degree of following that we take with regards to the larger institutions that are engaging with the regulators. I think that and
that's where the likes of ASIFMA come in.
Yes, and I would like to shout out to Laurence and the good work that ASIFMA do for that, actually. And so what we've been doing with regards to the way that we approach that multi-pace kind of aspect is actually, we see that this affects the kind of partners that we're able to interact with. We see that it affects the markets that we can engage in. And actually all of this tends to reinforce our business strategy for internal approach first. So I think that in a sort of backhanded kind of way, this might not sound sort of logical, but the regulators being in different paces have actually meant that the organizations or the partners that are available to us now are the ones that have really done a good job. And so there is more maturity left, and these are the ones that are battle hardened, and they're the ones that have the longer funding ramps, and they're the ones that we are now able to partner with more easily, because a couple of years ago, we wouldn't partner with someone if we were concerned they wouldn't be around in 6 months, or the regulator was not organized in a way to support the business that we wanted to do. So, I think we, as I say, we play a little bit of a waiting game because we don't have the resource.
The certainty as well as the resources. Yeah, and I think, again, representing essentially global banks across the board, anyone can appreciate that jurisdictional challenge, both in today's world as well as that we're projecting into. in the all more complex. And you know, just a word on regulatory regimes. That certainty will come from the evolution of those, and it is happening, and it's happening regionally. Obviously, Hong Kong and Singapore are both on the front foot in you know, formulating of those, and I think that's just going to take some time.
But I think on that even, I think Hong Kong and Singapore, I think they took their foot off the gas a little bit. I think they backed away a little bit from the markets actually for a period of time. And what you see now is that you see, I think that the UK regulators, some of the European regulators have really kind of stepped into this gap now. And I think that it hasn't helped, I guess is what I would say. And so you see Singapore and Hong Kong now trying to catch up a little bit. But because they did back away from it, it's also affected the ecosystem in Asia. And so you see some of the more mature platforms here in Singapore that don't really have the same kind of global connectivity as some of the ones do from Europe.
Yeah, fair point. Rajiv, same question.
Yep. So I think there are two ways, right? There will be hurdles, especially if you want to bring the ecosystem together, right? So native issuance of digital assets will have a form of hurdles, but I think that's getting clarified, and we have done a couple of issuances in Luxembourg and Hong Kong as well, right? So 2 different jurisdictions, and there's a ton of things that we have learned. You know, issuers have to sort of change their issuance program documentation to suit these new formats, etc. So there's a little bit of a steep adoption curve there, but as things become more common, or as we do a double-digit number of issuances, I do think there will be standard playbooks available that would be made available to all the participants, issuers. We also see significant play from the ICSD space as well. Both Euroclear and Clearstream, you know, to some extent are doing some work. So that's going to be only helpful for native digital issuance, asset issuance. The more interesting part, I think, is transitioning out existing assets, right? So Broadridge DLR network is one example, right? So that's something that is seen as a use case for transitioning assets, right? So the still old assets, what represented as digital assets. In Singapore, I think we have a very fertile ecosystem of transitioning assets, right? So we have bond blocks, which both of us work with, again, the same thing, depository receipt in digital form. And I think we have ADDX, Alta, who are also doing similar work. So that's primarily where I think more interesting commercial value immediately is there. And then on the slightly back end of it would come in new digital asset formats. So the appetite across organizations would be different, of course, right? So there will be a slightly steeper curve for native digital asset issuances, but the simpler form of adoption would come from, I think, transitioning dematerialized assets to digital asset format. Now, there's enough playbooks available, I think. There's less hurdles as well, but it's about getting all interested parties together. That's the hard bit there. Yeah. But you know, global banks, I think we will play an enabling role there, and that's where I see immediate commercial opportunity as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We're going to switch gears a little bit, and we're going to point forward. So again, to the title of the topic today, moving the needle. So how can we really accelerate things? Okay. We talk about ecosystems. We think about those in slightly different ways to the way that we used to, the interconnectiveness, and so on and so forth. I guess, and keep an eye on time here as well. We're a little challenged there. I'm going to push you to take one, and this goes for each and every one of you, one thing that you see that you believe will have the biggest impact in terms of moving that needle for increasing the velocity on the progress of tokenization. Can be functional, can be...
Well, I think it's, there is still a lot of senior management across organizations which conflate the technology with the asset class.
Yep.
And so I think a focus on, I think you've been talking about the programmable software nature of the technology. I think delivering that kind of technology project at scale across an organization will change the minds and the opinions of senior management. As soon as you have that adoption at a senior level, and once more organizations have done that digital journey,
yep,
then I think it opens up the real step change opportunity to start externalizing
and delivering through platforms like Swift and others in that interoperation framework.
So commitment to the cause through proof of delivery.
People have to, so they have to touch it, I think.
Yep.
They have to see the realness of it.
Okay, Rajiv?
Yeah, I think for the adoption to increase, what I believe is both traditional and digital assets have to coexist for a while. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And then that transition playbook is what's required. So even if you're creating a digital asset, that should be able to exist in dematerialized registers and go through that. And that's primarily what I think will move the needle. Then you can go from dematerialized to digital or digital to dematerialized. That playbooks, I think, are being currently produced. I think we will see that in the next 15 to 18 months, a lot of that kind of interplay coming through. And I think in Singapore at least, right? So you can see all the projects that are under Guardian in the sandbox, looking at graduating, but a lot of them are trying to achieve a similar effect, right? So manufacturing to distribution through digital means, but also the distribution side now needs to sort of manage two types, and how can you get those things to coexist?
Yep, coexistence
right?
is
so
key.
Not all assets that you distribute will be digital. So
yeah, and spot on. And I think something we should probably just echo as an overarching statement: things aren't suddenly going to go big bang and everything switch to digital. We mentioned earlier just that growth rate. I mean, it's significant. We have a house view on the Northern Trust side, for example, of 5 to 10% of assets by 2030. We said that in 2020. I think that holds true, and it's still a big number. And that's not just tokenized, that's anything digital. Yeah. Wiki, same question to you. That one critical thing.
I guess you know my answer.
I do. But I'm going to ask you anyway.
Yeah, I think for sure I will be interoperability, not just because I'm coming from Swift, but also if you look at the stage of tokenization, and that will be starting from pilot. We see a lot of pilots in the past 5 years, I would say, and then come into commercialize. And commercialize means that you need to turn those very different user cases into business case. You need to see the value and commercialize that. For that one, and the fundamental question would be legal and regulatory framework to make that happen. And the next phase will be scalability. Then how we can go to scalability? And as Raji mentioned, that it would be a long period that traditional and the new ecosystem will coexist. And also even later on, the new ecosystem, I believe there will be a lot of different DLT platforms launched by different financial institutions. We need to make sure they can interconnect with each other, which means the data can be shared with each other and the asset can be transferred from one to the other. So that's why I think interoperability for long run would be very important to let tokenization reach to the scalability. And Swift, of course, we do quite a lot already. Today in the morning session, I think Broadreach, when they do the case study about the DLT platform, they also mentioned that Swift still can be used when DLT platform want to connect with existing financial infrastructure and to make the payments, settle the security or FX. And also for standard piece, we doing a lot of ISO standard release to make sure that the ISO messaging can be used for digital asset settlements and everything, and to make sure the fields and payloads can embed the wallet and all the necessary relevant components of digital asset. And other than that, I think Northern Trust and HSBC also done a lot of innovation done by us. It's more about how we can test out the interoperability for the industry.
No, that's great, and I think there's no doubt about the need for interoperability. It's from every angle of that, adaptability, the vertical integration as well as horizontal. I think it's going to be critical for the overall ecosystem success. The same belief over on the far side, I believe, from a slightly different angle. Obviously, your CCTP work as well, kind of the cross-chain transfer protocol, I believe. Nailed it. So yeah, again, same belief. Maybe you should give us a little bit, and then not to make that your answer as such, but yeah, just the one thing you believe from your angle that you believe would be momentous.
Yeah, I think to me, number one is going to be around policy and legal certainty. And it's because for this entire industry to work, we're a regulated industry. companies and financial institutions need to understand and have the framework to know how do you account for these tokenized assets, right? Is it one for one? Is there legal certainty around it? When I hold a bond, I know what that bond is. When I hold a token of the bond, do I know really what the value of that is from an accounting and a legal compliance point of view? So I think that's most important. And then you can go into maybe you need the clarity around A, digital assets, and then B, clarity around stable coins. And the two kind of go hand in hand because the movement of the tokenized asset usually requires a movement of some value online. And stablecoin at the moment is the largest in terms of the movement of value that's tokenized on the blockchain. So those two, I think, would be the clearest. And then the other stuff, I think, will come into place in terms of interoperability, in terms of technology. There are already lots of solutions that are available today. Some, including permissionless blockchains, have been in use by many. And those will kind of sort itself out over time, and the market will compete. The key part is, and the part that companies do not get to decide on, is the legal clarity and the legal certainty. That is in the role and the job of the regulator, and that will help propel the industry forward. And I would also add, one of the benefits of this and why it matters for Asia is that most of the capital markets sits in the United States, right? There are these times of the day that people around this room have to be up at night, on the weekends potentially, to watch the market and to deal with that workload. If we're able to move towards this vision of being able to tokenize some of these assets, you can have a 24/7 market that actually benefits the Asian economies and Asian businesses significantly. No longer do you have to wait until a market to open in New York or London. You can actually transact now and be able to settle now. And that will be huge, I think, for the economy out here.
Yeah, no, it's a good comment. And I think we could spend 45 minutes just on that alone and that debate around 24/7 markets and interoperability, because I think there's proponents for both ends of that spectrum. Do we really need that? One for another day, maybe, in the interest of 6 minutes left here. So Rajiv's gesturing.
Yeah, so I think moving the needle, right? So ironically, it is the invisibility of the asset format. That's what will move the needle, right? So it's more of an infrastructure that needs to be there. Interoperability needs to be there. So the end investor shouldn't care whether it's a dematerialized digital asset. It's not an island, they talk to each other. So sort of format agnostic. But I think the work is being done, I think, in each jurisdiction. And once those pipes are there, I think that's what will move the needle, right? So.
Yeah, and I think the varying degrees of interoperable tools and fintech's capabilities that are coming through will be a key component of that acceleration. True backwards integration into, coexistence of heritage, let's call it, platforms, architecture, and the services that are provided today across the banks. Let's say they're going to coexist for a long, long time. Standards, I think, is something we didn't get a chance to get into meaningfully given time, but I think that's, everyone has their own view on standards and the way they should evolve. I think the industry as a whole will look to, retain a lot of the good things of what we do today and what exists today. For acceptance in regulatory regimes and so forth, the standards. I think Yamki touched on it, and it's close to all of our hearts from an asset servicing perspective. Just the ability to know exactly where your asset is, how it's kept, how it's treated, how it's categorized, at what point in time through its life cycle. And I think that will only open up more liquid markets a whole that the banks can play into and benefit their clients. To the point we made, coexistence of those assets, and we've always had a house view on the Northern Trust side. Our clients don't really care if it's a digital asset. They just want the exposure. They have a purpose for trading that. They want their asset to be safe kept, and they want to be reported on it. If you break it back to those terms, and to note Kieran made earlier, there's a lot of kind of hype cycle that goes with the technology and the tokenization drive. We got to kind of strip it back, and I think a lot of nodding heads on the panel, so I'm saying something useful. It's just really making sure that it makes sense. We're doing it for the right reasons, that it has a solid use case, be it commercial, operational efficiency, and so on and so forth. Okay, we've got 3 minutes. I'm going to look down here. I'm going to skip over, we alluded to it a little bit there in the cash. I think I'll just make a kind of closing point to that aspect. That is one way. Stablecoins obviously a preeminent place and way of which to settle cash at this point in time. Cash is often an overlooked element of the settlement cycle in digital.
Yeah, it is definitely an important catalyst for adoption of these in this format, right? You need definitely, DVP, another form of value that moves in tandem. And I think stablecoin, the infrastructure is proven. It's there, billions of dollars have been issued, so yeah.
Absolutely. And I think the only other kind of capping point to that is there's more than one way to do that. Granted, we've got the view of the stablecoins here, but there's more ways in which to do that. And pre-funding, which it predominantly is in today's world, to make things happen, will not stand. Go ahead,
just one more point to make about payment rails, and I think be very practical. That's, I would say, the payments on-chain or off-chain, the payment form will be still exist and for a longer time, even to facilitate tokenized asset DVP. And so I think we also need to make sure that we have the capability to enable cash fund of, it could be digital asset, could be CBDC, and could be tokenized deposit, could be stablecoin, but no matter any form, and it should be used and also can be transformed for the atomic settlement, which happen in DLT environments.
Alrighty, thank you. I'm going to rattle through. There's 5 or 6 questions here that I'm going to try and paraphrase and roll up. Someone wants an update on CCIP, so I'm going to ask you to approach Wiki directly on that one. There's a reference here. Good question. Which digital assets are you holding? We'll skip that one. Likewise, Yamki for circle-based questions, how you are surviving relationships-wise after SVB and the impact from that. We'll defer to you on, to take that away. Most banks working on internal infrastructure. I think we alluded to this. Full benefits can be realized interacting with only external counterparties. Again, I think it's a point we broadly covered. I think we're all believers in that, the network effect.
Yeah, I mean, just quickly on that.
Yeah.
80% of our cash flows are intra-entity. So externalizing out to the market is not necessarily even something we need to do to realize millions of dollars worth of savings. Yep. So just to put that in context.
I think internalized work prepares us for externalized work without 100%. The dependency.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right? If there's external participation, you still have to do internal work. So.
Yeah, no, it's spot on. I agree with
you. It's more about positioning yourself, and at least if you sort of upgrade the infrastructure internally, there are less external dependencies. And then as long as your infrastructure is able to plug into different kinds of external infrastructure, which today we do, right? So
and then it's organic growth and scale and learning
from
that.
We accept everything in different formats. Then you capture, you record, and you expose, right? So.
Yeah, and coining a term from Vincent in his opening keynote, actually, start small, learn fast, I believe were his words. I think there's a lot to that. With 5 seconds left, thanks for listening, everyone. Thanks for your views and your time.
Thanks very much, Dan, Kieran, Rajiv, Wiki, and Yamki. We've actually kept the hottest topic for the last, generative AI. So I will ask Chris Barford, partner at EY, to bring his panelists to the stage. And Chris, I will leave the introduction to you because the names of your panelists might be a little bit of a challenge for me. So I'll leave that to you. Please come to stage.
Maybe my mic won't work. Oh, there we go, it does. Okay, thank you very much. So I've got a very distinguished panel from where we come up. So we've got Boone, who comes from the Deutsche Bank. So he's going to give us a little bit of an industry view on the generative AI. We've got Sachit, who's coming from a vendor perspective from Snowflake. We've then got Nat, who's going to give us a bit of a regulatory perspective from the stock market in Thailand. And then finally, HH from SG Innovate in terms of investing in this space as well. So I appreciate this is a particularly hot topic. So thank everyone very much for their time. Hopefully we can entertain you a little bit. For those who haven't heard of generative AI, sometimes also known as ChatGPT or large language models, there's a lot of interest in this area. ASIFMA is working with the FinTech group around a paper on this, updating a piece of work that we did earlier in 2020 around the risks and the management of that. I would summarize it as generally that AI and what we see in generative AI is probably not new to the capital markets, but does present some particular different views and risks that we'll go through in this panel. So, without too much further ado, I appreciate everyone very much taking the time. My first question is going to be, what are the most promising use cases for generative AI in capital markets? And we'll start maybe with HH.
Thanks, Chris. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. Just to give you a bit of a background, SG Innovate is one of the government's investment arms. We've been investing in emerging technologies for the last 8 years. So we were there at the very earliest cycle of artificial intelligence. So we've seen how it's sort of evolved over the last 8 years. And I think one of the cautionary tales about generative AI is that a lot of people think it's going to radically change what we are going to be doing today. But there's still a lot of limitations on it, and there's still a lot of applications where traditional AI is probably a little bit more useful in the capital markets vis-a-vis generative AI. But that said, I do see generative AI playing a big role. Very specifically in areas where you're dealing with content, where you're dealing with text, images, and other areas where you need broad generalization versus specificity. So we've seen it being used in conversational finance, definitely in customer service or client management services, in training. We have definitely seen it in areas such as drafting reports. I've used it actually to reply to regulatory queries. In fact, I'm sure a lot of you face that big challenge as well. Lots of regulatory questions on a day-to-day basis. I use generative AI to do the first cut and the first draft before I check it. And one of the very many interesting areas where generative AI is actually being applied is actually in the space of legacy systems. I'm not sure how many of your companies still use very old legacy systems, the IBM mainframes, the AS400s, and it's very difficult to find people to actually maintain it because the codes, the systems are so out of date. Generative AI actually is starting to find a role in that, and we've seen some startups in that space where it can actually help to maintain those systems and even translate them into more modern languages. And I think finally, if we look into the space of synthetic data, generative AI is very good at generating synthetic data in specific cases like in fraud, where you don't get many fraud cases out of a large number of transactions. And with synthetic data, you can actually build better traditional AI models to identify fraud cases. So I think very briefly, those are the kind of areas that we see generative AI actually playing a big role.
Thanks. Boon Hong, how about from your perspective at Deutsche?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, thank you very much for having us here in this conference. So I approach this from a product convergence with regulatory angle, and to see, from a user perspective, how it works. First thing on content generation, generative AI as a departure from normal AI is that it generates content, right? So, in this part of the world, what if, right, it can be actually used, right, for instantaneous different language translation, right, of very specific domain-specific content like regulation. So I fit in, let's say, a Thai regulation, and then I can query it in English, and then it replies to me in English. It is possible. We have actually found it out. So that actually scales up. So which brings us then to, to generalize this point, right? Generative AI, one of the use cases that, if you have got one person as the expert and many people looking at this expert, right, can you use generative AI to institutionalize some of this expertise in order to better answer to all these queries? And we believe that, with techniques such as reinforcement learning through human feedback, it is possible in the midterm as well. And of course, there's code generation, there's RFP, and there's client contact augmentation as well. Thanks.
Thanks. And maybe Nat, from an institutional perspective, as you look at institutions using it, but also as you look to regulate, what are your views around the use cases you see?
Okay.
So at the Stock Exchange of Thailand, so since we have heard about the generative AI, we start exploring into this detail, see what we can do with it. And then as the role of the stock exchange itself, our main role is actually make sure that all the investors as well as market participants will actually have information in the same way, right? There shouldn't be any type of disadvantage into that area. So what we're trying to do is that we're trying to make sure that when the data come in, the data is going to be correct, right? So we detect any type of irregular activities, any irregular numbers, and then trying to compare with different type of benchmark to see any type of incorrect information so that we can actually detect it before the information get disseminated. So that's the input part. And then the other part would be that this day, investors have so many ways to get information from the news, from the market analysts, from security brokers and all that. So one of the main challenge here is that all these investors actually have a tough time trying to digest information in time, right? It's really difficult to compete with HFT and other type of trade that they can actually understand all this thing really quickly. So we're trying to be the central place where we actually get all this information, and then now trying to use AI to summarize the information and then publish this data out for our investors. And then I think since you mentioned about the fraud, right? So at the Stock Exchange of Thailand, as a part of a market participant, we would like to actually help the SEC into get all this information as well to find out who's actually conducting the fraud, doing some market manipulations and all that. So we have a lot of data. In certain days we probably have at least a couple hundred megabytes of data at least. And then in order to digest that information quickly, trying to find who's actually at fault, who's actually trying to do stock manipulation, who's actually trying to do a fraud at the company, this thing is actually remain a challenge that we need to use generative AI for that. And then lastly, it's something to do with the context of Thailand itself. We use Thai language as the main language. And then it's really difficult to actually make sure that all the market participants will actually publish the information in Thai as well as in English properly. So we're trying to use that to make sure that the information actually exactly the same, and then you're not going to lose information from one to another version. So those are the key things that we're trying to do at the moment.
Fascinating. So 2 examples there around using essentially translation simultaneously and for market information.
Right.
So maybe Sachin, maybe it'd be great to get you to introduce Snowflake as well a little bit. That might not be necessarily known to everyone, but we've mentioned data a couple of times, and I know that you are a data company, so it's good to get your perspective on how data supports those use cases and the ones you see as well.
Yeah, so I'll probably bring in a little bit of a, practitioner's perspective as a data platform, data cloud provider. One thing that we have to take note of here, right, is why is ChatGPT, for example, so successful or so well adopted? Because it has access to reams and reams of data coming from the internet. And it has been trained upon all of that rich data, rich historical data, over decades and decades, right? And that's the reason why LLMs and generative AI applications will become successful. Now, the great news is the firms that participate in capital markets have probably the richest data, and this is coming from us as platform providers. We see that capital markets firms have the richest, widest variety, as well as the most historic data. I think you were also mentioning that you have petabytes of data, right, within your own organization itself. So that's, before I talk about use cases, that's something to take note of. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is the fact that now there is access to limitless compute available on the cloud, right? So when you look at all of these factors combining, that's the reason why deploying generative AI use cases within the capital markets, the timing is now coming upon us because of a couple of these factors. And now, as we see it, some of the use cases that are being enabled in some of the early adopters, right? Most of these are start out to be practical use cases. So it could be to unlock operational productivity, for example, AI-assisted human interactions, right? Customer service agents being assisted to deliver better service to customers. So we are seeing some of those use cases prop up. We're also seeing use cases around simple ability to generate insights from documents, right? Document AI, ability to get insights from unstructured data, for example. And then towards the future, we will see more and more use cases coming up, and some of our clients are already talking about that, around personalization, around looking at that vast volume of data that these firms have, and looking at customer behaviors and really, really driving hyper-personalization, right? So, but I think, yeah, the time is now upon us. Some of these use cases are already being talked about and deployed, and some of those will come in the very near future.
And maybe just to build on the use cases, there was a good question from the floor, which was around, do you believe that generative AI can create alpha or can help to make richer investment decisions? I don't know if anyone would like to take that view. But personally, I think that it's a great way to, if I have a great investment hypothesis, I can certainly use ChatGPT or equivalent models on public market data to test that out and backtest it fairly quickly. I'm not as convinced it could create a completely new hypothesis, but it can certainly accelerate my decisioning and my ability to present it to management by creating beautiful graphs, for example, and charts that go back for the data it has available, stopping in whatever time period it is. But any of the other panel?
Well, Chris, I think we have come across a number of startups trying to move into that space, and certainly, I think your position is probably the more rational one. The human being is still better than most of the systems I've seen out there in coming up with a thesis as to what areas they want to invest in and how they want to beat the markets, so to speak. ChatGPT, a lot of these large language models will simply regurgitate or reflect the current thinking, and not even the current thinking, because a lot of large language models are trained based on historical data. There is a certain time sensitivity to that data. It is not going to be yesterday's data. They're not going to be reacting to data that is day to day happening today. It's likely to be data that happened a year or so ago. So there's going to be some aging with respect to the kind of models that they built, and we always have to be wary of that. So my take is that if you're going to try to beat the markets, they are probably a good companion, but certainly not one where I would trust everything that they would come up with.
Can I just add to this, right? I think there's a couple of ways of defining what is a generative AI. So, taking the strict definition of generative AI, it generates content, which means to say, right, it doesn't do analysis. Analysis, right, belongs to another group of, AI, the classifiers, right, the regression analysis type of AI models. And therefore, if we're talking about, investment analysis, then we're talking about model chaining, whereby you've got a generative AI, right, interfacing with humans, and on the back of the generative AI, you would have a regression analysis engine or a classifier engine, right, that's looking at patterns and and trying to then come up with interesting patterns, stay there as a store of new data for the generative AI then, right, to be queried by human, say, hey, please find me interesting investment pattern, and what's your take on it, right? And to go and search this thing. In summary, ChatGPT and generative AI is not a calculator. It chooses the next best probability to complete the response to users.
Go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
So one of the things that I think the question was about generating alpha, making investment decisions. One thing that is very important to take note of is, again, as I said earlier, any model or any generative AI is as good as the data you feed it, right? So we need the richness of data, not just coming from internal data sources, but also there's so much data outside. I mean, the good news is that now there are data marketplaces within the capital markets industry. We have some of the sponsors that you see here all participating in data marketplaces. Some of those marketplaces, for example, Snowflake also ourselves has a data marketplace where some of these are participating on And the value that it creates is it gives immediacy of data. No longer do you have to wait for days. As you mentioned, right, the timing is also absolutely critical when you're talking about generating alpha. So being able to acquire not just internal, but also second-party and third-party data with immediacy is really going to help power those models. So all of these factors are important.
Thanks, Sachin.
Okay, so I probably would like to mention that yesterday I just saw a meme, and then it's just saying that AI in 1990s, it thought that it would take over the world, just like in the Terminators, right? But only this day it can only help you writing reports and writing emails and all that, right? So by generating alpha is probably something in between, and then I think it's really difficult to achieve. The main reason, first of all, is that because when you use ChatGPT, it means that it's just like you have a weapon, right? If you have a nuclear, I have a nuclear, everyone have a nuclear, then where's the alpha is coming from? There's no alpha because everyone have the same capability. They can use the same tools to achieve the same thing. So it's really hard to achieve that. And then the second reason behind is that when you use something like generative AI, what you do is that you're trying to make the AI model to learn from historical pattern, from historical data, and then trying to map it with something that someone already mentioned or already analyzed it, right? So it's not new knowledge at all. It's an existing knowledge, and then probably someone already trying to make use of that, strategy or something like that already. So it's going to be really difficult to achieve. One of a good examples, back in those days, 10, 20 years ago, people start talking about, January effect or, summer effect and all that, right? They believe that if you invest at certain time of the year, you have, alpha return. But it's not like that anymore because everyone knows the same fact and then trying to do the same thing and then make the alpha return to disappear at the end of the day.
Yeah, thanks. Perhaps thinking about that around the data, of course, it's like that fact might not be a real fact, of course. ChatGPT trained on Reddit, it may not be the entirely accurate information that you're looking at.
You might actually get something like GameStop then.
Which could have made me money if I'd have got it at the right
that's
time.
True.
Yeah. So maybe let's transition a little bit around to the risks then, particularly around what's incremental or what's different around the risks with generative AI rather than the typical ones we would see with a traditional AI model, let's call it. So again, let's start with you, Nat, if that's okay, in terms of what do you see around this?
So the one that I don't really like is something that you can call it hallucination, right? Just like, if we have a person, they take drug and then they can go high and then hallucinate about something. But AI doesn't have to take any drug at all. They can hallucinate. You train based on the data and then you try to generate the sentences based on whatever the information that you feed it in. But sometimes it can generate something that have no fact in it at all, right? A year ago, there was a case in the US court that a lawyer actually tried to use generative AI, tried to defend in a court. And then it turned out that it tried to make a reference to the case file that never existed before. They thought it exists. And then when they found it, definitely the judge, angry very much and then trying to kick that out of the court and then not to be used anymore. So in terms of generative AI, when you use it within the context of capital market, when you use it to try to give recommendation, when you try to give investment advice or something like that, and then when it tries to do something obviously wrong, right? So for example, refer to the data that doesn't exist, who's going to be responsible for that? So that's one of the main problems. And then the second part would actually be the fact that you use generative AI when you're trying to learn the data from a lot of data sets. One of the key risks is that exposing the information that you're not supposed to expose. For example, if you make it learn from the data set from the investor, it learn how the investor invests, what they buy, what they sell, and all those kind of things, right? So you can tell that don't tell this information from one user to another user, for example, right? But you probably heard something that generative AI can do something like this. They put some censorship on. They're saying that, you should not try to help people building bomb or making poison or tell how to actually get away with murder, something like that, right? And then, but if you actually tell them really nicely, you're saying that, I really miss my grandmother a lot. My grandmother used to do this. And then if you tell it nicely, it will try to tell you that because it wants to help you, right? So if you try to do something like this, and then you don't have a fail-safe mechanism good enough that it can prevent all this from happening, you as a provider of this type of service, you are going to be at risk of getting sued later.
Yeah. And Boon Hong, how about from your perspective? What's your view on the risks and maybe how to mitigate them as well?
Okay, thank you. If I may, build on this great, introduction to this topic of risk, right? So, firstly, Deutsche Bank believes that AI and generative AI has got a lot of potential for our organization and for the industry. But of course, we have to recognize the risk. So I'll quickly touch on two things first, right? We have to differentiate between the risk of technology and risk of application as well. So when it comes to governance and when it comes to regulation, these two things have to really be separated. What's the risk of technology? So that's on the resilience, the DORA, the due diligence part of the technology itself. The magnitude of harm and the intensity of harm, that's where is on the application itself. So we will separate that. Hallucination, there are two parts to it. Firstly is we will attach, right, and this is really informal definition, two characteristics. How do you define hallucination, right? So firstly, the elements of truthfulness, is it making a false assertion? Secondly, right, is the informativeness, is the information correct or wrong or updated or outdated? If it's only information, information quality is not really hallucination. It then points to your data quality and data sources, right? That may not have, data quality and data sources that may not be updated. It also points, right, to your architecture that you have not, right, instantiate an instance of the model and allow this model to pick up the latest information in order to update itself. So, it points to a different problem. If it starts, asserting falsehood, then it points to another direction. For example, there's, let's agree that, for sake of this argument, generative AI operates on probability. So, as a user, you are able then to already influence the probability of how it actually picks up the next word completion. So things like top P, top K, or more commonly, right, the temperature. All this affects the probability of how it will complete the sentence, and therefore either hallucination or the degree of creativity, right, depending on how you look at it. And finally, of course, it's the development process. Have the right expertise been involved, right, as early as possible in order to work with the data scientists so that it becomes a constant iteration and feedback. Traditional SDLC cycle doesn't work, right? Because, right, for AI and generative AI, the live date is actually a rolling start, whereby you have results of maybe 40% accuracy. That's actually really good on first try. And then after that, you iteratively improve and improve, across different functions. Finally, one of the other, how should I say? Yeah, one of the other reasons, right? There could be other reasons, but one of the other reasons that we'll look out for is whether has the data been so good and the training has been so great that it's not able to generalize to new data, so it becomes overfitted and it can't react to new situation. What I'm trying to say is this, right? Let me just summarize. Hallucination is a risk, but it's not a hereditary incurable disease of generative AI. There will be residual risk, but it needs a collaboration of different disciplinary teams to work on it and to mitigate it. Thanks.
Thanks. So Sachin, I'll turn to you. Maybe I'll pick up one of the questions from the audience as well, still in the risk space, but talking about how to manage some of those quality and issue, quality and data problems that can exist in those models.
Absolutely. So actually, I wanted to pick up on both those points. The hallucination bit, right? One of the biggest reasons for why does ChatGPT sometimes come up with random outputs is because it read something off Reddit which was completely not true. I mean, the internet is...
Alternative facts.
Yeah, the internet is, of course, full of quality data. So that's one of the reasons why these hallucinations happen. Now, there is a risk as well as an opportunity within our industry to actually address this. The risk is if the data is not governed, right? If no one knows where this data came from, what was the lineage, what is the quality of that data, right? And the right security and other tokenization, other measures are not put in place. A lot of times that data will not be trusted, the outputs won't be trusted, and then the generative AI project itself will be at risk. So governance is absolutely critical, and that's why we say before you have an AI strategy, have a data strategy. Before you have a data strategy, have a data governance strategy, right? Because all of these are interconnected, and that's what's going to lead you to have a successful AI strategy.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Can I add?
Of course.
I think one of the key strategy to mitigate this risk is to actually don't treat them as treat generative AI as the source of truth, right? So I like the term that Microsoft actually say it all the time when they try to introduce something, right? They have GitHub Copilot, they have Microsoft Copilot and all that. One of the key reasons that they call it this, right? They're not going to call it, oh, this is the kingpin of information or anything like that. They're saying that generative AI is just a co-pilot. You as a main pilot, you need to have a key responsibility to take a look at the data, verify the fact, to see whether the information is trustable before you use it.
Sure. Yeah, sorry, just one more point on that. I think lots of great points here. There's just one point which I've recently come across. I mean, it's been theorized for some time, and that's on data leakage. A lot of our corporate customers, the corporate customers of our startups, have come across this before. As the corporates start using more generative AI, especially the open platforms, they are starting to see data leakage, or they're starting to monitor it very carefully and starting to see that this is becoming a threat. So it is something that, again, every risk, there's an opportunity there, so there's an opportunity to plug that gap, but certainly there's a risk that, as capital market practitioners, you've got to keep in mind as well.
Yeah. And just to add to that, right, there's also a risk mitigant to the data leakage.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So maybe thinking beyond the risks then in terms of the regulatory framework and perhaps how we might expect the regulators to respond. The question is, what do we think a future-proof regulation looks like for generative AI? Again, maybe start with yourself now, because you are the regulator on this one.
Well, at the Stock Exchange of Thailand, we're not actual regulator. It actually should be Thai SEC who sit over there. So, but what we're trying to do here is that I think as working in the capital market, the key role here is to actually preserve the wealth of the investor, right? So we want to make sure that whatever we use, first of all, the information have to be distributed fairly. You have to make sure that whoever get the information is going to use it properly, not going to use it as insider information to do those type of trade, right? So this thing, when it come from from a person, then it's easy for you to justify who leaked the information, who actually misused the information. But when you start introducing computer, all this robot or whatever that is into the picture, it's become really difficult when who make those kind of mistake, who do something illegal, right? Since they are robot, who are you going to sue? Are you going to sue a robot, right? Or are you going to sue the one who actually built the robot, or sue the one who used the robot? This thing is still being really, really difficult in this type of context. And then the last part would actually be that when you have the information come from one place, you go through generative AI or other type of AI, it becomes different type of information, right? So if the information that you started with actually have a bit of insider information or anything like that, that would considered illegal. When it passed through that information and then it come out to be like, for example, like investment advice or something like that, how are you going to treat them? Are you going to treat them as like, using insider information or not? This kind of thing is still being debated a lot. In Thai context, I know that Thai SEC actually working on that as well, trying to think in terms of like, the regulatory framework that we're going to have with Thai investment industry itself. But apart from that, at the bigger picture, we already think of the AI ethic at the national level as well, and now it's going to enact into a law probably like a few years from now.
Sure. Sachin, do you have any views on this particular area?
Definitely not a regulator, but yeah, I think looking at, and these are very early days when it comes to regulations in this space. I think you brought up some really good points. Like who do you regulate, and who do you sue even, right? But what we are seeing right now is, at least to start off with, regulations are starting to look at security as one of the top topics, whether it comes to the security of the data itself that is being fed into these large LLMs or the models itself, right? So security of the data and of also the people who are participating in these generative AI initiatives. So that's definitely what we are seeing. But what we are also seeing is this is a highly evolving space. The regulations right now are not very clear across jurisdictions. And the opportunity, actually, there was an interesting conversation I had with one of our clients, and they were saying that, hey, this is an area where generative AI itself can be applied, because the regulatory framework itself are evolving so much. Maybe we can have a generative AI app that can actually monitor the evolving regulations across jurisdictions, and then change internal controls and policies as they go. That could be a great use of Gen AI, especially in a highly evolving space as this.
Yeah, it was one of the questions that was asked around, do we end up with AI-based defenses that are essentially fighting against other AI? So on that thought, Boon, it'd be great to get your perspective.
Sorry, what was the question again?
The question was, what does a future regulatory framework look like to try to address or to control some of these points?
Oh, okay. Firstly, I think let's set a base understanding, right? It's not that AI is unregulated. AI is really regulated, but not specifically as AI, right? But through various different means, like for example, cybersecurity, data protection, IT, and sector-specific regulations, like in the banking industry, right? You got technology risk management. You need to register your algorithm. And how should I say? In trading space, right? High frequency trading and algorithmic trading. Those algorithms is actually subjected to yet another set of guidance and regulation as well. So it's not true that AI is not regulated. Is regulated through different means. So if we can use that as a base, right? Then I think going forward is really looking at separating, going back to my earlier point, separating between the risk specific to technology and the risk in the application of the technology. What is the application? What is the risk of applying this technology from one area to another area? Let me give a simple example. In the wholesale banking industry, capital markets industry, we are unlikely to be dealing with personal data. So the concept of biases can be very different if somebody would actually suddenly lift this model that is being used in the capital market and apply it to retail banking, whereby you are every day are dealing with personal data, and there will be biases, there will be a lot more noise in the data as well. So essentially, are you asking the fish to run a marathon? So and then finding out that actually it's actually not doing really good because it's then going through all the biases and coming out all the biases, but it's not trained for that. So I'll say that for future proofing, human expertise is really important. In order to make such differences, human expertise has always been important. Human in the loop, to develop the algorithm. And then finally, to have a constant debate and feedback such as this in order to refine our thoughts better. Thank you.
Thanks. Hitch, I mean, you're investing in this space. I guess regulatory risk must be one of the big challenges.
Again, as I said, it's a risk and an opportunity as well. I mean, The truth is, any country can come up with its own regulatory framework. The EU is discussing it, the Americans, Singapore is coming up with its own framework as well. The question is, how do you enforce it? How do you implement it, realistically? And the truth is, probably at this point in time, everyone is just sitting back and saying, I'm going to put this in place, and if I find one person who deviates from this, I'm going to sue that person, I'm going to take him to court, and then after that, everyone's going to fall in line, or they have to stop using that particular source of data, which represents, again, a risk, because a lot of people use very general LLM systems. You've used ChatGPT, Hugging Face, or one of the others, Bart. At the end of the day, if even one piece of information that goes into building that LLM is sourced unethically, for instance, and there is a national policy against that, saying that if they detect that, you can't use that system. If you are too wedded to that particular system and is too integrated with your operations, then that could represent an operational risk to you as well. Again, I have not actually seen a lot of companies in the regulatory space in the generative AI sector. I take that because I take that to mean that there's perhaps not that much money in it, because not many countries have come up with their rules and regulations yet. There's a lot more being done on the application side. But nonetheless, I think it's going to be something that we're going to have to look at very soon.
Yeah, and certainly I'm sure ASIFMA will be looking for a principles-based approach as usual.
Yeah.
So maybe just going, since we've had two buzzwords in terms of we started with tokenization, now we've had generative AI, there was a question around sustainability and pointing out that LLMs take up vast amounts of power to execute and to train. Do any of the panel have a perspective on whether they think that that is too much power or too much energy has been used to train and to build these models?
Well, I'll take that question, because we do invest in adjacent categories, and certainly the area of processors, GPUs and the like is certainly an area of interest to us. So the carbon footprint of LLMs is big, and it's not just about the huge amounts of data that they have to crunch, it's the ongoing maintenance of those models on a day-to-day, month-to-month, week-to-week basis as well. It is something where companies' data centers are going to have to revise the kind of chips and processors that they use. There are a lot of companies taping up new chips in the neuromorphic space, in the AI space, that are going to reduce the carbon footprint. Of course, the ultimate vision is to have a quantum machine that can actually do a lot more of this stuff, in a split second with minimal amount of energy consumption. But certainly, this is an area which a lot of people are spending a lot of time on.
Okay, so I think the other thing that I would like to add here is that generative AI doesn't mean that it uses more carbon footprint, right? So actually, there's some other company that did some research saying that if you want to, generate presentation or something like that, you use generative AI to generate presentation or writing emails and all that. It actually saves you computer time, because you don't need to sit in front of the computer typing, deleting, and then do all that, right? By the fact you keep breathing, you probably consume more carbon footprint than actually the generative AI itself. But apart from that, I think the key part here is that what you're trying to make use of the generative AI for is actually going to be much more important. If you do it for the high value work, it's probably going to be better for the world and actually not better for the world. And then as part of the Stock Exchange of Thailand, what we're trying to use generative AI for is actually for the sustainability purpose. We have a lot of companies, we have around 800 companies in the stock market. And then all of them actually need to report on the sustainability metrics, whether it be E, S, or G. And then this information is really difficult to gather, because it's kind of spread out within the firm itself. So we're trying to actually work with some of the providers to see if we can use generative AI to collect the information from the public information and then try to collate them into information that investor can actually understand, and then hopefully it will help save the world some days.
Thank you. Sadly, time doesn't allow us to discuss the human implications of the fact, obviously, humans who do this alternative job do consume quite a bit of CO2. I think that's pretty much the time for the panel, so I'd like to thank you all very much for those very interesting perspectives and hand over to Laurence to close us out. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks very much, Chris and panelists. That brings us to the end of our official program. We covered a lot of ground today. Ecosystem came up in almost every single panel and conversation today. We had over 400 people in the room, but importantly, we also had 1,600 plus people following us on Wind. So hopefully the conversations today contributed to bringing that ecosystem together. I really want to thank all the attendees, the sponsors, the panelists, my team, and the events team, Claire and Joy, for all their hard work in bringing this together. There will be an event video available on our website in a couple of days or weeks' time. And later this week, you will also be receiving an events summary. Feel free, there's been a lot going on LinkedIn and social media channels already, but feel free to continue to post. And when you do, use the hashtag ASIFMA TechOps 2023. Kind reminder, if you need your CPT points, please scan your badge when you leave the room. Last but not least, huge thanks to our sponsors, our platinum sponsor, AWS, and our gold sponsors, Broadridge, DTCC, NASDAQ, SmartStream, Swift, and S&P Global. Thanks so much for supporting the event. You've all deserved a drink or a coffee. Drinks, coffee, and snacks will be served outside. So I'll meet you there. Thank you very much for attending today. Thanks.